217,000 coming through there versus 217,000 expected, so in line with expectations. That is higher, though, than the prior 212,000 print from last week, so might get a little bit of a boost from that. Non-farm productivity quarter over quarter on the Q3 number there, 4.7%. There is a cost basis in that, along with this one as well. Unit labor costs quarter over quarter as well, down 0.8%. That should help things out as well. 0.7 on the consensus, 1.9 to the upside forecast there. At 10 o'clock this morning, we'll get some factory order data coming through after what happened yesterday. Should be a little bit quieter as far as overall economic releases are concerned. Remember, a ton even in the first hour of trading yesterday, and then we get obviously Fed Chair Powell coming through in the afternoon. And Sharif back in the building, good to have him back. But I mean, we were both just saying it was about as neutral as we've heard and seen Fed Chair Powell yesterday. We'll get into that. There's so much to talk about this morning on the earnings front. There's so much to talk about on the individual movers front. I mean, Tesla, Roku, Tesla with China orders, not earnings, obviously. Shopify, a huge beat to the upside this morning. We'll jump into a whole bunch of these coming up in the next 30 minutes. It is Thursday, November 2nd, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There we go. Look at that's the Qs right now. NASDAQ to the upside. Here we go once again. Is it that everyone just expecting things to be put on hold as far as the Fed is concerned now for the foreseeable future? He wouldn't actually come out and say that yesterday, but I was saying during the show in the afternoon, he's getting really good at non-answer answers. I mean, they tried. You have to give them credit. The reporters that were in that press conference, they tried and tried and tried and tried and tried, but he just wouldn't budge. There was no indication, you know, that this is the official pause, if you will. He basically said, don't tempt them because they'll come back and raise again if you do.
I don't know how many times I heard yesterday, monetary policy sufficiently restrictive to bring down inflation to our targeted goal of 2%. I heard that umpteen times. I'm sure you did as well if you watched the press conference yesterday. Yeah, he's getting a lot better at it. Lots to talk about today, guys, not the least of which is umpteen companies that have reported: Palantir, Peloton coming in, Moderna, Roku, Starbucks, Eli Lilly, the list goes on.
Yeah, shockingly, Peloton downside once again. I just saw DoorDash flash there on a volume spike, I guess. DoorDash, another one that reported. Roku, as I mentioned. SolarEdge, another one of those clean energy names downside, or SEDG. The rest of the group has been downside off of earnings. But yeah, a ton to get to on a Thursday morning here, guys. It's an interesting one. I mean, the market seems to be saying this is it. It would appear anyways at this point, liking the fact that 3 in a row. Remember, 3 Fed meetings in a row now. Nothing has changed.
Well, I mean, if this is it, then just please let me know. Because if this is... Anyways, it's a good song. But look, Fed yesterday, we definitely heard... I'm hearing myself in my ear, guys. But I'm just going to turn it off. Fed Day yesterday, at the end of the day, you could see it live here. So we didn't hear it umpteen times, Sharif, because we had the closed caption on, which I thought was fantastic, because that meant that you could not listen in, but you could watch in, see what the market is doing with us, and then obviously an idea of what was getting said during the Q&A action with the closed caption on. I think it was fantastic. I was watching it some myself, but there were so many earnings to get to today. It is absolutely wild. You do not want to get overwhelmed in a situation like this. It's one of the busiest days that we're going to have. Palantir, someone selling a boatload at 17.10 right now. Someone just got filled on Palantir 150,000 shares. That's going to do, on the offer, it's done 8 million already, and it's going to do, obviously, a ridiculous volume. Shopify, Roku, Peloton, Airbnb, SolarEdge, and we get Apple aftermarket tonight. Do not forget how strong some of the big cap tech names were, specifically Amazon and Google and Meta. Those 3 were absolutely ridiculous. So you don't want to forget about those because there's so many earnings names. They were very impressive. AMD was ridiculous. The chip names were good, but AMD was ridiculous yesterday, and a couple of other chip names as well. So there's a heck of a lot to look at today, but that's why we're here.
Congratulations to the Texas Rangers. Was a pretty easy run there. 11 away games, road games in a row. All-time record right there. Congratulations to the Texas Rangers. Very, 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 very nice to see that happen. First time for them in the World Series. 63 years right there. So congratulations. Look at Starbucks, man. This name is just, wow. Up through $100 now, up 10%. You don't see Starbucks move 10% pretty much ever. I wonder if there is a some sort of a record book here for Starbucks today. I don't remember it ever moving 10, but there it is. It's a nice move to the upside right here, clearing out through a lot of big levels, and just basically trying to cover up everything that we did in the summertime little doldrums here. So we'll see if Starbucks can get going. I mean, so many names, man. We talked about this on our show last night. I said I really liked PayPal. I even said this yesterday on air right here that I thought PayPal was going to beat. There's the move up 6.5%. It's a nice one for PayPal as well. Still has a lot of work to do here for PYPL, but we'll wait to see where that comes into play. $58 and change is the 50-period moving average. Look, it's going to be great. Yesterday, like I said, was probably one. I don't know. I feel like every day is a great trading day, but yesterday was absolutely fantastic. I showed Sharif this 243 level on Microsoft. That was the banger right there for me in the afternoon. We had that play up $3-4 there. That was a great one. We'll see if Microsoft can hold steady here today. But we had a lot of good trades there yesterday. We had AMD long yesterday in the morning. Now, I don't know if there's going to be any names that are going to continue like AMD did yesterday, but we were long yesterday right here at 102. It ended the day at 108.50. So big, huge move up yesterday at AMD. Can it hold today? It's not doing anything, which is a little bit concerning for me on AMD. AMD is not. I'm working on the sticky note. AMD is, well, it's done, but I got to post it. AMD is not on my radar today just because of the reaction here. NASDAQ up 1.25, AMD flat. So we'll look at other strength names here today. And obviously it's the Palantirs, the PayPals, looking at Shopify, things like that. So it's going to be a big one here. I have a lot of earnings plays written on this sticky note. We've actually done really well on earnings recently, but I do prefer trading some of the bigger names. Solar Edge today as well. Wow. I mean, there's so many different stories. Like Moderna's a story, man. MRNA, yeah. Like it's down pretty huge, down like $70. Like I don't remember the last time. I mean, I can just check the charts. But
Eli Lilly too.
Eli Lilly's down too. Is that what?
No. Eli. Well, yeah, they're down a little bit, but again, expectations for them and how far they've run up. But there's just a lot that reported today that you have to pick your poison because you're not going to be able to trade everything. There's just absolutely no chance of it. There'll be individual shots that we can take, but I'm excited for 17%. Shopify's up. Like Palantir, Palantir's up 16%, and it's of the stocks that are on my radar, it's like number 3 in percent gainer, which is insane. Like I cannot even think about the last time we were able to say that, where, I'm looking at maybe half a dozen stocks right now, and the one that's up 16% is third in terms of the gains. Well, that's nuts. There it is. I was wondering when that would come out.
I mean, we're an investor. I actually, my biggest purchase of Palantir was on their direct listing. So I was pretty happy with that, but it did fall lower than that recently. People could be long $7-8 on Palantir. Today's 17. So I still think it's a story for the future.
All right, and guess what? We still have the biggest of the big to come here tonight with Apple, which we'll touch on in a second. I'm sitting here staring at the Treasury yields once again because I was just saying to Sharif, this is the first significant down day in the longer term yields, like 30 years back to 4.84. It was at 5.1% yesterday. 10 years, same story, 4.66 right now. It was 4.92 yesterday. So the first significant down day here, which is also helping things out as far as equities are concerned. Wanted to touch on this Apple thing a little bit more. Obviously, Apple very strong here in the pre-market so far. To report after the close tonight, Qualcomm in their report last night came out and said they've re-upped until 2026 for Apple cell phones, the chip side of Apple cell phones as well. I just wanted to point out, Sean was mentioning Starbucks there as well. The forecast was the only thing that was a little bit iffy on that, saying revenue growth specifically was going to come in for full year 24 was going to come in at the low end of their range, which was already 10 to 12%. So still good luck though for Starbucks. So a lot to consider.
Yeah, with respect to Apple and Qualcomm, it was really interesting. We saw this piece of the news come in about a couple of months ago when they re-upped their contract with Qualcomm, and at the time, the stock sold off. And the reason was at the time because people were looking at Apple bringing in chip manufacturing or chip design for their smartphones in-house. It required that they had acquired Intel's mobile division for about $2 billion sometime prior to that, I think 3-4 years ago, with the goal of having that done. Now they're extending the contract with Qualcomm for 4 years. We've seen what they've done with their other chips, the M chips, where they're using the ARM technology, which is using less battery power, and that hurt Intel, obviously. So we'll have to wait and see how this relationship develops, but we know for a fact it's going to go on for 4 more years.
Yeah, good on both sides, I think. Here's Apple, guys, 1.7%, just took out the high there. A little bit of a retracement already, but nice look a couple days in a row here going into earnings for Apple.
Yeah, going into earnings, and yesterday you broke the 200 period moving average. Today you break the 50 period moving average on the daily. That was that former 171 area, which is, I mean, I deleted the line on my chart because we're now through there, so look a little bit higher. This is. You also throw in the fact that Qualcomm Qualcomm with good numbers. That's looking decent for the recovery in the handsets in the phone market. And Apple, while not it was strong, while not probably the strongest name in the afternoon, it was still a pretty impressive run late in the day when it got away from 71.72 to close above previous resistance at 173.75 or 174, depending on what you want to call it there. This one, there's a couple of levels that can come into play for the dip buy. Obviously, I like the previous close on a day like today because that's where the consolidation happened. And if we get all the way down there, I think it's a little bit unlikely to reverse this kind of a move. If you did, that's kind of nuts. And then 177 up top. This area here, I don't think it's a line in the sand type area. There was a big close there, and then you had a kind of like a double top failing that level. So if it breaks 177, understand that I don't think, like the way I look at 177 is I don't want to chase along above it, but I'm not thinking short until it got to like 78, 79. It's just I don't know that I'd want to be chasing along. I'd rather be into a long before it got there on Apple. That said, Amazon and Alphabet, in some ways, if you look at the way that these two traded in the both in the afternoon and the strength that they're showing here early, both outpacing the market. Alphabet in particular, it has room to get to the 50 period, just in terms of a room to go before you worry about a higher low. This one has a lot of room to get to the 50 period at 133. You got the 130 also out in front of you, and then you're holding on to the previous support at 127. Amazon as well broke the 50 period. I like any dip, whether it's 37 or whether it's 135 on Amazon as well. So I think you're really picking your poison. But with Apple, if it gets above 137, I don't know that I want to chase it going into earnings aftermarket tonight. The benefit of so much to look at on a day like today is, Apple can be in play and Apple can be exciting and all, but you're going to get a chance to, if we just rally and go to a 2% kind of day, you're going to have the opportunity to trade some names that have already reported and then have that foundation under them, as opposed to Apple, which could always have people positioning going into the end of the day today.
All right, everyone wants me to work on the sticky notes, so we're doing it. But look, we're going to be long everything today. We're going to be long a lot of shares. We're going to be long early. We're going to be long late. We're going to be long in the middle of the day. So if you're going to be long with me, then you're probably going to want to be long Apple at some point. So we'll just wait for some levels to come hitting through here. I don't, as far as an investment, I wouldn't be buying any stock today for a trade for sure. With earnings coming through, I think there's still China worries. We saw from Starbucks a little bit worried there about China as well. So you guys know that I sit here and trade and, put on positions, give you guys entries, give you guys exits and things like that. So just stick here with me all day and we will continue to hopefully put on some good positions and take accordingly risk. So I'm going to work on this trade idea sheet here, get it out to you ASAP. But I like Apple. Any dip buys, we'll be all over that name. We're long biased today, FYI.
First 30 minutes, I'll wait for it. Wait for it. Hey, there's Sean. Hi, Sean. Hey. First 30 minutes is always brought to you by our friends over at DXFeed, a leading market data provider offering Trader TV viewers a special deal right now until November 15th. Guys, get 20% off on your first month subscription for real-time market data feeds, including U.S. equities and futures. Promo code TraderTV at dxfeed.com will get you that exclusive offer, or you can scan the QR code. Shout out to our friends over at DXFeed. We're going to talk about Roku. I mean, there's still so much. DoorDash flying by again there as well on one of the monitors in front of me. Almost 20% here for Roku. Good look for them after their reporting.
Shoot up every time they have like an above expectations report. Let's look at how they did. The loss widened and revenue grew. So they beat on the top line. They missed on the bottom line. $2.33 per share. A loss versus the $2.12 expected. The loss also grew substantially, $330 million on the quarter versus last year at this time, only about $122 million loss. Revenue grew though about 20% from 900 and up to 912 million on the quarter. Guidance, they're looking to grow as well, looking about 955 million in revenue, beating the street's expectations of 952. With respect to ads, Brendel, they're seeing more growth in their ads business. I was talking to Fabian off camera about that, see whether he saw ads on his Roku TV, and active accounts coming in above expectations too, Brendel, 75.8 million.
Yeah, I was just reading that, up 2.3 million at the end of the second quarter. So pretty good look right across the board here, guys. One of those ones we have to pay attention to today.
So I was making an observation this morning, and now I'm going to steal a line that Sharif said about it, which is that when they look back at the pandemic highs in history books, it's Roku's chart that I think they need to be showing. And there's almost no question about it. Like if you think about that bounce, there you go. I mean, Sharif said it. And it's actually, oddly enough, I love it on weekly chart, you get the W pattern, W. But $500 double top essentially on the weekly. And it puts things into perspective when you're up 20% right now, just what that actually means. And you know, if you're wondering how can a company lose money, continue to lose money, no one's really sure when they're going to be profitable. Well, how is it up 20% in this environment? Well, because 20% doesn't mean anything on a weekly chart. Like this move means nothing on a weekly chart. But for trading, it's a great volatility. And the last time Roku earnings were decent, it was a fantastic long opportunity. I remember having that long. I don't know that I want to be chasing this gap on Roku. I mean, 72 and 75 are some pretty big levels. 72 to 75 looks like it's got something in there. I feel like this is something where I will try to play a continuation if there is some kind of a long at the open. Otherwise, my first instinct is some profit taking coming in. The short float's not nearly what it used to be on Roku. It's only 7% now. This used to be up in the double digits. And like a lot of other names that have been that badly beaten up, shorts had been covering. So there's not as much room for it to go. If it cracks 75, you know what could break loose. But that level, it's hard to imagine, again, with that quarter, that it's just going to continue to go forever. All that said, it's up 20%. That's incredibly impressive. It breaks trend above 72. That's why I don't know that I want to chase it just here, but I wouldn't fight it either if it's between 72 and 75. So if it gets to 75, I think that's where I would try the short trade on Roku. If there's a huge dip, the 200 period's back down at like 66, which gives you something in the middle of no man's land on the daily chart. Actually, it's not that bad of a level. If it does do a big flush, that's a price area that it could be okay to pick up. So there's a heck of a lot to look at on a day like today. I don't know that Roku is one that I would want to be chasing this enthusiasm. Again, they don't make money, but you always need to look at things in perspective, right? Like that daily and the weekly chart is going to tell you the story of how a stock like this will move this much, despite, quite frankly, not that great of a quarter.
All right, I tweeted out the sticky note from yesterday, so I'll get that fixed. But the last time that I traded Roku, we had a $13 winner. So yeah, we're gonna look at it again here today. So we'll see where it goes, man. Breaking that 75 would be great. back into 70, I think is a buy. So let's just let this thing settle down a little bit, and we'll get it going here soon for Roku. So let's pay attention to it, back down into 70 bucks, let it settle down. There's gonna be so many other names to look at, so let Roku calm down. If you like it, nothing wrong with taking 72 break long. So I really like that name, but I gotta get the sticky note fixed.
Looking at Uber and Lyft here. Probably won't mention them again the rest of the day, but it's worth noting because it could be significant down the road a little bit. Here's Lyft up 3%. Uber about the same, I want to say, on the morning here. Both higher, though, coming off a note. And the deal was actually struck with Uber specifically and New York State. You have the details.
Yeah, so essentially what it is, it's a reclassification of their gig employees from contractors, private contractors, into employees. As such, they're entitled to sick leave and other state imposed benefits. $328 million is the total sum payable here, Brendo. $290 million by Uber, $38 million by Lyft. This comes as Letitia James, who is the Attorney General of New York, has been going after Uber and Lyft in that state to pay what she calls, unfairly compensated gig workers. So we'll have to see how that works.
Yeah, I guess it was going back a month or so ago, we got that announcement that they were going to have to do something in New York State. And I mentioned this could be important down the road because New York's going to do it. Everyone else is now probably going to jump on the bandwagon on a state level anyway. So Uber and Lyft, again, one of those days where there's so much else going on, probably gets put in your back pocket or in the back seat a little bit today, but worth a note.
I think it's worth a note, and it's always worth it. We're always talking about something auto-related. Like we just mentioned Uber story, their settlement in New York. They're a good autonomous. Their exposure to the autonomous sector, if you think about it, because that's where their big win's going to come.
Yes.
But as always, we have it on the Bulls, and I kind of didn't want to change it. But what are your thoughts here? No?
I'm thinking bullish a little bit.
All right, he's going to keep it bullish. Randy likes it. I got my coffee. Sean got up to go to the can, I think, but
it happens.
He appreciates it as well. So I'll cheers the air. But thanks a lot, Randy. Fist bump right there. I actually, look, you're going to put Uber in the back pocket because there's so much to look at today. There's no question about that, and I get it, and I don't disagree with that. But it is worth, for anyone that looks at this stock or trades this stock in particular, it's already making a decent bounce. You're clearing the 50 period today at 45. It's breaking out of the zone. So you made a bottom. There was a nice consolidation at the top end of the range. You got to the high yesterday on Fed, and then you broke it out basically on the gap up overnight. And even if it dips in, it's got lots of potential support even underneath 45 into 44.5 as those previous highs can come back into play. I always look at in individual stocks, where did you dip to on a Fed day? And this was like 43.5 before it ramped. I mean, like that's, and I'm just going right in like at the close. Like if you look at that close, like you could get under 44 and still look pretty attractive. So I like Uber. It's probably not going to be the front of anyone's radar to trade in terms of volatility today, but you shouldn't sleep on the move that it's making. I mean, bounce off the 200, regain the 50 period. This is exactly the kind of move. It consolidates the next couple of days above. That's how you get to 52-week highs, right? Like the stair step to the upside. All it has to do is make the next step.
Airbnb's up to 120. Wow, that's okay. Yesterday we were watching, watching the stock in the aftermarket there, and it was down into that 115 area, but a nice buy here up into 120 as we look at the charts. Wow, okay. This might be a buy now. I wasn't even going to look at this stock, but I'm surprised at what's happening right here. So let's watch out for this 118, 119 area for a dip opportunity here for Airbnb. I don't know. I talked about this not really liking this because of the whole legislation. Like, I don't know if it's going to be banned in some states or if there's going to be some rules about it. It's the same kind of thing about Uber as well. Like, are they paying drivers in contract or are they employees? There's always going to be this back and forth, especially with new ideas like this. So I like Airbnb here. I do like Uber better. I'm invested in Uber. I'm not in Airbnb anymore. So I like it, not as much as some of these other plays today, just because, again, it kind of reminds me of that Roku trade where Roku's going to be a lot more violent, obviously, than Airbnb. It's only up 1%, but it's just the spread right now is 60, 70 cents. So I could see it being pretty violent here off the open. So for me, the 200 period is at 118. So I think if I'm going to buy Airbnb, it'd have to be down there at least. But look at this market. It's still going. I mean, like we were saying before, you come in and you write down the sticky note, and then you write on the top right here, long bias only. Right there, and then since then the market's just been up 30, 40 handles. I still think we're going higher here. 14. Sharif came to me and said, do we get 15,000 or something today? And I said, yeah. So right now you're already up to 4. I said, that was when we needed 100 points. So that was down here. Obviously the number comes out and it's a nice one. So up here to 14.5 right now already. Looks like we are going to get to that 15,000 mark a little bit quicker than even we thought. I said 14.8 yesterday, remember, on the Fed, that's where we were going to go. Well, that's where we went. And now it seems like we are marching back up here. I wouldn't be surprised if today 15.1, 15.2 coming into play. 15.1 would be probably the area where I would start feeling short, into that area there. So maybe something like that. That's 15 flat. We're going to get to that right off the open, so that's not a short. So 15.1, 15.2. This NASDAQ is really jumpy, and it's really, really happy time right now. And you got Apple on deck, right? So if this market, if Apple can surprise, then you probably break the recent highs here of the NASDAQ. So 15.5, 15.6. So yeah, I'm really, really bullish if you can't tell.
All right, big move here for Affirm. It was about 12% at the highs there, a bit of a pullback right now. They're going to launch a buy now, pay later service specifically for small businesses through Amazon. So they already had an agreement, obviously, on that front. But again, a small business specifically deal with Amazon for Affirm. Is that worth 10%? Feels like a lot. Anyway, let's get some upgrades and downgrades. Dara has that over at the big screen.
Lots of recent earnings moves, getting upgraded or downgraded today, including Roku with an upgrade from Pivotal Research Group. This one's up almost 20% right now, about 18.5. Definitely one to watch. We also have KB Home with an upgrade from Support Research, Chevron with an upgrade from Bernstein, and Amazon, which was an earnings release from last week, with an upgrade from HSBC Securities. In terms of downgrades, we have Estee Lauder, which was really on the downturn yesterday after its earnings. Solar Edge, this was an earnings play from today. This one with a downgrade from BMO Capital Markets. Sunrun with a downgrade from Northland Capital. And last but not least, Confluent with a downgrade from BofA Securities. Guys, lots to keep an eye on.
I don't know Confluent, and I'm sure most of you don't know Confluent, but the only way you trade that is if there's a little confluence to the downside on that name, then I'm pretty sure Obi's going to be all over that trading it today. I think that's, and again, I don't really know anything about the company, but down 32% is pretty wild. Something that is down that I think a lot of people here, at least a lot of traders, have been looking at in the sector. Solar Edge is down 14%, but to put it in perspective, it was down 23%, or maybe 23 or 24% at one point in the aftermarket, popped all the way back up, was almost at $68. So you were down only about 10% or whatever the heck that works out to. And then it's making another move to the downside. Now the space has been getting hurt. They came out, look, these guys came out and said Ish is going to be bad a couple weeks ago, and got slammed. Then you report and you get slammed again. I don't know where the bottom is on this. All that said, the way the market's going up today, Affirm 11% on that. Palantir 19%. Roku, Roku's pulling back now, but Palantir, since it broke that 1710 guy, went to 1780. You're so far up, there's probably a bunch of shorts that are covering positions and just doing it en masse this morning. And if that's the case, what sector has been a bigger short than these guys? So if it does hold on, it's going to open SSR. On a day like today, there aren't many SSR bounce plays because what the heck is down 10% on a day like today? Yeah. Right? Let's just be real. This is probably the only one unless Peloton goes further, or you want to trade that Confluent stock that I've never heard of. So if there's an SSR bounce play, it's Solar Edge, maybe that 60 level, but I'll be looking for this somewhere because if shorts are covering en masse today, are they not covering this?
And ever since we did this after show here, we've been looking at ETFs, and we talked about this TAN ETF right here, the Solar Invesco Solar ETF. The minute that this dropped through 55, we were talking about this for at least, I guess it was 1 or 2 weeks heading into this level, and then they got the Solar Edge news, the end phase, and it's just been breaking down, and it started breaking down well earlier. The reason why I show this is right back into here. This is that 56, 57, 58 area on the ETF, and that was a nice downside move there. So look at this thing just absolutely getting crushed. So I would say don't even pick a name, just go into here, check out what the holdings are in the TAN, and then you're basically going to be into solar first. The good thing about it is you're going to get First Solar as well, which is the strongest of the strong. So that's where I would be. But you know what? Trading is great, and you know I'm here for the entertainment and everything like that. But really, I'm more here for this. You know, this is what I'm talking about. My daughter's 9 years old here today, up at 5:45 a.m. today, and out there skating on the ice. So just her work ethic, her dedication, and everything. Obviously, she gets it from my wife, but just, you know, I just this is what I'm here for. So anybody can, if they need, you know, any sort of thing from their families, this is where, you know, you can easily get some strength. So I just want to say thanks to my wife for posting this up, because you know, I'm just really proud of that. And then I'm off tomorrow, so Obi will be sitting here, and I'm going with again, both my kids. We're going up north, and it's another hockey tournament, and that's for my son. So that starts tomorrow, and he's really looking forward to that as well. So that should be a heck of a lot. Hey, look, I hope she gets a gold medal. Let's wait and see, man. Hockey is the future, yeah, right now for women's sports around our area, anyways. I think basketball is obviously
basketball's
huge.
big time picking up in Canada. Well, it has been for a while,
Yeah.
but on the women's side, it's really picking up.
Yeah.
I mean, basketball for the men.
And there's the new professional women's hockey league starting this year as well. And there's Toronto,
did the
New
draft.
York. There's a couple big teams there, so big areas. But anyways, all right, let's go back to the desk and talk about things less important.
Maybe not today, actually. Let's jump into what's happening here pre-market so far. Sharif's going to kick things off with a look at the market.
Guys, we closed out yesterday 42.56, but we're looking at 4,300 in the face. Let's have a look at what we're doing here. 42.98 is the high a day, the overnight high, Brendo, but we're 2 points essentially away from 4,300. So number one, first things first, let's see if we can get above that 4,300. If we keep trending up, there's this downward trend line that we really have been respecting for a while that takes us about to 43.40, not quite that 43.50. If we make our way down and we don't hold this level that we are, let's look at yesterday's support level for yesterday's closing level for support, 42.56.
All right, there's a lot to know today, so let's get right into it. If you haven't done so, watchlist.tradertv.live will get you there. You enter your email address, and then that just shows up every single day for you right in your inbox. For FREE free. Palantir, wow. Nice look here, 17.6%. We're right back, however, to the top end of the range here for Palantir. I mean, it was AI, and then also AI as far as their earnings was.
Yeah, it's a good look for them. I mean, it's their kind of environment at the moment. It's sad to say there's war. There's two wars raging right now, and that's kind of their wheelhouse. Let's have a look at how they did. Earnings per share, 7 cents versus the 1 cent expected by the street. Revenue, $558 million. That takes us up 16.8% year on year. Cash on hand from operations, $133 million. That's up 24%. That equals a 24% margin. Adjusted free cash flow, $141 million. And their guidance, not bad either. They're looking at $599 to $603 million for the next quarter. The street was looking for $599.
Yeah, the government side of things was the only kind of question mark. And it wasn't even that it was a miss. It was just the growth, the rate of growth from the government side of things. I mean, we come in here once a week almost, and they have a new government contract. But apparently it's not growing. 17.5 is not growing enough. Anyway, 17.5 here, guys.
I mean, what's wild is like, so AMD guides poorly, but the AI guide was good, and it goes absolutely ham. This is all the AI, and it goes 17% to the upside. So, like, a lot of things have made some redonkulous moves this morning, and this is probably one of them. So, like, all the levels that you're thinking about, okay, I like this dip. It's just, at this point, like you're at 17 and a half. So when I was sitting down and thinking about liking the 16 level in the 50-period moving average and how, okay, well, it's probably even good if there's sell at the open, which a lot of times I'm expecting when it goes up this much at this point, probably, obviously. I was thinking all the way back into 16, but that's now 10% away. So you throw that out the window if it drops 10% into your level, I think, for a dip buy. It almost has to hold out at about 1680 to 17. 17 was a big level. Somebody sold a bunch of shares at 1710, and it went straight up to 1780. At 1850, 18 to 1850 is resistance on the daily. It's now much closer to that. I think it gets up there at the open. I'm thinking fade on Palantir. As good as the run has been, like this is something which held on to a wall of support with liquidity grabs under 14 for a while. Like underneath 14 was like the best area to get long, 13 and a half. It was actually 1360 was that dip area, but it was under 14 where there was always accumulation and then just rocket ship to the upside. So that's where the stability is on this stock, and it's so tight to this 18 and a half. I just feel like that short comes in first. I'm as a day trade, I'm not buying over 18 at the open. I wouldn't do it. I mean, I think I'd be very, very patient on dip buys as well, because this is the kind of morning where you can get really roasted at 9:30, catching falling knives, because everything is up so much and everybody is so bullish, especially after yesterday, that right at 9:30 is the exact time that you can kind of get trapped in things that have gone this far. Now, if we were trading down here at 17, it's a bit of a different story, but you just made that huge move up. Can't ignore that.
Yeah, and everything here, let me just to emphasize and to say what Neil was saying as well. All these longs here are all dip buys. They're not breaking through any of these tops. I mean, we're up so much. Again, when we wrote this, unfortunately, Palantir hadn't even broke 17 yet, so we wrote down a dip buy into 1650. But I mean, right now, you got to change your opinion a little bit and go to that VWAP level of 17. So this is a huge name. It's a huge move upside. It's not even shorted. I mean, it's shorted. It's shorted 8.8%. So there is a short float in Palantir. But you know what? Alex Karp family, like these guys, that guy needs to see a barber. People are talking about that.
No, he doesn't.
There in the chat. I like it.
No.
I mean, if I had that kind of hair, damn right I'd be supporting it. There's a reason why I'm wearing a hat. I like 17 down there on Palantir. They said, I think it was 2 quarters ago, that from now moving forward, pretty bold comment, especially in this space, that they will be EBITDA positive moving forward forever. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but they've made it. They've got the thing about why they can make comments like that is they have the government contracts. So if they can get their costs under control, which they obviously have, the government contracts are the baseline, and now they just keep adding on to that. And with generative AI and things like that, they can now obviously start to mention the word AI, get these kind of pops, and not just mentioning it, they're actually using it, and that's part of it, right? We talk about how can companies take advantage of artificial intelligence and all the technology that's out there right now. Well, these guys are putting together projects, analyzing data for, like I just said, governments, for different agencies, and for big companies as well. So Palantir right now getting not just past government contracts, but also getting into corporate. And then I don't know if they're ever going to get to consumer like us, the end user, but they have Foundry out there. They're able to build that up. They've gotten deals, I think, with UPS, FedEx, things like this to manage logistics. So don't quote me on both those names, but those are the kind of companies that they're working with. So I like Palantir moving forward. And I just think that, like Microsoft, right? They introduce something and then they put a charge on it. So right now, Microsoft, with their productivity suite, is going to start charging $30 a month, so on and so forth. So as Palantir can build this base and build the trust of a lot of these organizations and countries, I think Palantir continues to move higher. Obviously, as you can see with my hat, I do own the stock. Anyways, every single stock on here, you want to know what I own? AMD, yes. Palantir, yes. PayPal, yes. Starbucks, yes. So, I mean, there's not going to be a stock that I'm going to talk about that I probably don't own. So, there might be some. I don't own Moderna.
Peloton.
I do own some Peloton, actually, but that's dead in the water. I don't own too many retail names, actually.
Moderna.
I have McDonald's. Moderna I don't own. I bought some Pfizer. I like the $30 level there for Pfizer, but we'll have to check that out today.
You don't own Roku. Roku's big today. You don't own that one.
Roku, I do.
Because I know nobody here owns Roku.
No, I don't. There's probably some stocks. I don't own a lot. Like Edge, Solar Edge.
Solar Edge, none of us know.
I own some Nike. I'm seeing that moving around here. Oil names I own.
Only because I just saw
the
this.
stock, you get a hat. Yes, that's correct.
Someone put this in the chat. ASML is up a bunch. I'm bummed about this because this is a good company that I thought was going to break down and give like a huge buying opportunity underneath a flat bottom break, and it's now breaking out. Wow. So it looks like they're looking into India for manufacturing, and I'm looking at it in the NASDAQ, but this is its primary listings obviously in Europe, right? So usually I'd look at it there, but wow, it's just everything is up so much today. Like what isn't capping up that isn't Moderna and Peloton? It's crazy, absolutely crazy. But let's get on the list because there's a lot to look at today.
Yeah, it's a crazy move for ASML. I was just noting, I mean, not everything's up. I saw a few people talking about that. SEDG, the guys mentioned. Crocs, crushed, down more than 11%. There's Moderna, obviously, we talked about a little bit as well. So there's a few. PCOR, there's ACXP, downside, pretty big way this morning as well. NVST, one we were talking about a couple days down on negative news as well. So not everything. Here's another one, however, that's Qualcomm, if you couldn't see that. Up huge after a monster report. I read through this briefly this morning. There's not much on the negative side of things.
Yeah, not too much, to be honest with you, quite frankly. Their standout here was automotive, guys. They grew that nicely, 15% year over year, $535 million in sales. I'm talking about their automotive division, but let's have a look at how they did overall. Beat on the bottom line, beat on the top line, 202 adjusted what was EPS, what was the street was looking for. Revenue, 8.67 billion. What was the report? The street was looking for 8.51. However, their sales and their revenue are both down year over year. So the comps, doesn't look that good. Net income was 1.49 billion. That's a 48% drop from this time last year when it was 2.87 billion. Revenue, like I mentioned, 8.67. It's a big drop, 24% year over year drop from where it was last year. This time, Brendo, 11.39 billion. So not small things here. And Qualcomm, their stock is tied to how smartphones do, and we're in a bit of a down cycle right now when it comes to handsets.
Yeah, we were mentioning the Apple extension as well. They announced a little bit earlier. I mean, a lot of these charts kind of looking the same here today. Stocks gapping above prior significant levels, guys, on long-term frames.
Yeah, like stocks like this, and even when I was looking at ASML, like this is why people dollar cost average, right? Because then you get a day like today and everyone's like chasing a move where, once this got down into the 100s, it's like, okay, that seems like a decent value. You start picking it up. But above the 200 period, which is exactly where it's, I don't know, not flustering or slowing down, whatever you want to call it, on Qualcomm is about 117.5. That's exactly where we are right now. So you're getting a barcode action at the trap level, I would say, for Qualcomm. So if this isn't resolving to the upside past here, then I would not want to get trapped in this level. Because if it fails the 200 period moving average, then why couldn't it go back to 115, if not even lower than that? And then we already talked about Apple. I mean, Apple got so close to. It's weird. If I was actually a little bit more bearish today, I would have been thinking about short 177 on Apple. But this is really tight. If it's above 177, I think because it has the earnings tonight, I would probably look to be fading this one, 178, 179, like that price area. Maybe you don't even get to a 180. But that's my thought for Apple because they report tonight. You've come so far here today. That's one I could sell if it gets up there. For the dip buy, I don't really love it. I mean, 174 I like. If you get 174, a lot's gone the other way here because then you've gone red on the day on Apple after being up 1.3%. So I don't know that comes into play. I'm thinking at the open, it's far more likely that if there's a big pop in the market, I get like a 178 area short on Apple.
I didn't even really look at Qualcomm today, man. I mean, there's just been so much happening. But yeah, if we're just gonna look at Apple, I was saying long everything here today, and I still think that obviously. But Apple has the report tonight, so if there's going to be a name that maybe you leave alone that you wouldn't normally, it could be Apple. I mean, Apple right now up 1.25, exactly what the market is up here as well. So I just feel like if you have the urge to trade Apple, wait for yesterday's closing price of 174, maybe on a dip back down in. I don't really want to be buying any of these tops right now. So, and then you have the risk of maybe it not moving as much as the market does because of the report and the anticipated unknown there in China. And we've had some iPhone 15 kind of back and forth talk there on what to expect from their sales there. So I would say just hold off on Apple today. It's going to be a stock that we'll watch. And I mean, I'm going to be trading it most likely at some point. But I would much rather look at the bigger tech, and the other one, Microsoft, the other big holding in the NASDAQ and the S&P. Just Microsoft, again, obviously it's not up as much as Apple today, as you can see, but it's going to perform just with the NASDAQ as well. And we had some really nice bottoms down here of 346. So that's held pretty good yesterday into that close. So I really like these levels, 345, 346. You're well up. You're breaking through 350 right now on Microsoft, well holding that 330 50 period moving average. And then you're not too far away from, again, all-time highs of Microsoft coming into play, which I think we can get to next week. So I'm excited there. That level is 353. So really get going, 353 maybe there. But remember what that coincides with, NASDAQ 15.2. So if the NASDAQ can get to 15.2, then I think it's a short at that point anyways, or that may be when you start to consider it. So for me, Microsoft, much riskier trade because of the spread, and it's 3 times the price, or double the price of Microsoft, but or double the price of Apple. But I really do like Microsoft more than Apple here today for a trade.
Crazy. All right, let's talk Tesla. We got Lee, congratulations, Xpeng and NIO yesterday. Li Auto doing the best of the three. If you weren't with us, here's Tesla now. The Chinese Passenger Car Association coming through with 72,115 deliveries for Tesla. That's down 2.6% on a month-over-month basis, but still up here today.
Yeah, look, I mean, we saw with earnings what happened there. Let's talk a little bit about the China numbers, because that's what came out. The Chinese vehicle delivery numbers, guys, they produced, as Brendo said, they delivered 72,000 some odd cars, but compare that to BYD. BYD is the giant there, albeit BYD is a bit of a mix. You've got ICE, you've got hybrid, and you've got strictly EVs, but they delivered 301,095 cars, putting lots of pressure on Tesla as the price war continues to rage there. Let's talk a little bit about that. Tesla's market share in China as a percentage of EV sold now 9.89%. That's after how many tax cuts we've had this year? Compare that to last year when they had 12.98% of the market in China with much higher margins. So it's a bit of a tougher look for them. Usually these price cuts equals greater market share. It didn't happen here.
Just reading a note on Nikola as well. Speaking of no deliveries. Revenue of negative 1.73 million in Q3 for Nikola, but not really doing much here.
I mean, don't sleep on Nikola's ability to squeeze and be irrational for a bit. So that's worth keeping an eye on. Tesla's up 4%, vastly outpacing the market, 3x what the NASDAQ is up, a little bit more than that. It's coming into the 200-period moving average, which is about 219. Look, if it gets there, 219, 220, I think it's a fade at that price, but again, you're already up 4%. It would have to go like right away at the open, like $5-6, which could happen. Like Tesla's done that before. The other play is the resistance that's been at this 212 to 212.5 is now suddenly like early support. If it does not hold 212 at the open or this previous high, I'd be a little bit concerned of a pullback here on Tesla. As long as the opening range stays above 212 and a half, I think Tesla's good to go in this relief rally. If it fails that, maybe you look back to previous close or something along those lines for Tesla. One other one in the EV space, just because we always do this. Load Rivian. There we go. Rivian, again, outpacing the market, pretty much just doing what Tesla is doing. And if you go to the daily chart, it doesn't seem like much because of what's happened to Rivian, but this has been a pretty weak name. If it gets back anywhere close to like 17, 75, 18, that looks like a bit of a fade zone on Rivian, but plenty of room above that 16 level that we liked. There's no point in me saying dip by Rivian 16. Like now, like everything else, it touched 1680. What are you going to do? It was at 1630 when I sat down, and that seemed like a reasonable dip buy. Now this thing has to get quadrunked at the open for it to get to a price like that.
Yeah, I feel like there was. I know there's still lots to talk about Affirm. We'll talk. I mean, I'll get to Tesla in a minute. I think, yeah, like up there, 220 would be a good short there for Tesla. But missed opportunity there at $20 for Affirm. So I'm going to sit there and try to short it if it comes back up. So I just want to let people know that I do have some orders there to short Affirm. All right, so Tesla right now. Yeah, that 220 is huge, right? I added to the longer term spot there. I think I told you, I mean, I did tell you, not I think, 205. That wasn't great, I mean, because we went down to 192. But wow, what a good bottom that apparently was there. 3 straight up days from 190 up to 215 right now, 213 right now. Tesla keeps on moving higher. So I still feel like if you're going to invest in any kind of an EV name, I think Tesla is going to be the right name no matter what. So you have 210 here. That's going to be a dip opportunity. That's where the 200 period moving average is. We closed at 206 yesterday. Like I said, I think it's going to be hands off here unless we get some of these, pretty dramatic dips early. And I would not be surprised if Tesla does fall in just a little bit up. 4%. I mean, wow, monster move up there. So I don't know. I could see some covering, especially if people bought some of this weakness in the last couple days there on Tesla. So nice move to the upside. And then the reason why I said, and I don't know if it's going to show it on that 20 period, but 220 into here. Whoopsies. That's right. We don't adjust for the split, but right into there, 220's been the high. So I could see us fading a little bit. You also have the 200 period there. So a little bit of action there on Tesla. I like the stock. Again, up 4%. Hard to talk about a long right now, right off the open. I think it's going to be patient. We don't get the NASDAQ imbalances until 9:25. So right here, you could just see what's happening. Palantir there with a milli on the buy side. And that's kind of just doing nothing right now at 1750. So watch out for that. I still think this can drop in a little bit as well. VWAP is there at 17. Other than that, it looks pretty buy side here. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that is. So if you take away all of these random warrants and stuff like that, there isn't one sell on here. So I don't like WBX, okay. There's all buy side. So I feel like, you got to get jiggy with the long at some point here.
All right, so many to choose from this morning. Good morning. We'll talk about PayPal in a second here, but first off, rundown being brought to you by Vantage Point. Dual patented AI has revolutionized the way investors approach their trading decisions for over 30 years. Scan the QR code, click the link in the description to see Vantage Point for yourself. Before you make your next trade, Vantage Point AI Analyzer, billions of data points analyzes billions of data points in seconds. Go check them out. Let's touch on PayPal, as I mentioned here. This was yesterday. They received this subpoena from the SEC on their, this doesn't actually talk about it the way it was talked about yesterday, but them promoting the PayPal USD stablecoin. So we'll see what plays out with that. But we've seen in the past that be a little bit of a problem when it comes to certain companies. But on the positive side, pretty good report here for PayPal.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that. They beat on the top and bottom lines, guys. EPS 1.3 per share, beating the streets of 1.23. Revenue 7.4 billion, beating the streets estimate of 7.34 billion. Revenue comes up 8% year-over-year increase. Earnings jumped 20% year-over-year. The only issue here that really stands out to me is their total active users, Brendo, decreased from 432 million this time last year to 428. I should mention, though, that they are looking at changing their business model a little bit with this PayPal Braintree new company. It's supposed to allow business B2B, essentially, transactions, allowing people to come in with their credit cards, PayPal, all through a single transaction. Talked about this morning on one of the pods I listened to.
Yeah, it's interesting to note how many businesses specifically still today are really hesitant about using technology for payments. So something like that would definitely be handy. A little bit of a pullback right now, guys, for PayPal.
Yeah, still up 6%, bit of a pullback. Let's be real. Like this and Square, like they had not had any kind of a reasonable bottom. And I'm not saying 50 will turn out to be the bottom here. Who knows? But that's where the bounce is happening. It's kind of like a logical, psychological level, I suppose, because it had top at 100. But I like the chance that this can make some kind of continuation. It hasn't gone, it's 6%, but it hasn't gone so far that it's completely out of the pocket. And then when I look at the range the last few weeks, like, okay, you can hold on to the top of this 54.5, even if you break it, then back into like 53, 52.5. Those are good dip buy zones, I think, for PayPal. And if it just consolidates here and breaks out the top, you have a reasonable risk to reward. So there's a few longs I like for setups on PayPal. I think this is one where if you do get that initial flush back in, like that 53 level definitely stands out. And if you just flat out hold the pre-market lows, that can be a nice jumping point for PayPal. If it gives it all back, I would be incredibly surprised today. It just doesn't seem like that kind of a stock. And given how far this has been bled to the downside, it's hard not to be optimistic about the short term. All the same applies to Square on sympathy off the $40 level. Just PayPal's the one with the earnings. So.
Yeah, I wrote down the same levels here. So we wrote down here PayPal 53. Nice confirm and guide higher was a good one there. Thanks for the Braintree. I can never think about what that's called. We've been talking about that for a while. I think PayPal's a buy. I talked about this yesterday, even before the number came out. As PayPal was late reporting, it was like 425 or something like that yesterday. But there it is right there, 53. I like it. Nice guide, reaffirmed, 498 per share. I think it works, and I think it's been beat down a lot. And as Brendan said, you can look at a lot of these sort of fintech names. They're all beat up. Upstart, PaySafe, PayPal, Block, Square. I mean, Square probably getting a nice little bump up today from the PayPal. Yeah, so there it is again, right? So again, sort of like high tide raises all ships, and that's what's happening here with Square. So for me, I only have a few orders pending out there, right? I have Palantir, I have PayPal down here at 53. So I'm going to try to stick with what I wrote down on here for now. Trade those names, and then if something starts popping, obviously we'll be in everything. I trade about 7 to 8 names per day, and we've been really hot trading them, so we're going to stick with it. Shopify, another solid quarter, man. That name's running as well. We're going to talk about Airbnb, but I think the story, Shopify is probably a little bit more exciting, but we're going to go to Airbnb right now and figure out if this is a long or not.
Definitely looking strong as far as the engulfing candle on the daily chart so far today for Airbnb. I mean, they pointed to benefits from foreign exchange, so they benefited from the dollar being so strong, essentially, throughout the quarter. But still, like you and I were just talking about this, some of these numbers are pretty impressive. Like 18.3 billion in gross booking values, up 17%. There's not much to scoff at here, even with, as we said, what is happening in New York.
Yeah, and lots of cities watching on. San Francisco, Miami, chief among them. They have cost of living issues there as well with shelter. So we'll have to keep an eye the rest of the year and early next year to see how it does. But like Brendo mentioned, they beat on the top line. They beat on the bottom line. $3.4 billion was revenue. That's an increase of 18% year over year. They reported earnings per share of $6.63 per share. The street was looking for $2.10, but that probably has a lot to do with the foreign exchange rate tailwind that they cited their gross bookings. Brendo mentioned $18.3 billion, up 17% year over year. The only issue that I can see here is the outlook, the guide, Brendo. They look at fourth quarter revenue at $2.13 to $2.17 billion. The street was looking for 2.18. So we'll have to see how it digests it the rest of the day.
Just quickly, seeing a note on MasterCard, MA, going to be exclusive, it looks like, partnership with Live Nation. Multi-year deal for MA and Live Nation. So if you're going to go to a concert, you might need a MasterCard.
Interesting there. But look, Airbnb is only up a couple of points, probably due to the fact that when you got a war going on and when the consumer is a little bit stretched, you can see the resilience, but at the end of the day, inflation's still here, and it has been a problem for some of the travel names. This is why it's not up more. Their guide's not going to be good when people travel less, when there's like conflict and all that kind of stuff, and their purse strings are a little bit tapped out, and then people already did their revenge trips. A lot of that's already gone through, so this is why I think it could have some trouble here if it gets up to 124, 125. That's a 200-period moving average. It was previous support. So, you can be bullish on a lot of things, but this sets up as if we get that strong into that level, I would be thinking fade on Airbnb. A lot of other names I feel like have some more runway to the upside, but this one, that guide makes sense to me. The poor guide makes sense to me here, at least for the next couple of quarters, given what's going on in the world.
All right, 1 minute, let's go. I'm going to be buying some Google on dips as well, down to 127.50. So right now you got Amazon as a sell, just showed up. I have no idea why. That came as a sell, but that's the biggest one here. And Amazon is saying, screw you, because it's not doing anything right now to the downside. So that's a big sell right there. Now it's gone. There it is. Now it's a buy. So that was why. Other than, now it's a sell again. So there's probably some missed data there. Okay, so Uber's a bid. So the only sell on here is Amazon, and it's not reacting. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. As here we go, man. Only 20 seconds ago, Adaro will be on the bell, and then we're going to rock and roll, baby. So let's wait to see what happens here in this market. Up now 1.16%. NASDAQ up, what, 5% in 3 days? Not bad. With only 10 seconds to go, get your keys and your buying power ready. It's going to be a good day. Locked and loaded here with 3, 2, and 1. All right, here we go. We are now open. Buy everything. No, we're going to wait to see what happens here. PayPal making the move to the upside, as is Google. We just got, we just got short Affirm. Okay, so this could be a problem. Right off the jump,
it's already at 20.
Popping right now through $20. We are going to give this a 20.50, but guess what? We'll ring some Reggies right here, right now. Oh no, we're doing it again. We're short at $20.30 right now on Affirm, given to you live right here, Live Nation. We need to deal with MasterCard as well, Brendo. There it is right now, a nice move back in. We're going to go 1 for 1 early here with Affirm.
Yeah, big movers across the board. Roku just took out the top as well. That just got to 70, 73. So it's battling that high at that 72 level, looking very strong. Going the other direction temporarily is going to be Apple. Apple pulling back as the market's catching a little bit of a bid. Not quite to 175, so it's not really there just yet, but it is making a power move to the upside. We didn't get to Shopify. Apologies there. There's so much to look at. Shopify, I don't think till you get to 62 it's a fade, and if it can hold on to the 56 level like that for a dip buy as well. Here comes Palantir 18.
Wow.
I mean, like Palantir this is really flying to the upside. It just got to 17.99. I think 18.50 is the Alamo on Palantir, but I'm going to be looking up at this one, and I cannot buy these highs on Palantir. If it breaks 18, I'm almost looking at a short. I should just short it in front of it. I wanted it breaking $18 into 18.50, not shorting in front of that level. But at this point, might just have to take that.
Kevin, I'm trying, bro. I'm trying to give you the early dollar club. We're half of a dollar club right now on Affirm. Okay, so right now AMD making the move down in. I wanted to buy some AMD, I thought anyways, around 106, and that's coming into play right now. But again, the NASDAQ's falling down. We talked about, that we did not. Wow, there we go. Okay, Affirm is really getting spicy right now. So heads up to everybody on that trade as that's now down 70 cents and Affirm continues to go. That's a snag right there, boys. That was a good one. Let's wait to see what happens here with AMD, though, coming back into 106. Maybe it's not as good. They had a huge day yesterday. Let's see if it can hold. I mean, that bottom maybe 105 and a quarter down there on AMD. So that's right there. So that could be a bouncing spot as well. But right now the market's coming off a little bit. So let's just try to be as patient as we can. I was also looking at PayPal coming back into 53 right now as well. We'll take a little bit of a buy here, but obviously I do want this a lot lower into 53, and then watch out for maybe 52.50 if that does break. So right now it's PayPal with the newest, earliest position for me, watching out for that 53, and then I'll probably hold it down to like that 52.50 area if things get really nasty here.
Yeah, I mean, the market's still holding 1.2%. Palantir did come up, test 18 again. I got 17.89. This could easily be a couple of shots into that 18.5 level. I did like 18.5 better, so I'm going to have a relatively tight stop on this. I did also want to get back over to Roku because there's so much to look at. We did highlight this one as one of the more intense runners to the up, ridiculous, intense. I don't know the word to use when you're up like 18, 20%. But look at the rejection at that high at 72. If this can't bust 72, that's the big level, 72 and 75. If it can't hold above there, I think that one's going to be a fade as well. And then there's the SSR play. Okay, so the SSR play is gone on Solar Edge.
Bye.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, forget about it. That sucks. I liked Solar Edge as an SSR buy, but I thought maybe it would go down into the 60s first. That's the level you heard me say. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be in Solar Edge. It doesn't look like. That sucks. That sucks. Because that one, on a day like today, the shorts felt like they had to be covering. So I'm out of Palantir. It did best the local high. I wanted 1850 a little bit better, so I like the short up here. I'm not buying highs on Palantir, not above that $18 level. I'll probably jump back into this short and just continue to take some paper cuts until we get a bigger move. And bye-bye Roku. So much for 72.
All right. Guys, Affirm, like, again, we're going to go 1 for 1 so far here. We're going to go 2 for 2, hopefully, if PayPal continues to bump up as well, as there's Affirm. So it's starting to go. And by the way, Palantir making that move back in again. I mean, you got to wait, I guess, for 1730s, something like that on this, as there it comes right back into 1770 and starting to go lower. But no fear, because PayPal is here. Let's wait to see what happens now. We're long at 53.48 right now, just for a flat right there. We did not get the 53 bottom take, which sucks. We were, I mean, I could tell you about it, but we were 4 cents away from getting this fill. It's at 53.09 was the bottom, so we could have been infinitely whatever, we're not. But we're in it right now, in the money, now 30 cents on PayPal, looking for more. The damage has already been done already on Affirm. We just got another fill there. And just because it doesn't look like it's going down too much, we only have 30% left of this, as we took advantage real early, man. Our best fills are right here in the 70s. So we have, actually, let's just call them 80s. We have 178, we have 173, and we just took an 82 there as well. So, there we go again right now. It's PayPal, and we're on it, man. There's the sticky note again coming into play at 53. I mean, look, we write down the bottom of 53. It gets to 53.09 right there. So there's a nice little bottom pick for us. We'll start the day off 2 for 2. And yeah, man, the fun continues here. Trader TV Live.
Oh, the fun definitely continues. Hopefully nobody's caught in Roku right now. That is a hammer candle. I do not want to chase this move. Like, it's a hammer through 72. Down at 70 is way too far away from resistance, because then, I mean, if you're short here, like, I'm not giving it that $2. I want it back up at 72. It's the same thing with Palantir. Apologies for not getting to SoFi, but you know how much was out there. SoFi gapped above that 765. You know I like the long above 765, but not at $8. $8 is next resistance level. And Intel, this was another one, $37 Intel. This is where we kind of liked it for a fade. If it's going to hold support on the way back in, I like the 37 level, so I'm out in front of that 37 level. For Intel. It is coming down in, as is AMD, although not far enough. AMD just bounced off 106. 105 would have been a lot nicer.
Yeah, that's too bad. We had a we had a 106 bid, but I didn't love it as much. Yeah, that's for sure. We talked about that 105.25 area. That would have been something. Okay, so we took a piece out there at 90. We tried to get another piece at 54 once we saw the rejection up there for PayPal. So it just rejected. So we got to put another offer up there. So if it does get back into that zone, we do want to be a buyer. A seller of some of the shares that we have left here on PayPal. I'm still actually holding 80% of it. So that's why I was hoping to get that 54 out right there. But I thought we could also, because we had this big candle right here, I thought there was a chance anyways we could get back to the 200. I still do. I just want to take a piece out because of that fail right there. I mean, we thought we would be trading some more Palantir right now today. As it's trying to let it settle down, I think we're getting into that zone now. It's 9:37. We've already made 2 positions, 2 trades. Wow. We're going to go 2 for 2. But we are looking to get into more, obviously. What's up, Brendo?
So much, guys. So much to talk about. Eli Lilly was, I mean, we mentioned it very, very briefly out of the gate this morning if you joined us in the first hour. But here we are, not only all the way back to positive, but up 6.6% for Lilly off their report.
Moderna also was SSR. Moderna also went right away, like pretty much right away. The difference is Moderna gave you the dip buy if you're looking for an SSR bounce into the lows. This is what I wanted Solar Edge to do, which was make a move down in, hold the bottom. In the second, if you don't break the low, there's only one way to go. So I did get that dip on Intel right at 11s, just got some out at 20s and 25s. Remember, like, the market's strong, up 1.3%. This just went red. Okay, so when you're dip buying a stock, that's clearly counter trend. If it gives you the opportunity to take some profit early, you're going to want to do that. And I already mentioned SoFi in there. Apple, let's get back to them. It does bounce. I mean, I liked 170. it is what it is. Like it didn't look. It did not dip far enough to get along. So unfortunately, there's nothing at or underneath 175 to be able to take. We already mentioned AMD, and then there's Tesla. So Tesla holds that 212 quarter and is now running to the upside. So I wanted to see opening range hold 212 quarter. Do not want to be short this unless it's at 220. Palantir will be. I thought it was a tricky trade. 1850 was the next level, so I wasn't willing to be short underneath 18 and hold all the way to 1850. That's like 3%, so not really. But if it gets back above there, I do not mind that to the south side as well. You're already on PayPal, and Roku was the other earnings play that we want to keep an eye on in this range. So it's still barcoding in here. If it makes another run and fail at 72, I think that'll be the shot for the entry. 72 is a level I'm playing off of here. But again, it's like Palantir. It was so very quick. Up and down that if you were looking on something else, you just weren't going to get it.
Yeah, and now Palantir's not doing anything. Amazon was another play, because of that news there with a firm as well, right? So, okay, we have a new position alert, and I don't know, like this one, it's very, very small. I only have 10% of what I want right now on Google, even less maybe. So I was gonna try to play off this 128. It's bounced a couple times, but I'm not paying up here in 40. I'm not paying VWAP for it. I wanna pay dip and then a rip back up into VWAP. So here we go. I'm sitting there at 29, ain't I? Oh no, we didn't get filled there. That's hilarious. There we go, now we're filled, so now it's not hilarious. All right, let's wait to see now what happens with this play. AMD is really the guy right here that's working. Come on, charts change. Look at AMD, man, off that 106. Like, that's too bad because once we saw that little wick down candle there, that's when I got aggressive with it and started putting bids. But by that time, it never retested that low. So that's AMD right there. What a monster, man. I mean, trade, we keep saying this, like trade second day plays. I think Obi was big about this in the last couple of days. So, all right, PayPal, we just got in and we got into more Google. Looks like PayPal's heading southbound. What's up, Brendo?
But wait, there's more. DoorDash as well, another one we didn't get time to talk about here in the pre-market. Just an absolute monster gap, 15% to the upside. Sales beat, EPS beat across the board. Good look for Dash here, guys. Just took out the highs.
There's a lot moving. As we said, you're going to want to focus. You can't absolutely jump to everything. DoorDash was never going to be in the pocket for me, but if you go to the daily, just quick, I did get my next profit take on Intel, but the market is trying to make moves. Okay, my daily's not even loading here, unfortunately for Dash. We'll get to that later. If my daily's not going to load, then I don't have time to go over it. Intel just got to what was VWAP, but also previous close, right? Like 37.30. If it can't bounce any further, you got to respect. That's decent on Intel when you get 20-25% counter trend as this market is still trying to come in a little bit here. Where the heck is Roku going? Seriously. Like this is a lot less. Like if it's going to buy up, like why is it taking so long to make a retest of this high? Usually Roku's very, very violent on an earnings day. So there was one Huadunk. It's very slowly climbing to the upside. I'm looking for only a failure through 72. If it takes out the high, do not fight this because 75 is a big one. But my eyes are on, like if AMD turns here, I probably want to be very careful reloading on Intel. That is for sure. And then one more to get over to because I absolutely cannot ignore you, SoFi. It's now through $8. So I can stick a fork in longs in front of 765. Got to look to see if it can hold that $8 level.
That's
that
super
could be
aggressive.
Yeah, it's super. SoFi is super aggressive. It does that. Like when you like the long, it's not day one or day two. It's when you give up on it that starts to go. Palantir is now holding underneath 18 again. So I might just have to try 18 one more time and be willing to take 2 or 3 shorts off of these levels if there's going to be any kind of a bigger pullback on this name.
Yeah, we just emptied a little bit there at 53 on PayPal. We're long at 53.08. We talked about waiting for that 53.05 fill, so that did come in. And I'm going to get out if this breaks 70. There we go. We're going to get out in 2 seconds here. There it is. So we'll hold on to a little bit, but PayPal not working off that 53. So put an L and a fail on that one. It did go to 54, but not holding. The reason why we get out of that is that if the market doesn't hold right now, then this Google position is a problem. You know what I mean? So we're going to get out of PayPal that clearly is not working on the long, right? And go into something that we've seen bounce off of levels that we are now long. right now, 128.19. We were waiting for a little bit lower of a bid, but that didn't really come in. So, and I don't know if we want to average in at all. I still have a small piece of PayPal, so I got out of 80% when it flipped through there. So be careful with that if you're just wondering like why I'm still in it. That's why, because I do have a small piece still. But we're going to wait one more chance here on Google. Hopefully it can get up. I mean, we've gotten some outs where, you know, we're going to be net positive if we took it out right here. It's at 26. We're long at 19s. But there it is, or 17s. There it is right there. We'll take some 27s. We're always trying to get that dime, so we just did that at 27. Now let's see if it goes back up to the upside. But what is coming back in right now is a firm, so we'll do that. I didn't even realize it went back up. I was too obsessed there with PayPal. But there goes a firm. That would have been another, I mean, that's the short again. Stupid me not sitting there. But all right, so we'll wait to see if a firm comes back up, but let's take some profit. I thought I was bidding 83s. There it is. We got it right there. So we'll hit the sirens for a 50-cent winner there. But honestly, we're going to be red right now on PayPal. But we are holding out hope here that this market wants to hold the 50 period, and so does Google. But for right now, guys, it's, you know, it's not moving. Do you have any stocks that are like, maybe it's Roku of the world?
Roku is still in the pocket. By the way, just
surprise.
I forgot about WeWork. I just put orders on WeWork. I want to short pops on that day too, just in case. I mean, I still like the short. I'm going to go baby on Palantir underneath 18 and then wait for it to make a real move at that $18 level again. But Roku's challenging that 72. So I'm looking for a fail at 72. If it fails this level, a quick in for the fade here. Intel's at that 37 level as well. So because of what I saw happening in the market and to that downside and where we were with AMD and some of the others, I did back off.
We got to wait.
I did not reload on Intel. I'm not going to either, unless we get a significant bounce off 37 or some real buying. So I'm going to take this. It'll be a tight stop on Roku. I should have had it the first time, but I was over on Palantir. But Intel is falling right into that 37. We got to bounce into VWAP. This is now challenging the bottoms here. If it doesn't hold on to 37 first time, I'm probably willing to get in and out a couple of times off of this level. If it's going to hold 37, great. But the market's holding highs. And while the first dip worked, that does not necessarily mean it's going to hold on forever. Definite weakness in the Intel here, despite the first one winning. And I look back over, like, NVIDIA just tanked $4 in there. We already talked about AMD. Yeah, some trouble for this Intel trade.
Yeah, we got out of Google, but look what's working now. This is why we hold on to a little bit. I mean, of course, now PayPal goes up and Google goes down, so it's like Bizarro world. But that is okay because, again, there's our Google trade out of it. It tried to take 28. I mean, you heard me get out something there, but again, falls down, so we'll still have to fail on that one, unfortunately. And this is what we said. I was like, we got to wait. We got to wait. Now, I thought waiting for Google down there was the right play, but I did remember saying Microsoft was a strong name that we wanted to get involved with. So there it is, right back into that 346 area. Ooh, that's yesterday's close, so that's a level for sure. But look at this market coming in though, right? So like you may not even hold VWAP. We're trying to bounce right now off 14.9. Obviously, if that can be the case, then that's fantastic. But how far do we want to hold this against ourselves is the real question. Those bottom wicks are 85 on MSFT. So if the market goes, great. But let's just put a bid here and see if, see, we put a bid in. I put a bid in at 13 on the bid, and then it shoots up like this, but that's okay. Hopefully it does, hopefully it comes back in and fills us a little bit. Oh no, Microsoft. We just talked about that at 346, so hopefully it comes in just a little bit there. Palantir is still doing absolutely nothing, so we'll wait. Every time I look over, it's at 1775.
So there was
right there, so yeah.
Just a couple of things here. I am in Palantir, but I'm out of Intel. Roku, tight stop the second time through. You saw this in the afternoon show. If I miss the initial trade, then there's only two things I'm going to play for the second time I trade that level. It's either less size or tighter stop. Pick one of the two, but I don't like it when I miss that first opportunity. So I went with the tighter stop instead. We'll see if that ends up being the right call. But the writer's strike,
there we go.
You're seeing big moves to the upside on Netflix. You're seeing big moves in Paramount. Writer's strike looking like it's over. But here comes, all right, here we go. Apple's at the high of the day. Amazon's now come in. It's now trying to bounce off pre-market lows. You can see where I have the line drawn at yesterday's high, but it's going to be the go zone for me if we can hold on to 138 here on Amazon. So Palantir is still there. Intel, I'm out of just about everything on it and I'm not reloading it unless I see something extreme in terms of this market catching a bid. But I do like Amazon holding these bottoms.
I think that just Janet Yellen is speaking or something right now. The market is coming back in
what, really?
Just a little bit here from what I can see. Move going to the downside here. We just got taken out again of Microsoft. So we're going to hold a little bit as, like I was saying, this market is pretty choppy to the downside right now. So which is so funny because it's like PayPal. We just ring the register there for 50 cents on PayPal after already losing initially and then making it back. We may not even be red on PayPal, by the way. And as if, get bent, Microsoft. It takes out that 345. We're still in a piece of it. We're long here at 345.40. So we'll get a piece out at 90, but we had way more shares, obviously. As things are just breaking back and forth a little bit here. Stupid. That's too bad because Microsoft, oh no, what kind of a winner would this be? Okay, but there it is, a move down for Microsoft and then move right back up. Oh, that's really too bad. We lost about there 70 cents on it, and as you can see, look where we just went to. Oh my God. Okay, so big time movement. Hey, we have a dollar club on Microsoft, but it's too bad because we got taken out something there at 345. But that's okay. We held on to it. It's back up to the upside. Ugh, too bad, Microsoft. Still your friend, but a nice move back up to the upside there for Microsoft. I hope some of you at least held some of that. There it is, right back to 346. You got to sort of push back a little bit on some of these charts because some of these moves are going to be pretty violent. Yeah, Treasury Yellen says U.S. will pursue economic integration with Indo-Pacific while protecting national interests. Again, more to come on all that.
Yeah, I think that doesn't seem like it's
Maybe
all that
it's
crazy.
nothing, maybe
I see your super chat there, Javi. We'll get to that in a quick second because I do not ignore Nicola when it's actually moving. Firm's holding on to that 20 level. I just wanted to do this. It's at the 50-period moving average. Above 20, there's resistance to 20.5. Like, that's what we're getting at. I don't think we've shown that daily chart. But above there, like, forget about it. Like, it's got 10% more to the upside. Apple is now, that was Sharif was just saying. Apple's right back at the 50-period moving average, which is a double top here. So, do I really want to fade it? Palantir's still holding 17.86. Palantir is moving in like a 10-cent range, which is odd for a stock up 20%. With the volume on earnings that it's doing. But that's what it's doing. So there's really not a move to make until it does something else. But if Apple doesn't make this breakout here, I mean, I don't know. Like, if it fails this level, it's probably headed in for VWAP. I did make the reload on Intel when the market held 14.9, so I allowed it to make a wick and then got back in underneath. I said, I need to see something particular. Big wick underneath. Market holds 14.9 and then decided I want that. Instead of standing in front of it, I waited for that to happen. We'll see if that ends up working out. But I did like that 37 level, so that's the well I went back to. Over to Roku again. Yeah, this is okay. Like, what are we doing here with Roku? It's just sliding very slowly to the upside. That is just also weird, like what Palantir's doing. SoFi is kind of gone off this 8 level. If there is a dip in the market, back into $8 would make some sense to me. But I'm not chasing moves at this point. Like, there's no way. Like, this has not been that kind of a morning. So I'll just go back to what we're in, getting orders on the way to VWAP because that's what you needed to do on Intel last time, given the weakness here. So we're going to take some profit. And as always, I want to keep an eye, like, you're bouncing on, okay, this is going to be good then because you're bouncing higher lows on AMD as well. Brendo?
SPAC, because why not? 80% for OLIT starting to get going here. Right now, back to $19. They approved a merger deal yesterday with a company called Syntec. So 84%. There's 2 million shares in this float. So could get a little squeezy here for OLIT.
That stock is OLIT. Okay. We actually got out of a firm there. We're not even. We did punch us into the long because we had a little bit too many, not too many shares we had covered. Remember, we were still holding on to 20% of that. So now that a firm is at the top, right now we can actually take some profit on this last little bit of shares. So we'll see there. There goes a firm. We just took some out there, and now we'll wait to see where it wants to go. to the high side now, maybe breaking higher and higher. What I want to talk about was Palantir. Palantir's at 18 again, so obviously a big liquidity event here. There's some nice volume there at 18, so watch out as there it goes. See you later. Palantir over 18 now, but will it hold? That's really what you're waiting for when this kind of stuff happens. You want to wait to see if it can hold that 18 level. So if you're, I know Neil was shorted. I don't know if you've added to it, but there it is right now. Palantir.
I just did the over/under.
Okay, so right there, Palantir now 17.95. So just be careful with it. Again, Neil's been trading it, not me. So I don't know if you want to go.
Just
talk about it.
very quickly, and I'm going to get to. I'll acknowledge that. I mean, I very clearly should have traded in Nikola, and I'll show you why in a second. But there was just another wick high. It just broke 18 on Palantir. The last time I had stop at 13. This time on the break, it went to 3s. So I just popped my offer to the local high. If it retakes that high, then I'm out. But that was a failed break at 18 just now that got about 3 cents. So I'm going to be bidding down into VWAP. Every time I play a failed break, I generally speaking on a trend upside, I'm thinking VWAP on it. And now that order's in, I'll show you Nikola. For everyone that was yelling Nikola, 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 well, you could have flat out bought $1 on Nikola. That's one of my favorite trades in the world, and I wasn't looking at it. So I'll slap the fail on that. You know how many times I've made that same trade for it to go 5 cents or 3 cents, and this one goes right to $1.15 if you just went long at 101. This is why I like the dollar level. It just comes down to you have an obvious out. You're never going to be, okay, you shouldn't be stubborn about it. I'm not saying you could never be stubborn. It's the reason we like trades off $100 levels, $50 levels, all that good stuff. But I missed out on that for sure. That's part of the problem about so many names moving on a day like today. Uh-oh, Amazon just cracked.
Did it? Is some stuff moving around here?
Yeah, Amazon just cracked a low here. Okay, now we're getting back into this 137 on Amazon.
Yeah, watch out for 15.9 or 14.9 right now. We're bouncing off that with the NASDAQ. So here's a nice little move back up to the upside. Let's go, softy. Hopefully this one can go. We are waiting to, again down here at 345, and that didn't fill again. So right now we do have this position still on board. The highest, I mean, I'm waiting for 347. So hopefully we can get up there because I'm just upset that we got out there. But again, you know, like we bought it, we sold those, and then we only really took right there a 40-cent hit right there. But now that you look at it where we are now, that 40-cent hit is obviously costing me $1 at the end of the day, or $1.40 because look where we are. So PayPal's starting to work again. I was going to buy some 53-ishes, so we're a little bit lower than that to see if that will hold the 52.50 area. Still hoping for some higher takes here today as the market's not really, I mean, when we talked about this market, you know, where it was at 9:30, this is where we opened. We're still right here right now. So it's not really moving around, up 1.2%. There's just been names that are going, right? And so even Palantir's been a little disappointing, still at $18. Let's just check out what Roku's doing right now. There's the take. Again, pretty calm for Roku, actually. Nice move down. It's funny because we said buy 68s. That only goes to 69 right there, but there it is, a nice move up to 73.50 and trying to go. Come on, softy, man, you can do this. Maybe we'll just get something out here at 53. 346.50. I'm at let's just keep it. I'm at 346.80, and there it is right now. So we'll spin the dollar club. You guys waiting for that? So there it is on Microsoft, but we're not out. We're getting greedy on this one, trying to get it up 30 more cents than where we are right now. I'm not happy with Microsoft. We've talked about that, taking that L down there, but please do as that guy says there and hit the like, subscribe, and have some fun with us here. It's Trader TV Live.
Yes, sir. And wow, Peloton almost got, well, okay, Peloton did get green, which is wild. I mean, it's another name that's depressed off earnings. And someone in the chat was just saying, watch out for Shop, watch out for Shop. Shopify, until it gets to $60, I think the price area I like for a fade is at 60. If it's not going to get there, then I don't want to trade it. Like Palantir's at 18, so Palantir 18. Intel's at 37, so Intel 37. But Peloton at $5. It would close at 480, so it's obviously green at that point. But Peloton at $5 has been a fail above that price. Any fail break at 5 on Peloton, and I'm going to like that as well. Again, these are a lot of heavily shorted names, so they can go squeezing. You already saw what happened to SolarEdge this morning, and there was something else that was down like 10% that also bounced. It'll come to me. But Solar Edge was the big one. I'm already forgetting what the other one was. But here is that dip on Amazon. It's already held once. If 14.9 is going to hold, then I wanted to see a consolidation down here. You're still only at 10 o'clock. So there's a chance that we get that consolidation, but you're still just spiking around. There's not much to work off of for Amazon. You could always make another leg to the downside. And if you're looking at the overall, I mean, look at Meta. Meta was arguably one of the strongest names in the afternoon, and this is just flushing. At this point, the market's holding up at 1%. Like, look at the NASDAQ. There's a reason I'm only in the same two names. Like, look at the NASDAQ just chopping around in this 50 handle range. And then look at some of these bigger cap tech names. It's just straight to the downside. So you're getting propped up by a few, and then you have other ones that are absolutely flushing. Well, let this calm down a little bit here before jumping into anything too crazy, because this is some wild price action. AMD just bounced off 106. That gives me some reason to look back at Intel and maybe buy another dip there if we get that 37 again. Other than that, just be very, very patient. As I said, if I see Shopify over 60 bucks, then it's on my radar for sure. It's 10 o'clock. Let's get to Brendo for happening now. And
we are going to get a number here as well at 10 o'clock, a couple of seconds to go, 20 or so. Factory orders for September, month-over-month numbers set to come through. 0.8 is the forecast, 2.4 though to the upside. The consensus on this, and then there's this X transportation, so they pull out anything transportation related as well, so 0.7 on that. 2.8%, so higher, much higher than expected there. 0.8 expected, guys, 2.8% on the month-over-month number for September. If you pull out transportation, 0.8 versus 0.7 there for factory orders going back to September. If you missed it this morning, initial jobless claims, 217 versus 210. That's going to help things out as well after what happened yesterday with Fed Chair Powell basically saying that they're not going to raise until they have to raise, which could also be next month, so stay tuned. Market, yeah, back to highs here on this latest move for the SPY. Anyways, I was just watching Tesla here, a little bit of a laggard overall with this move to the upside this morning. Yes, still 5% on the gap with the Chinese deliveries, but not much in the way of follow through so far for Tesla this morning. Brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. surgetrader.com/TTV will get you 10% off.
What I love is that you actually say /. I can't count the number of times I'm putting the wrong slash into things because I'm that person. Just one thing, Palantir is still holding that 18 level. If it pops and the local high was, like I said, 1803, that's a very, very tight stop because 1850 is the next resistance level. So if it pops here and I want to short it again, it's got to be the 1850. But you just said something about like Tesla. There we go. That's TSA. TSLA. Tesla is holding. There we go. Tesla's holding higher, up almost 5%. And that 212.5, which was previously resistance, now looking like very good support. There's a lot of room to get to 220. And it's just stair-stepping up into a market that's not doing anything. So I think Tesla is definitely relatively strong. And I think I'm looking for an opportunity to get into that one. I'm putting it in the bucket of strength. At least for now. Some of the other big cap tech names, not so much. You saw Meta, you saw Amazon, but Tesla's very squarely the other direction. Got to go back over to Palantir. As I said, it is a very tight stop, but again, you got to trade it the way you like it. And if I'm trading that level instead of 1850, I got to go to the daily chart to show you guys. Instead of like 18.5 on the daily chart, I'm not holding it 3% against me. Like I want to be short right underneath that 18, take a few shots at it. That way, if you lose, at least you can make it back on one trade, right? Because if I take 3 swings at this, then I want to make sure that I'm doing a risk to reward trade that's going to make sense for me and not blowing everything on Palantir. Even though that's one I wanted to be all over, it is what it is. Like it's not really flushing off that level, and I did miss the first trade. So if you miss the first trade, you don't want to fight it too much. Where are we going? I was going to go to Tesla, but oh yeah, it was Shopify, baby.
Oh yeah, what the hell?
So Shop gearing up for potential breakout. This was probably good off of 56. Again, it's all the things that weren't, like I liked the level, but I didn't like it for it to be the first look because I wanted to focus Palantir and Roku. Roku, but 56 holds really nicely. You saw it on the daily chart, previous resistance, 50 period. That's what you're looking for in a dip buy zone. It's got room to 60 to 62. That's where I think the short is. So any dip or consolidation, I like the long in this. I'm really just long off Intel because that's the only one that's at a level I like and bouncing off it the way I want to see. And we'll see what happens with Amazon at that 137. The problem with this market might just be, like, Apple keeps rejecting the highs, and we're not going anywhere unless one of these big cap names joins the party. Like, Tesla's not dragging the market up by itself here. It's not going to happen. So either Apple gets it, you know what, going through 177, or I'm still thinking short.
Yeah, I mean, the market is kind of spitting out some shorts here. So I think we're going to have to wait to make an opinion on where we're going. I'm going to try to buy some Apple. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. So I mean, siren alert right here, because why not? There it is right there for Microsoft. So we already got out at that 80 level. We talked about waiting for that, so that's what we did. And we took it out at 346.80. We still have a piece, though. So again, we're not out of the woods on any of these trades yet. We would like to see a little bit more of a take there. We did take some more out on PayPal, which, again, like some of these trades, like we got out, held it, came back, so it's working out for us right there. Microsoft trying to go, and then I want to buy the dips in Apple, but it's not great. Like it's not going, so I'm going to wait for 176. I'm going to try to be as patient as we can and try. I mean, I can be always more patient, but try to be extra patient right now and see if we can't get something to the downside here on Apple, and then buy some of those dips. And then the other name that I like was Google. I'm going to go over a couple other ones in a second, but I do like Google. Oh, Google's coming in right now here, so I actually got to pay attention to this one because I was watching Microsoft and thinking like, okay, you know, that's kind of the name that I want, but Google, I'm here to buy some 127.65s. So there it is. So now we're long. So now we're long Google. I was trying to play off this bottom of 127.50, but hey, if it loses that 127.50, the stop order's already in there. We had not made a great call on Google earlier. We were trying to buy 128s, and it didn't work. And then it went up, back up, tested the 50-period moving average, and then fell back in again. So this may not work out. Big tech here, pretty weak. We may have to rethink a lot of this right now, but we are long back into Google right now.
So SoFi's back at 8, so at least that's something which is setting up. And I saw some people in the chat saying things like, I don't like this price action. Yeah, I mean, if you don't like that kind of thing, you just sit out that open and look for like that. I, generally speaking, want to look for trades that'll trend for me. So like a fail break of the high that just trends down that fail break, or a continuation through a big level. I'm not really getting a lot of those senses, or just a long off of like a really big support level. So when I see Amazon 137, that looks like it's starting to be good. I mean, SoFi for the stair step up after earnings, now that you've blown out that high, like I like this, as long as we can hold on to $8. So we get back above 8, show some strength, and don't roll over on the market, then that could be solid. Otherwise, going to be very, very patient. I know Micron's making some moves as well. There's some small caps out there that a lot of people have been paying attention to. It's just they're not on the radar for me. I do want to go back over to this one because a firm took out that 250 and then hammered to the downside. So if you go right back to the daily chart, it just did the wick above like that 2050, which has been the resistance zone. So now it's actually broken and failed that break on a firm. So this is where I would want to get into a short to that high. So if it does, maybe one more pop in here, I'd go for the short to the high of the day on a firm. So like I look at that daily chart, that's giving me an entry that I like. I just don't want it too far away from that 20.5.
All right. So we are slowly trying to watch out for Google here as it's starting to go a little bit. So we're long at 65. We got some out here at 75. Hopefully it can get up to the upside right now. Again, pretty slippery as the NASDAQ is trying to break lower here. So just be careful. We did not get our Apple there. Unfortunately, it didn't go as low as I'd hoped. It came pretty close, though. It got to 176.20 or so. We're waiting a little bit lower for that one. Microsoft has come back in a little bit. Maybe we got to look for some shorts. Affirm's been a great trade right there. And it's been great off that 2050 area. So hopefully you guys are short there. But I just saw some nice size right there as well. $20. Whoops, now it's gone. $20.06. Oh, still holding out right there for Affirm. So there it goes. It just got taken out in pretty much one move there. Oh, here comes, there goes Google. So I was going to say, here it comes, there it goes. Google right there out. So we took some profits there in the 70s, and then it fell right back in, and we only took out about 40%. So that one's going to be a fail again. We've tried the longs here, and it just hasn't come in. Looks like Apple's trying one more time. We're going to have to flip over. The market's now breaking. We just took 14.9. So possible dip buy opportunity. We'll try it right now on Apple, but we are waiting a lot more down here at 176 just to see if it can push down on this fail of 14.9, get long near 176, and then get out a couple, maybe 20 cents or so lower than that if it does go. But here's a little tester on Apple. We're now 12 cents in the money on that. We'll take a piece out just because it's at 40. So it's a nice little dip buy opportunity right there. So again, just little undercover buys. You got to make some of these plays, help your nets out when you can right now, especially in this environment. So let's wait to see what we can get going here. But so far on Apple, yes, sir, nice little move back up. We'll take that, man. We'll ring the registers for 20 cents right there. It's what we lost on Google. We'll just make it right back there on Apple. But looking for more, We can't. It's only 10:09. It's not even like it's that late yet. So
it feels like a lot because there was so much movement in the pre-market and there was so much going on. So just one quick thing here on the NASDAQ. I'll show it in the 15-minute because you can't really see it on the higher time frame. So we just wicked underneath what was like that overnight breakout support level, and then you wick down to 14.88 and you're trying to hold on to 14.9. At the same moment, that 137 recovered on Amazon. I'll show you what happened as well in the name that I didn't get into, which is SoFi, and why I didn't get into it. But Amazon just did the wick, and I wanted it bouncing off 137. It did bounce. I got it back in on 137.10 underneath yesterday's closed by about 10 cents. So my stop is at the local bottom, which just barely did not break just now. So again, tight stops on these longs. And then SoFi just couldn't establish itself above $8. I still like it above $7.65, but if it's not holding 8, then why not wait for somewhere in the 770s if I'm going to do a dip buy on that stock? Like I had finished saying that, I'm like, yeah, look for some shorts, Neil. Still didn't short anything. So I'm a little frustrated by that for myself because like the last thing I said was I wanted to be looking for some shorts, and then the first thing I did was go over to that 137 play, which maybe it holds, maybe it doesn't. Affirm was an opportunity to get in that I might have missed. I don't think we're done with that. Like there's going to be ample opportunity. It's up 13%. There's ample opportunity if this flushes to the downside to try to get something without having to chase it. OJ's White Bronco says check the super chats. And just like I get into like one little bounce on Amazon, take it 137.10, it's instantly retaking the low of the day. Like that's how quickly these things are getting punked. I'm going to check that super chat in a second. Look, Intel's doing fine off that 37 level, so I'm going to hold on to this one. If the market completely rolls over, fair enough. I just don't have to reload it at 37. But like that's the thing that's been working. That's why it's the only thing you've seen me in pretty much from start to finish. And if anything, it's making lower highs running into this bottom. I don't see the super chat, so I'm going to try and find that for you guys. We never want to miss them, but it must have been a while ago. Brendo?
I did a double take on this one, and remember the Kodak days, but this is Kodiak. Not Kodak, KOD, 20% today on positive data from a trial related to, I'll double check on that. It was diabetes related, but a specific drug related to that, guys, for KOD.
Okay, we do have a short new position right now, so we'll wait to see. New position short on Intel just here. I'm going to try to get it. 30 looks like a decent high. 50, I would say, would be the problem child spot for me right there. So if that comes in, then we'll know we're wrong, and we will get out ASAP on that one. Good take on Apple, getting out there in the 50s or in the high 40s twice. Well, actually, one is 50 and one is 40. So, okay, so good job there. Hopefully it comes in. It didn't come in enough. It came to 09 there. Again, I guess we got to be careful what we're bidding. All right, there it is right now. Spin it. There's the Intel short. So, hey, man, we're here. We're here for all y'all. There it is, man, 37.14 to the downside on Intel. I didn't even wait for it. I saw it. I punched short. Didn't want to like mess around with it. There it is. Nice move down for INTC. So far, so good there on this thing. Let's put some 12s out. I didn't expect this to come through this quickly, but there it is. We'll get some 12s on Intel, and that's a good buy. So I don't know. It's not a good buy. It's a good cover, I should say. I don't want to buy any Intel right there, but nice cover of the short back in for INTC. And again, this is a big move for Intel in 3 minutes, so we will start to cover. We'll see about if anything down here at 37 flat. Obviously, a break lower than that would be pretty sweet if that does come in. So we'll wait. my next bid, actually I don't even have any bids, so I better put some out right now. Let's put something out at like 06s for this name, and then hopefully be able to ring the register down there as well. But now that I see this, okay, now we're into 11s. Let's put something at 10 just because. And there it is again, man. Let's go. Let's just drop down the cash here. Bye-bye, Intel. Ciao. See you later. Been nice knowing you. So can we get this 3706? Like I just put it there for fun. Is it going to hit? Looks like it might hit us there at, well, we already got 06s, so there it is. We're already out of some Intel, so spin the money there for this semi. So far, so good. Hey, man, we went long Apple, short Intel, and the Intel trade really printed. That's probably my best trade there. The Affirm one early on the snipe, and then this Intel right there, again, sort of off that high of 37.30 right now. So I'm still trying to get into some Palantir, though.
I want to see if that makes another higher low. If it makes a higher low, I'm going to like back into Intel, but we got the 37. I've moved, whenever you break VWAP or get to VWAP in a play like that, I'm going to move my stop from the local bottom to the even dollar, like pretty much where I got in. Like when it's going down, give it to the local bottom. When it's already established, it's made a bounce, then you make it break even. So OJ's White Broncos had to share the profits accumulated at the end of last week, Monday, cashing out this morning. Trader TV is invaluable. By the way, Fonzo had a goatee, 7 out of 10. So thank you very much. We appreciate that. I want to shout out the viewers. And then we got the Nikola one. And I regret not trading Nikola today. I'll give you that. I regret not trading Nikola. I'll admit that. I should have just been at that 101 like I always am. And I just didn't do it today. Moderna made its SSR bounce, but is failing at 73. I think when a stock is making an SSR bounce, you want to get out of its way. But then when it starts to roll over, previous support 72, failing 72, this feels like an opportunity to be short. Any kind of bounce off VWAP, I want to be fading that move over there in Moderna. So I've taken just about everything out until the only question I'm going to ask is, do I like it a third time? It's gone 37 to 37.30 twice. If it can bounce here, show me pep in its step and the market holds up, then I would go into it thrice. But I need that condition. As far as the firm goes, if it gets back up above 20, I think that's a fade because that 2050 definitely held to the downside. And then this name, it's been a while, but hey, if NEO's going to go up 5% off bad delivery numbers, and it's going to get close to that $8 level and turn off of 8, I think this can be shorted on the next available pop as well. Give it to that $8 if you can get in the 90s. That's a good R&R. And Palantir back to the local high. So 18.25 is about that local high. I want to keep taking shots at this level, but only to the short side. I do not want to chase Palantir above that 18. And Shopify, the other earnings play, still holding higher. It doesn't want to get to 60, unfortunately. That's where I think the short can start. But this is relative strength. It is just holding above its breakout while the market is continuing to go lower. If the market catches a bid, maybe we don't even get VWAP here, but I'm looking to be buying a higher low if I'm going to join this Shopify trade. It's just not making one yet.
Guys, Intel right now. This short was Print City. We're gonna buy some 01s. Like was not expecting this, and I just saw it sort of flash in again. So I didn't even have a bid out there. Should have. It went to 01 there. Okay, just real quickly, Apple. I mean, let's go. Awesome. Shout out to Sharif, who I know has been buying some Apple down there. But there's Apple right there, 176. We bought it. There's the 15s. There's the out at 57. Right there for Intel, I keep saying Intel, for Apple on that move to the upside. So far, so good. As we're ringing registers right now on Apple, up 50 cents, or I guess it was 40 cents up there. So that was a good trade for me up on the upside right there. We do get that Intel 01 fill right there. So like Intel, Apple, Affirm have all been real good. The other ones not so good, although Microsoft's been good on the hold back up. That was a great take. Wow, okay. I thought I was, we're bidding 45s, so we're not bidding 45.50. But there that goes, and here goes Apple again, man. I mean, this is exactly what we said. We said we wanted to be long. Remember I went on that little rant? I was like, long, 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 and I said, but we gotta wait for Apple to baseline, and that's exactly what it did right there at 176. It gave you, it only told you 176 long for about 40 minutes right there. We finally got involved at about 10 minutes ago. So nice move to the upside right there as we're holding about 50% of this trade left for Apple. And the reason why is that we're below VWAP right now. So if it continues to go up, fine. We'd like to take that trade, but at the same time, the market is vulnerable when you're underneath 14.9 and you're trying to get underneath VWAP. But there it goes. Nice bump up there for Apple. Good out for Intel. I think we'll take another out right now at 04 for that. But Apple's really starting to go now, man, back into the 60s. Let's just take another fill here at 58. And there it is right now. We're going to try to have some diamond hands on this one here today. Intel, good trade. Softy, $1. PayPal, 60 cents. Apple, 50 cents.
Yes, sir. And the market's semi-bounce in the market. I mean, you're still in a very, very tight range, but PayPal holds on, not PayPal, SoFi holds on to the breakout price at the open, which was $7.95. So it's given a consolidation to get into. If it can hold $7.90, I want to get in the 90s. I want to add if it gets above $8. Again, $8, a big, big level on this name. If it's going to hold it, great. Intel seemingly wants to hold 37 at least for now. And then Shopify, there's no dip in this stock. It's holding the top end here. I probably just have to take a breakout. I think there's room to 60 to 62, and that's where I think the short is, like up here, like breaking 60 and then getting into this range. I think that's where I would be looking for the short. Until then, I'd favor the long. This is one of the stronger names that I've seen today. It's up 21%, and yet it is one of the strongest names holding these highs pretty well. Why Brothers United? What's going on with AMD? AMD hasn't been the one I've been looking at too much. Like 105, like under 106 to 105 was where I wanted the long. It didn't really bounce there. You're essentially just going from previous close, 108, down to 106, to 108, to 106, and now you're back at that 108 level. So you're just barcoding this $2 range on AMD, but you're at the highs while the market's bouncing off the low. So AMD looks strong once again. Like I wouldn't fight that one to the short side at this moment. That's just my take.
I'm trying to make sure that I have, because I know I had some AMD orders out there, but for right now, we did focus on Intel. I know Neil's been on Palantir, I have not, but I'm looking at it now, and it's kind of like just kind of hanging out here at 1830. It's been a huge move for Palantir today, and you know, obviously my focus, we just got some more out of Apple, by the way. We talked about that a little bit. I am going to get some out of Microsoft as well. But wait a second, maybe not. Let me just go over here to Microsoft and rapidly cancel. We were at 346.40 right there, thinking about getting out, as we've had a nice move up again right now. We do have natural gas coming through as well at 10:30 today, so there's lots of stuff happening. Microsoft $1, PayPal 60, Apple only 30 cents right now. Possible there for a flush back in, but watch out for that Palantir high of 1825. You know, I like it. It's just dangerous trade, I feel like, to go short Palantir right now. But that 1825 is a safe one there. Oh, man. Okay, yeah, lots always to talk about. I feel like Neil's already said this a couple of times today. There's a lot to trade.
There's too many earnings names today.
I know, and I'm not even really on any earnings plays, to be honest with you. We're on PayPal, and then we had that Affirm news, which was good news, and then, of course, we sit in Apple and wait for some more positive news about that. But there's Palantir, possible short area up here at 1820. What's up, Adara?
Lots of small caps are up, but also trading news today is provided by Benzinga Pro, which is the official news source of Trader TV. It's also a game-changing tool for active investors. Lots of updates, lots of news, and you can actually click the link in the description and use the coupon code TTV for a whole 50% off for life. So definitely take advantage of that. In terms of small caps, we have Omnilit acquisition. This one was mentioned earlier. This is a SPAC, OLIT, up about 200% pre-market. Not up that much now, but we are still trading up about 50-60% after on Wednesday they announced the merger with Syntec, and it's been approved by shareholders. Keep an eye on this name going into the rest of the day. We also have Lemonade Inc., LMND is the ticker for this one, and it's been rising, as you can see here, quite the jump after reporting strong Q3 earnings. Last but not least, we have Selectus SA, and so U.S.-listed shares of this name are continuing to trade higher. This is the two-day runner after yesterday. This one is trading higher because it has reached an agreement with AstraZeneca. It also has earnings coming up on Monday, so keep an eye on this name. Keep an eye on all these small caps, guys.
Specifically, specifically, Lemonade is a 34% short float. 34%. Like, there's not at this point with the market pullback, there aren't that many names that are still holding that high shortfall. So up 38%, then put it into perspective. Okay, my weekly is not loading up there, but to put it in perspective, it's already at the 200 on the daily, maybe resistance up at like 16.5. But this is flying. There was so much to go over this morning. Usually I actually go over the Lemonade report because I used to own the stock, but I didn't even bother reading it this time. I'll probably do that on the train home or something like that, so I can't give you any real insight except for what the chart looks like. 35% short float is what you need to be concerned with. Shopify did take out the local high. There was instantly a refresher up here. Like the first 50 pennies in the money, someone was immediately a refresher in front of this. Maybe it's a $60 level, I don't know, but it is headed to the upside. It's up 23%, but it was just chilling at these highs the whole way, so we liked it for relative strength. Now it's starting to go. If it breaks 60, I think it's got some serious room to run. Definitely has a decent chance to get to that 62 area, but I want to be joining it above 60 if it can hold above that, or adding to it. Darwin, iced tea, not lemonade. Yeah, I am more of an iced tea person than lemonade, and not, I will definitely agree with that statement, although I don't really drink much of either one of them, but if I had to pick, I'm probably going iced tea.
Guys, you knew when I started talking about Palantir that it was hopefully going to be a good trade. We took it right there, Palantir. So let's spin the cash again for that. There it is right now. See ya. We got 18.17. We pretty much have the high of the day short on Palantir. There it is, dropping into 18 bucks. Let's go, guys. There it is, man. Slap a fail on that one. But we got the short back in. It's been a great day for Palantir. And as a Palantir investor, we don't necessarily like this short. But as a day trader, we do, and there it is right there for Palantir. So once again, man, there it is. Good trade for Palantir on the downside, but let's just wait to see where it goes. I mean, I think it can go a lot lower than where we are right now. So Palantir, man, there it is. We put on our hat. We'll go 1 for 1 there and wait now to see how low can it go. I mean, I think we could bid 92s here. This is flushing pretty good right now for Palantir. I mean, there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. We'll go cash money. Bye-bye, Palantir. We've got this one on board, baby. We still got 30%. Let's go. Nice move downside there for Palantir. Thank you so much for Brendo doing the Randy roll there and bringing that in. But wow, that was hot fire right there on PLTR, guys. I hope some of you hit that. It's a good day here. PLTR making that money back in. 75s now. Okay, Palantir, I don't know what this flush is about, but we will.
Failing 18 again.
Yeah, we will take that money and run, man. That was honestly, man, there it is. That's probably. I keep saying, like, this is my trade of the day, but that one there on Palantir probably does the trick right there. So good move down, man. That's the good trade for me. 40 cents right there. That's pretty decent. And the market didn't even fall. So I don't know if all of you hopped on that trade or what, but that was a good move back in for PLTR and a register ringer. That is for sure.
Yeah, it's failing the same levels. You trade your own style. I'm only shorting it when it fails 18, and I'm holding for VWAP and underneath. So to me, putting up to 20 to 25 profits when it goes 20 to 25. And then if it goes lower, fair enough. But I just don't believe in Palantir up here. I mean, the market can always be strong. This one doesn't make that much sense to me. I didn't reload Intel. Could have, but the way it was going, I wanted to see a little bit more of a solid consolidation down there. I probably could have. If we break 37.30, I'm looking 37.5 at this particular point. I am into SoFi now, so that's the newest position in this little consolidation, $7.90 to $8. So it did a nice little bounce. If we can hold on to $7.90 and break back out, I think this can get back into $8.15. SoFi has this tendency to do this after good earnings where fall apart, take some time to recover, and then break out when you've forgotten about it. So it's doing that thing where it breaks out when you've forgotten about it. I want to join here and look to see if we can get that continuation that we want. SMCI is weak. I'm hearing some people say super micro. That is very, very weak. That's not a little bit weak. Sorry, there it is. The chart didn't load up. 7% to the downside here. But, I mean, it just bounced off 230. So there was a day, Sean was gone, I was trading next to Max, where this was my best stock of the day, and my response was, I actually don't want to trade the stock anymore. Because when I went over the trade and asked myself, hey, this won, and it worked out, and my thesis was correct, but had it lost, what would it have looked like? And the way the spread was on this stock and the way it was trading, had I lost, I would have lost much more than I expected based on what I thought the spread and slippage was going to be. So I decided I was just not going to trade the stock anymore. So it was a winning trade, but I asked myself, if it had lost, was the risk to reward what I thought it was? And it was absolutely not true. So I don't trade this name, but look at it on the daily. This is major, major support at 230, and then even bigger if it got down to 213. So do with that whatever you want. I did not see this. It was not on my radar, but that is a gigantic support level at the 230 on SMCI. And if this market's bouncing, I mean, what's NVIDIA doing right now? Yeah, NVIDIA's bouncing. So you've got some confluence if you like that long, but I don't trade that stock. I'm pretty much done with it because it's based on the spread. The same thing happened to me on MicroStrategy one day. I was like, ooh, look at this MicroStrategy trade that just won. And I got out of it, saw the slippage through the level, and was like, that was ridiculous. Why was I in this trade? Even though it won, just not enough liquidity. So Intel back up to 37.30. If it fails here again, I just get out. Should have reloaded it, but is what it is. You can't have them all. Shopify, I think I like this. If it comes back in here, I'm sitting at like 59, looking for a little bit of a dip buy in there. It hasn't broken 60 yet. Like 60.00 is the actual high of the day. So back into 59, I'll try and get a reload on the way to a potential 60 break on Shopify.
All right, let's just do chicken dinner winner. We'll find out what is for lunch again here, but you know, you guys ask for dollar winners. So what about $2 right now? Microsoft right there, the big one again. So if you're looking for this kind of trade, that's it, right? We talk about having different styles. Neil explained Palantir there. You know, my style, go for a little bit bigger winners, right? And so there's Microsoft right now. We actually talked about this yesterday. How we're trading and how this name goes. So there it is right now. Nice move upside there for Softy, and it's continuing to go. So let's just wait. Remember when we canceled our offer right there on Microsoft? We canceled it. Now it's back up. It's into the high of the day right now. So this is getting to be maybe a little bit exhausted. It's a nice move up there for the NASDAQ. And man, did we clean out on Palantir as well. But maybe Microsoft is getting to a spot now where we can think about emptying out at 347.50. So let's do that. Apple, by the way, I mean, come on, Apple, let's go. 177 right now off that. Sharif, man, dollar on Apple, 176 to 177 right there. So that's going to be a nice move as we'll cash some out. And then what did I tell you about how much I like Softy, my guy, right there? We're long at 345.50 as Microsoft is almost, well, it is $2. It was just $2.20, but we got to get out of it right now. I just don't know. Not gas out right now. If we could take $2 on Microsoft into some areas of resistance, then I think we should probably grab that right now. We're back into Intel. I'm not sure if the short was great early. Let's just see if it prints out, man. We're short at 27 on a reloaded position, but it's not very many shares. So we're still going to wait for 37.50 to break, but the market's upside, so it's a little bit nervous. Look at Palantir, guys, again, right back into VWAP here. So we're going to put another bid. Boom, there it is right now.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Nice move there on Palantir. Wow, they're at 45 cents. And like we said, man, there it is. It's a big deal right there for PLTR today on earnings. So it's a nice move back in for Palantir. Wow, we're still in some of this. So we still got 50 cents on this name, $2 Softy. Wow, look at this name, man. Look at PayPal. Bang. I mean, again, I need to. And again, just to Neil's point about trading your own style, like PayPal right there, we wrote down 53. You know, it's at 54.20, but unfortunately, when it went back down through 53, we got out at 52.75. It's a good thing we held some of it because there goes PayPal back up to the upside. Okay, we haven't done too much crypto today, but we'll do some now with Adara at the big desk.
Interesting note of interest from Marathon over here, Mara. This one is Bitcoin miner, and they're actually testing BTC mining with methane gas from waste landfills. This is actually interesting because crypto has generally been not super green, so this will definitely be of note. It's actually a project in Utah, and it's already operational. The stock is up about 6.5% right now, so it's definitely one to check out. An interesting story. In terms of Bitcoin itself, down a little bit right now, still slightly positive on the day, though, up here. We are dancing kind of close to that 35,000 mark here. We're at about 34,800, up about 75%, or 0.75% on the day, sorry. Ethereum also positive about the same amount. Other than that, pretty mixed. Some of these names, though, like Solana up about 5%. In general, pretty mixed, but mostly positive. And we also have a note from Brendan about Ford.
Yeah, first ratification vote on the UAW contract, guys, getting 82% approval. That's from Bloomberg, so that's just coming across again. 82% approval on the ratification vote for Ford.
Oh, for Ford. I was going to say, I was like, which one? So good to know for Ford. You'll see I'm out of Intel. Oh, it hasn't hit yet. I'm out of Intel. I trailed out of Intel. You'll see that in a second. But because I didn't mention this morning, Coinbase 85. The Coinbase high is 83, and it's at 81.5. So maybe we're not bullish enough to get there. But if you get to 85, the daily chart's been telling you what that's been, and that's been a short. So it is what it is. I don't think we pressed. At the open, it felt like that was going to be the case. So I'll ring the register. Don't want to look the gift horse in the mouth. The market is at a spot where it's trying to roll over on a lower high. And I said if we started to fail this breakout, I would just get out of Intel. It's flat into a 1% market. It might have made a bottom at 37. But if this is going to be a stair step to the upside, then let's see it hold VWAP, and then I can just jump back into the trade. So there's one thing I was in from start to finish at the open. It was this off of the 37 level, but it's really only giving you that 1%-ish type move. I did take another bid there on PLTR. So flush, bounce VWAP, flush, bounce support 17.6. Now I'm looking at this pre-market breakout level at 17.20. It's still stair stepping to the upside. And I want to get back over to some big cap tech names. Specifically, the only one that has not really been looked at today. Well, okay, it's been looked at, but Meta is now trying to go back into the green. This was, I want to say this was the biggest dropper in some ways. Other things drop bigger percentages, I'm sure, at the open, but it felt like it was the heaviest one, and it's catching a bit off of 310. So remember, resistance 310, breakout. If it can get back above your afternoon consolidation 312, this would be a nice breakout. If the market goes and takes out the high, you've got $5 to $6 worth of upside here on Meta if it can really start to get going. Shopify, that's something we're actually in here. On the 15-minute, okay, the 15 minutes, let's look at the 3-minute chart here. Dipping off that 59 level, so we had breakout into 60, dip into 59, which in theory goes right back into 60. I'll get an offer in front of there. If it can't break 60, then this is up 21% at that point. If it double taps 60 and fails, I don't need to be holding on to it too far. I'm going to have a stop at 58.5. And then SoFi, I mean, it just dipped again off that 790. So that's a reason to try to get more here. So I'm going to get more. I actually just saw this happen. Like it dipped down, didn't break the consolidation 790. So add at 95s, which we still like, and then hold on for dear life. Affirm never gave that other chance. So when a stock is doing this at VWAP, if I think it's a long, then it would be long underneath VWAP because you're looking for the accumulation. And if I think it's a short, then you want to short. I'd want to short it when it's breaking VWAP to get yourself better price, but then B, sell off of that key VWAP level instead of trying to hold through VWAP. And Affirm's barcoding off of this level right now. So not much to do with Affirm except wait patiently, I think.
Yeah, we're doing that with Palantir as well. I mean, I wish I would have known that this dramatic move was that dramatic, but here it is. We took some last pieces out there at VWAP. It is starting to fall back in, and this could be a good cover spot right now. I was just going to tweet that out because 1758, 1760 here just is held every time we've fallen back down. But we already took a lot out. Like when this broke through 18, that was really great. Like that move at the 50-period moving average. Again, we're going to trade a whole bunch of different styles. I think that's what's, what I've been sort of learning lately is, you got to play support and resistance, then you got to wait for moving averages, and you just got to play strength, relative weakness. And I just think that obviously Palantir is relatively strong, but right now it got up to that level, which, remember I was ho-humming it, so we put it on. And again, if you're going to go for risk to reward, that's the most important out of all of this. I was getting out if that broke through 25s, right? And so we're short right now at 17. So 8 cents worth of a risk for 50 cents worth of a win. So obviously we only have one piece left, so the risk to reward doesn't really matter. But that's where you get out right here. When you're taking, when you're risking 8 cents and you're in the money about 20, that's pretty good, especially on an earnings play. But I don't really look at all plays like that. So you got to be very, very careful. I was scalping out of Palantir, like we said, real quick. I'm going to try to be here to show you guys that you can hold and make money on some of these longer plays as well. So we're going to see about that with Microsoft. So this is the one that I'm trying to get out right here back at and near the high of the day right now for Softy. So we are a couple pennies away from putting $2 in our pocket right now on Microsoft. So we are right here right now at 40s. That's just been the high. So if we get something out now, that will be it for Microsoft. We'll put $2 in our pocket. And I hope everyone's enjoying the show because it's been a super fun day here today. We did take a couple shares early on Google and lost on Google, but it's a good thing we got out of the way there. The long was definitely not right. That's, you know, and again, in talking fairness, right? We've been 8-2, 7-2, 7-1, blah, blah, blah. Today we're going to go 50-50 right now because we're down on PayPal because of that. Hopefully this can still go, but that'll be close. Microsoft, Google. Okay, I got to get going here because Apple right now is $1 in the money right there. But here we go. Let's see what happens now with Apple. Apple is exploding now back up to the upside. So far so good on that trade.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, we're not going just yet. Roku's at 75. So that's the first thing. I'll get to SoFi in a second. It might be in an ad spot, but this is the area. And again, when you talk about, like, I only wanted to fade Roku. So this is me fading it at 72, and this is me not holding it anywhere past those levels. So if you like the long, I probably would have been long, but I didn't. I like the short, and this is how you stay alive there. Because what I don't want to have happen, and let's say a short like this that worked would have been the other day, say Meta. Like, I want to make sure that whatever that loss is, well, what if I make on one like that, it's 2x, 3x. That's the matter. That's what matters. But 75 is the next level up. It's through it, which Roku, it's going to break levels, and you have to give it some wiggle room. But if it doesn't fail here, then I'm not even sure. Like, maybe $80? I have no idea. But let's go to the screen for Adara and Sector Watch.
Lots of strength across the board right now, of course, propelled by really strong earnings from a lot of companies here. You're seeing a lot of strength in electronic technology, with the Qualcomm earnings impacting a lot of these chip names, although AMD and Intel are notably down just a little bit, so that's of note. But also interesting will be relative weakness. So we have Meta relatively weak within the technology services area. Microsoft also a little bit down. Or not down, but it's definitely not moving as strongly as, say, Adobe or Google here. Also of note, we have Amazon, pretty weak here in retail trade, just slightly positive right now. Health services down, UNH down a little bit right now, guys. Pretty weak. Communications also weak, getting weaker. We have strength in energy minerals, consumer durables led by Tesla with the Chinese delivery numbers. And health technology pretty mixed, but it is led by a very strong Eli Lilly after its earnings this morning. Pfizer down there though, guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. Love that sector watch. I mean, a lot of times, and again, it's by default. You're going to trade a lot of big cap tech names. You're going to follow the names that are active, so small caps, earnings, that kind of thing. And then you miss out on, hey, what's going on with oil? What's going on in healthcare? Okay, today you can know what's going on in healthcare because Eli Lilly reported. But looking at Roku, but it's not really failing here, so I can get away from it for a split second. I got that reload on Shop. It's back 59.30s. I want this getting closer to 60 if the market's going to be taking out highs. Then I feel like this should be getting closer to 60 at this point. Shout out to Ian Respeto. Thank you for the super chat. AMD along today, 106. Where could you see this one heading today? The other super chat, thank you for another flow. Appreciate the super chats. We don't ask for super chats. The only thing we ask you to do is
like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
I mean, Sharif is back today. So obviously, that's what we have to hit. I mean, we hit it when you're not here anyway, Sharif, like 3 times a day. But where can AMD go? You got to like it. Come on, man. The people want to see it. So all I'm doing is hitting the button that they want to see. But AMD, channel break on the daily chart. If you're looking at where it can go, the last double top was like 110 to 112. So until it gets to there, I mean, I don't think there's any obvious resistance. And even then, like, this has not been a stock that has respected the same level for resistance all that much. It's generally respecting channels. So I almost fully expect it to break 10 and then look at the 112 level if it's going to continue to run. But I got a few other things that we like to the long side at this particular moment. AMD, though, very, very strong now, holding this trend up. Once it broke this channel, respect the fact that this is now just a different stock than it was Well, yesterday. I mean, because that was earnings, right? So, well, 2 days ago.
Yeah. Oh no, for AMD it was yesterday.
But I mean, it's a different stock than it was 2 days ago.
Yeah,
It's
well,
just because it was channeled down.
Every
Like every
stock.
pop was a short the pop for the last few months on AMD, and now it's broken the channel up. So you got to show it's give it its due, regardless of what you think about it.
Yeah, and that's what. Wow. I mean, I think most of these stocks are different stocks from yesterday at 2:30. It seems like. I mean, this
That also.
a monster move in the Nasdaq, up another 1.3%. And you guys can see this, man. There's the money, $2 plus right now on Google, on Microsoft. We're out of it. We took that profit. So again, I know there's some people there looking for, and this is what I said there. There was someone in the chat that was like, he doesn't want any of these little back and forth, little scalpy trades. You have to trade your own style. So I'm out of Microsoft, and if you want to hold it forever, like Ian there on AMD, I think that's great. Just trade your style. On that note, we're short again. We're not short too many shares, but we are short some shares anyways. But again, Intel off this high of 37.50. So we're short here. We're taking some profits at 38s, and I think we got a 36 fill. We got a 37 fill right there, so we can get it right now if you want it. We're short at 42. I'm expecting a little bit of a pullback. We did get that bid there at 26. So something back to VWAP, back to the 20 period of 31s would be nice as well. But I wouldn't be surprised with this market at highs if this does start taking names again, back up to the upside and hits that 50 period moving average. So, that's the 200 period. So we'll watch out for that. Apple, man, the banger of the day for me, as there it is, man, 176.20. We put this on live. Again, as we were trading, we talked about it. We actually talked about we bought this rate live on the air, obviously. And there it is, nice move upside for Apple. Talking about the strength, we knew we wanted to buy it. We bought it off VWAP right there. Maybe we should tag Brian Shannon. Another huge move right there upside. And this is what I mean about I can trade with you guys. All different, right? We all can. There's the style. You scalp out a little bit against the day's high at that time. Then you hold, it breaks higher. We get some out at 177. You know, now you hold for the dream upside right now. Someone has bacon or something right now behind us or somewhere. But nice move up to 177 right now. That reminds me.
I see where it is.
Yeah, somebody over there is going to have to pay the piper soon. Nice move back upside right there for Apple. So good move there. We'll wait to see if Intel can do it. And by the way, man, on Palantir, we're here for that one on Palantir, as we'll put on the hat as an investor, but you could see the day trade right there. Palantir now 70 cents in the money on this short. I'm here for that. Palantir downside. Oh yeah, by the way, a $2 winner on Microsoft, a $2 winner on PayPal on board right now as well. $1.15 on board with Apple, and measly 3 cents currently on Intel.
So when I see something like this, I have to point it out because I'm taking a breakout long on Pinterest if it gets above 345. This is the pre-market. This is the break. It got from 30.5 to 31 right quick, right back in, and did this barcode. Yesterday, when the same thing happened in the afternoon, remember I was sitting in this short pretty much the entire afternoon for this flush, and then just got out when it broke out, and I didn't reverse into a long yesterday. And then it absolutely ran. Well, now it's above $30 on the daily. That's 30 on the daily. There's still probably resistance to 31, but 30 to 31 is obviously pretty good. So if we break this out, I don't know how long it's going to sit here doing this, but it sat there for like an hour in yesterday's trade, and then after Fed, it made the break. So if this is going to take 20 minutes to do, or 5 minutes to do, or an hour, the second it's above like 45, I'm just going to go into the long. We have multiple stop orders we can use. There is one stop order that we use where it actually shows like where the limit order is going to be if it breaks that high. So this is not me. Like, it can't really be bidding above. This is an actual stop order in case it breaks that local top. And that's the only reason I have it in there. But I don't see that kind of a barcode very often. And when I see it, I want to take advantage. With 15 minutes to go, I'm going to go back over to Affirm. Affirm is doing a similar barcode. But if it breaks higher, I want to fade the breakout into that 2050 level. So it's a very similar move there on Intel, SoFi. Like, it's still, so remember I was saying, like, if something's at VWAP and I like the long, well, I want the long here in the accumulation. Then if it breaks VWAP, it's like go, go, go. because a lot of times if you're bearish on it, you want the fills over. So sometimes VWAP is the thing that I'd rather be trading away from instead of like shorting because it's underneath VWAP. But no, I want the accumulation. If I'm out, then it's breaking 790, so about 5 cents plus slippage. And asking about TGTX, things have really calmed down now. So this small cap, well, low float name. Sometimes it's a low float first, and then it's a small cap. So TGTX, it's already made one big move. So here's what, when you Hwadunk and then you get to this level, this is a bag holding level. Until it breaks $12, there are going to usually be sellers at a level like this because it just went 7 all the way to this Hwadunk level, then you have a gigantic gap to be filled. So until it gets to $12 on this specific kind of a play, it's just like those reverse split and it's already made the bounce. It's like, okay, well, until it breaks the local high from the reverse split, I think you want to be very careful chasing the top of the move because the stock does this for a reason. So watch out for that $12 level. If you're already in it, great, but if you're chasing it up here, note that $12 is big resistance and your support's all the way down here at 10. So it's at 11, dollar to resistance, dollar to support, that's in the middle of no man's land. Longs off of the 10 level are good, but you're already in those. So I'd be sitting there waiting for it to take out 12 and hold higher. Another one that we haven't really paid too much attention to, Tesla is really, it's gunning higher. And my over-under was the 12. It was this level here. So unless you took the dip buy at 930, you didn't really get a chance to trade off of this level. So that's the only reason I can explain why I'm not in Tesla is you had to buy it at 930. Otherwise, I didn't like the R&R. So this is still pretty strong. I think maybe you're looking at VWAP in here. If you're shorting a big cap tech name, like if Meta cannot break this 312, then maybe this is the one to be shorted. It's still relatively weak. I'm hoping for a firm. It doesn't look like that's going to come into play. And then the other one I'm looking for is Roku, which is now starting to roll over at this price. So now I'm seeing some weakness in Roku. I had one shot at it at 72. It should have been 2, but it was only 1. And I'll take the first shot. I think looking at it right here on Roku. 26% to the upside. And it's not the only one. That's what's crazy today.
Now I want to check out what is a firm doing today. Oh, it's too bad we didn't stay in that short. Okay, a firm, we got stopped out, so that's all. We got stopped out right there. We had that short. A firm still top stock here. Yeah, and I want to give a big shout out also to D Loaf because shout out to you, D Loaf, there, talking all about this Palantir trade. So thank you so much for the kind words. And then honestly, it just touched the 200 period moving average. We should have been out there. So that was something there that you could have taken for sure back down there on that out for PLTR, and it's my bad. Should have done that and did not. So yeah, that sucks now that I see that. But hey, hopefully you did, Mr. D Loaf, right now. So okay, unfortunately we still do not have what is for lunch, but everyone's second favorite segment at the big desk right now with Money Talks.
Very rough day for the USD right now. Here's the DXY. We are seeing quite a drop. We have a lot of economic news too, both in the pipeline and recently. So we did have yesterday the Fed rate decision. Rates will be unchanged for the time being. We also got non-farm productivity this morning. So the change in labor efficiency, this was up from the expectation, but it was down from the previous number. So that is, sorry, it was up from the expectation and the previous number. My apologies. We also have NFPs tomorrow, service PMI, unemployment rate, and ISM services tomorrow. So lots of data to keep an eye on. Also of note, so the USD to GBP, the Great British Pound, also to the downside for the USD after the Bank of England has decided to keep rates on hold, and its yields have gone down as well in response to that. So as you can see here, weakness in the USD, also in relation to the sterling right now, guys.
All right. So the market took out the highs. Oh, go ahead. Oh,
No, I think
Pinterest broke up on that consolidation or whatever you want to call this. Barcode, iceberg, whatever it is. It just broke up, so I'm into it. It's not rapid yet, but the market just took out the highs. TLT just took out the high of the day. So very rapidly, the only thing that's short that's holding is obviously Palantir's under VWAP, but yeah, everything else looking like it's going to be strong. The new position is going to be that Pinterest. This would have happened regardless of what happened to the market. I was going to take that breakout no matter what. It just so happens to coincide with the market making a high.
So I just want to talk a little bit here because, yeah, we missed out on that Palantir out. That's my bad. But not really. I mean, I'm happy to be in the. You got to be in the trade in the first place, right? So I'm happy with that one. But Intel. So Intel's up here at 50. I don't like the market. I mean, I love the market breaking out. I mean, hold on. Let me slow that rhetoric down. But we're long right here right now. So, or sorry, we're short on Intel against a market that looks like it wants to go. So I feel happy with getting some out now, even for the L. We just took something out there at 47. We're preserving the dubs that we've already had on this stock, right? So I do have another bid for flat here at 45, as we're short 44.5 right now. So it'll be half a cent. If we can get that, we'll get that right now. But look at this market go. Obviously getting out of Microsoft $1 ago was a problem, but if you're still in it, then spin it. Because that's $3 right there for you. That was a good one. If you're in it, spin it. I like that. All right, so we will wait to see what does happen with Softy. But as you can see, and what I'm talking about is getting out of this short here for Intel, because AMD probably took 110 there. Or no, it didn't. It fell back in. So okay, maybe we're fine then on this Intel trade. We just got. Okay.
Micron's running.
Yeah, here we go. So now we're in the money now on this Intel trade. So we just got some out at 45 and we did not get 43s. So I still feel like you want to get out a little bit here as this market, yes, let's go. There's 43s. So again, just happy to be taking a little bit here on Intel and then letting the rest ride. I don't have any more bids now till Intel until the mid-30s. So let's see if it does fall back in now. We've taken off enough risk that if we get stopped out, we're at long at 40, short at 45. We get stopped out at break of 50, man. 5 cents worth of risk, well worth it. We're waiting for 10 now.
Yeah, this market is
that's crazy.
1.5% to the upside as it starts to go. As it continues to go, I got some offers here. We're going to take some offers at VWAP on Pinterest, and then if this level turns into a support level, then I want to start buying it on the way back in. So again, take the pop. If it comes right back and starts holding the same level, then I'm going to look for that to be a support off the bottom. Shopify got back up to the top. I mean, now it's stuck in a range, so it's weird. It's just stuck in this 50-cent range. So if it's going to do that, then as long as 59 holds, I suppose it's just like hold on to some and then buy back 59. If it can't hold that, it's probably going back into VWAP. So I'll respect VWAP in this particular case. With that one, SoFi got a little bit of a bounce. It got a little bit of a bounce, but it did not break out that 8 level. So I'm in here 95. I'm looking for VWAP to go. If it can't go through VWAP, then what are we doing here? At some point, I could just take a 95s or something like that. And Ramza in the chat, check out C3AI. The weird thing about C3AI is there was a hot minute overnight where I was like, oh yeah, C3AI, that flat bottom break. And I was thinking about it, and I was dreaming about this. But then it came in this morning. The reason I haven't even mentioned this stock is because if you look at all of the names that were up today and the strength in the market and all the growthy names and all those types of stocks that were up, I knew there was a 0.1% chance C3AI was going to break this flat bottom. So obviously it's not going to do it today, not with the way the market's going, but it's still on my radar. If we break 23, obviously I like this short, but C3AI getting up to some highs. Now, I marked off 28 because that's the local high. I would suppose if this goes another $1 to $1.50, the reason, I'm assuming the reason C3AI up today is because everything else is. That's the answer to that question. And if that's the only reason, then I don't mind when it gets to a big, massive level like the 28, looking for the short at that price. But the flat bottom break clearly is not going to happen today. Had the market done the other thing, then I think this would have been one of the best short opportunities out there. It's just you got to be able to trade what's in front of you, and clearly that break never was in the cards for today.
Okay. Yeah. So by the way, Intel did exactly what we kind of thought it would do and mentioned that it would do. We got out there at 37s there on Intel, and then we just did our trade right there, right? So there it is. We got out. We will go awesome on this Palantir. We did tweet that out right now. That's the cover right there at the 200 period moving average. So that's that, man. We got the hat on Palantir right there. is the, I don't know, maybe Apple's going to be the #1 stock here today, but Palantir is going to be hopefully #2. Them and Affirm battling right now, but maybe Intel. Intel could get there as well. We just got another 38 fill coming into play here for INTC. So it's been a doozy of a show, man. I want to thank everybody for joining, and I want to thank Dan as well, Dan_, for becoming a member there. He really loves trading with us. So shout out to you, Dan, and thank you for becoming that member. It does mean a lot. So, and anyone can become a member and even just subscribe to the channel. So definitely make sure you do that.
Like and subscribe today.
Yeah, so far so good here. Yeah, you're going to go over to Sharif is back in the building. Those of you that have been watching the midday or watching the first show there know that he's back for the midday. So that's going to be fun. Adara's there as well. And bye-bye Intel. So remember I said this. So again, here we go, man. Affirm, Intel, Palantir, all big dogs today. And look at this bark, man. Yeah, let's go. Nice little move downside for INTC, man. Ye of little faith, I am, because we were getting out some for flat there as we were nervous. But nervous no more, as there's Intel one more time. Man, we're long, we're short, we're everything here today.
Yes, sir. And with only 2 minutes to go, it is going to be back to the regular midday show, obviously, with Sharif back in the building. Look, Obi doing a fantastic job. Can't say that enough for him. And Obi's not going anywhere. Obi's going to be on tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Sean with the long weekend because he's at the rink. So I'll be on with Obi, probably looking at some Amazon, I'm going to guess. But I was kind of hoping that he'd have some comments on Confluence because it's an actual, or Confluent.
I know, it's when you got a family. But
Confluent, or it's Confluence and Confluent, and I'm hoping he has some thoughts about that. So I'm going to go back to Intel for a quick second here because my thoughts on it, 37, look, the daily chart speaks for itself. Since earnings, it's been upside. The same way there was a channel that broke, like AMD broke a channel down to go to the upside, Intel is still holding on to this channel. I feel like this stock is getting to 41. Well, okay, maybe not 41. I feel like this stock is going to challenge the top end of this because it's done it every single time it's bounced here. It's also the 200 period that it's bouncing off of. So now that you broke this local high at 37, that's the reason it's the only price I've traded. But if it can hold on to VWAP here, then it looks like an ad if the market holds on to the top. Like the NASDAQ is pressing, and if we do not break down and just continue up to a 2% day, then I like the stair step. I was looking for what is also strong in the chips. I can tell you it's obviously not SMCI. I mean, everybody knows that. SMCI is having a really, really bad day. And it looked like it was just Micron, which is also relatively strong. Micron's up 1%. It's holding VWAP. I think you treat this almost in the same way. The difference with Micron is higher lows into a flat top. Micron could be a bit of a breakout through 72 on the daily. But for now, it looks like that 70 level can be the one. It's probably something I'll talk about during lunch money, but it's already 11 o'clock. I moved my stop up on SHOP because it can't seem to break 60, so I'm tightening the stop up there and holding it through that 60 break, but everything else is pretty much as is. Going to be taking this consolidation in Pinterest until it stops barcoding off this level. So I'm long off that barcode until I'm not. Let's go into the midday. It's a fun one. We're back at 2 o'clock, but for now, let's go to the professor and Adara.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your girl, Adara. I'm Sharif, and we're brought to you by Search Trader. Count funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks there at Search Trader. Jeez Louise. I take a couple of days off. Well, not off, right? Yeah. You know, I was vegging in bed. I come back, the market's up umpteen amount of points.
The market is.
I like it.
Great, yeah. It's been a really fun market to trade in for sure, and to learn how to trade in, I feel, as well for myself.
How's the morning?
I haven't traded anything yet, but I have some stuff on watch, yeah, that I will kind of pull up here. So we have, I've been looking at, I mean, surprise, surprise, I've been looking at Tesla. We had Tesla up. It had those Chinese delivery numbers that were a little bit weaker than the previous months. It was down about 2.6%, I believe. But I like Tesla around VWAP. Slowing down a little bit here, so I'm going to wait until I get a clearer point of entry. But if we continue to see support around 216, I could absolutely see myself doing a little dip here. I've also been shorting a little bit the past couple of days, so I'm going to look at opportunities to short as well, as I've been continuing to do as I'm learning here. Also, I have my eye on DoorDash. I need to check what the volume on this one is though, but okay, pretty good. Yeah, DoorDash up about 17% on earnings. I was trading this earlier too, ahead of earnings yesterday. Did pretty well on that. Looks like we're pulling back a little bit, but it could be some action around VWAP here. Some little baby dips here. I'm going to keep an eye on this one as well. Estee Lauder too. This was another one I was trading yesterday. This is a day 2 earnings play. So we have a day 2 earnings play here. We're seeing these slightly higher highs after this nice incline up earlier today. So if we see another movement to the upside, I might play a range on this, go long, then go short as we head to the downside. These are all ones that I have on my mind. Pretty much all earnings plays and then Tesla deliveries. But there's so much going on, so I'm really open to kind of keeping an eye on stuff, taking a look at levels and seeing what shakes out.
Yep. All right. We'll look at here some small caps, plenty of large caps to talk about. So we'll be getting through those later on the show. The ones that are moving this morning, showing up on my scanner. This one, IBRX, a recyclable name from last week, had a nice bit of a move up to 360, giving up the ghost now. Not interested. KOD showed up on my scanner this morning as well. What's with this camera? It's tilted to the right a little bit. It needs to come in a little bit to this way. KOD doing a nice little V-shaped Christmas tree retracement off that 2.25, broke below 2. I was looking for this one to hold VWAP in that 2 level. It didn't come in, so we're going to have to wait and see if that one recycles as a small cap gapper. ACLX also showing up on my scanner today. Nice move off that $35 low a day. Actually, we closed out yesterday at $34.50. This morning we touched $43.10. ACLX, no idea what this thing is all about. Let's talk a little bit about this one. Arcellx, okay. What is this? Clinical stage biotechnology company. Not surprised there. Float, please. 40.7 million shares. Not big, not small. Happy middle in there. Coming into 41.25 right now. Let's see if that 40.50 level holds its VWAP. You know me, I don't take these small cap gappers long if they are south of VWAP. So let's see if we get a hold at that critical 40.5 level. The other one, Palantir, you saw the Katina man take this one short. Good earnings report on this name. They beat on so many different metrics with good free cash flow, which is important for me. Margins are maintained, but yeah, still more government contract emphasis than on commercial. That worries me somewhat. We've talked about that in the past. South of VWAP at the moment, gave up that 17.75, trying to hold that 17.25. I'll be looking, well, I was looking for earlier and I actually had an alert out, was that 17 level. You had a bit of a consolidation there in the pre when we couldn't really break decidedly through that 17 level. Once we did at around 8:20 or so or 8:30 or so, we haven't looked back since. Even that move back came into 17.25 off the 50 period on the 5 rather than coming into that whole dollar level. So we'll have to wait and see if PLTR sets up. Again, another name, Carvana. Yes, this, I was going to use a not so flattering term about this stock, but it's already been beaten up enough, probably has enough whoopings on its backside than to hear me talk badly about it. But yeah, this one reports tonight. Dara, I think it does report tonight. Let me double check.
And it reports tonight.
Did we do the earnings? Did you guys do earnings? You guys didn't do earnings. Okay, we're going to do earnings now. So let's go ahead and have a look here. Fabian, if you can come to the earnings any minute. And it wants to take its sweet time. There we go. Okay, so it does show up. Is that Brendo's desk? They're smarter than me. All right, guys, we got Apple, obviously, after the bell today. Monster Energy Drinks, big name as well. Lots of names under that umbrella. We got Motorola, we got Block, we got Coinbase. Very important for that, for a lot of people in crypto. DraftKings, we've been hearing a lot about DKNG. This is going to be interesting to see what they say, especially with respect, possibly hear about new jurisdictions they're expanding into, as well as cost of acquisition. Carvana, like I mentioned, Live Nation, Fortinet, Stryker, Booking Holdings, some big names after the bell today. There was more. I couldn't fit everything on there. Then tomorrow we have some energy names, EOG Resources, Enbridge, Dominion Energy, as well as some other, less traded names, Magna, Icon Enterprises, Cardinal Health, and some others. So yeah, that's a look there. Now back to Carvana, because they're reporting tonight. So they're having a nice, good move today. CVNA, what is it? What's the percentage up on the day? 14%. So yeah, I guess the market looking for for a good report from them. They can't really break that 30 level, 29.90 at the moment. The high of day, we're trading at 29 2/3. But let's look at the hourly here and figure out where we're going to find resistance. These charts always a little bit tougher to chart, only because when you have a prolonged move downwards, you don't have those very specifically defined support and resistance levels. I'm going to go ahead and say 30 is the level that we got to break first. Once we get above that 30 level, we can start talking about different higher levels here. I think 33 standing out to me as well, 30, 35 as well, a couple of touches in and around that, both as a support and resistance level around 35. Heavily shorted name. Last time I checked, it was some odd like 40-something%. So Carvana could absolutely move in the aftermarket tonight. Keep your eye on that. Roku with another good earnings report. I think this stock is, yeah, Neil showed you the double top this morning on the weekly, but in case you missed it, here it is. Yeah, that's a double top off $500, and now we're trading at 70 some odd dollars, so you can do the math there. It's not my favorite type of stock, but a good move in the aftermarket. Yesterday takes us up through 70. We get to around 70 at around 8 o'clock. It looks like we do close at 70 at around 8, and we continue upward from then. 77.21. It's been a good day today for Roku. I don't know what the short float is on that. I'll have to check in a minute, but those are the small cap 6. The other big names, you saw the big kahunas trading these. Tesla, to me, strongest of the bunch, up 5 3/4 right now. Apple, number 2, just a smidge below 2%. If you're looking long, those are the 2 names I'm looking.
Yeah, Tesla, I was considering kind of getting in just below this 217, but 217 seems pretty strong right now. I'm just going to wait for like a better point of entry before I get too involved in that. Also still looking at DoorDash as a potential for a short, kind of as we head towards VWAP here. If we break below this, then I think I would short for sure. If not, and it looks like we might actually, just as I say this, if not, I can totally see myself, kind of doing what I've been kind of trying to play the ranges yesterday, so go long, and then as it flips, we go short. That's something I could totally see myself doing with DoorDash. That reminds me, so yesterday, Meta was a really nice one for range plays. I'm seeing a lot of mentions of Meta in the chat. Let's look at our friend Meta. Not our friend today, though. Actually, you know what? Meta as a short isn't looking too bad. We have a lot of weakness. We are down on the day. We had a little bit of, strength is a strong word, but we were doing something positive pre-market. Then we've kind of basically been taking a steady swoop to the downside since that point. They tried to recover a little bit, like 9:45 to 10:30. Steady drop off though here. We're definitely headed kind of below 310. I'm actually going to seriously consider this one for a short because I see very few signs of recovery here. If I see like a green candle, then I might get worried. But then again, too, earlier, what recovery we did see was not very significant. So yeah, I could be interested in Meta. The one thing that scares me is we don't really have any news on this. I was looking at this one when I was doing that the sector watch this morning. I saw it down. I couldn't find anything on this one. So if any news on this could be interesting. We might have some support just below 309. Going to keep an eye on it, but I'm not ruling out a short here or some range movement for Meta. We also have Google trailing below VWAP here. Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, we've got a little bit of a base forming around this 127.4 area. Google was really weak yesterday. It's not really showing a lot of signs of strength here, but we're seeing a little bit of a range kind of in this 127.4, 127.9 area. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. But yeah, I think Meta's of interest to me for a short. Tesla's maybe of interest to me for a long. Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, I'm just loading up my trade ideas here so that I can get the short float, the current short float on Carvana. CVNA, it's important for me because they report again tonight after the bell. A little bit lower than what we talked about last time. It was in the 40-something%, smidge below, 38.18 now for Carvana. So definitely still a heavily shorted name. The other one that I want to see, Roku, let me bring in, there you go. You can follow along now. ROKU, shout out to Trade Ideas. Not nearly as bad, 7.16. I want to see where the shorts are instituted because this name has been trending down for quite some time. All right. So let's get into some the names we're looking at here. Roku, knock on the door, that's $78, 77.47, guys. It's up 30% from 4 o'clock yesterday. I don't know how to take this long, quite frankly, because it's super extended. Let's go on the daily here and figure out where the resistance levels could be coming in on Roku. All right, so the first thing that stands out to me, this peak over here, and I'm looking at the closing prints. I'm not looking at the wicks. The closing prints are all looking like that $85 area. Yeah, that's obviously, far removed from where we are trading right now at $7.50. We'd have to continue to trend up. I would have said, look at this 76 area as a level of resistance just because we troughed out there on that big move back, and it looked like it was acting as a level of support for a little bit at 76, 70, 75 and a half. But we've since cleared that. We are at high of day right now. Current high of day on Roku, 77.62. It continues to trend higher. It's just this one, for me, not doable because there's no clear point from which to get in. I'd be just chasing it. Another option would be maybe waiting for a 74 print to come in. That's at VWAP. I don't know. Looks a little unlikely. That's a $3.50 retracement from where we're currently trading right now. So Roku gotten a little bit far away from me, so I don't know how I'm going to get into that one. Let's see what people are saying here. You should be looking at NEGG, says Rainmaker. Why? Let's have a look. NEGG, Newegg. Newegg. Yeah, all 63 cents of Newegg is doing real good. And I'm
all
being
63
Yeah, I know, right? NEGG. What is it up on the day? It's up 17%. It's not a bad look. The volume's absolutely suspect. I'm not going to trade anything that's 63 pennies and done 221,000 shares. That becomes on my S list real quick. James O'Leary, Carvana should be reporting a complete loss on the investment in Shift Technologies. What does Shift Technologies mean, and what do they have to do with Carvana? All I know is that they're a used car retailer, and used car sales are some of the most deflationary items on the year. Therefore, if you're holding anything that you bought at highs, you're underwater on it, and the consumer doesn't have any money, and people aren't financing expensive cars at 8%, et cetera. So, yeah. The consumer only has money for Starbucks, says the
They have
Katina
lots
man.
of money for Starbucks.
And
yeah.
I don't disagree with that because I know I'd be a much grumpier person had we not had free coffee here in the office. Shout out to everybody who provides free coffee.
I want to look at Starbucks now too. Actually,
No,
sorry.
by all means, go ahead.
Because I was looking at this one earlier and I was thinking it looks like we might have a bit of a descending wedge. We're seeing a little bit of a bottom around here. We're kind of swooping to the downside on this. If we kind of break below this area of support, just around that $100.50 area, I could be very much enticed to go short on this. If we continue to bounce up from this support, I could be interested in a long. I also am in two trades right now, which I'd like to address, and I might get out of both of them because I'm not really liking either of them, although I had my reasons. So DoorDash I liked because we were kind of at this area of support here at the 88.4. We were up on this for a little bit. Now we're pulling back. If we break below VWAP, I am out. I'm gone. It looks like I might have to be gone because we are kind of breaking below VWAP here. There's also Meta, which I was saying, someone was in the chat was saying, why would you look to short Meta at support? And I said, if we keep this support, then I'm interested. If we break it, then that would be where I short. It looks like we're breaking it, so it looks like I'm probably going to have to get out of both of these trades. But both of them, I did think we had support. Looks like the support kind of fell through. Both kind of, I guess, volatile names. So I'm going to probably have to see if I can get out of both these longs. But Meta, if we kind of hold up above this 308.70, 308.60 area, I could still be interested because we're forming a little bit of a bottom here. DoorDash, though, is looking sadder and sadder. So that might be an out for me, or we might switch to a short. I'm trying to be more nimble. I'm trying to be more agile with my trades and with my positions, especially as I'm venturing into shorting. So yeah, we're gonna find out what happens. We're gonna see how it goes. What are you looking at right now?
I'm just talking to people in the chat.
Nice.
Getting my my information updated here from James O'Leary explaining to me what he meant by the Carvana shift, saying Carvana invested in a shift at SPAC IPO, and they had a small partnership without looking, probably 150 plus million in losses. Eek. Dan the Man Emmons telling me distribution is continuing here on the NQ. Let's bring in a look at the NQ because we haven't charted the future today, except when we were on the big boy desk, and whatever reason they make me chart the ES, and I don't like the ES. So let's look at the NQ. 14,972 on the dot. You needn't be a chart master to see this has been a nice little trend up going on a couple of days now. I want to say most notably yesterday after Papa got on the mic and didn't sound as hawkish as he typically does. In fact, he sounded like a recorded message.
Yeah, it was
we
weird
are going to hold monetary policy at a sufficiently restrictive level to achieve our longer-term objective of 2% inflation and price stability, yada, 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 yada. If you heard it yesterday, if you listened to the interview, you probably heard some variation of the phrase that I just stated over and over and over again.
A lot of non-answers, yeah.
Yeah, he's a pro. He's a lawyer by profession, so I'm sure that he knows how to navigate his way with the press. Just chose not to for a little bit of time. Anyway, 14,972 Adara. We continue to print higher highs and higher lows. We did get a nice. Let's look at the charting here. Let's zoom out a little bit. Okay, so we are far, far removed from yesterday's close, guys. Yesterday's close, 14,743. Yeah, 14,742 or 43, something like that. Far removed on that, about 200 points removed north. VWAP on the future, a little bit above that 100-point level at 14.9. VWAP showing up here at 14,908 on my chart. But what I do like is this hammer candle that's forming right now. 2 red candles show up on the 5, and then you have a bit of a hammer candle to show that dip into 14,930 got bought up. We are above the IB high, as Dan the Man Emmons would say. This is the IB high right here, 14,952, essentially 14,95. We stay above that. We're looking real strong. It's one of those days, though, guys, where the NQ is being outperformed by the ES. The NQ is up 1.41, the ES 1.43. It was a bit of a wider gap than that, I gotta say. When I looked this morning, that gap has since narrowed. So keep your eye on that. I also wanted to mention Starbucks. The Katina man, while Adara was talking, looked over to me. He's like, listen, man, Starbucks comes into $100. I'm going to be buying. So, and I do like that. I put an alert here on Starbucks at $110.10. So if it comes into that $100 area, I will be looking for that defend. It was a really good quarter for Starbucks. Didn't matter if you were in North America. It didn't matter if you were in Europe or China. They grew sales everywhere by high single digits. We're talking 7 to 10%. And that is, for a premium drink. And, typically when we get a bit of a consumer crunch, people tend to trade down from premium into, whatever the other word I'm looking for there is. Thrifty. I don't know. What's the word there? You know what I mean. Less expensive.
The non-Starbuckses.
Yeah. And people aren't doing that at the moment. And Dan, tongue-in-cheek in the chat saying people are putting their Starbucks drinks on their credit cards.
Probably.
Well, because you get credit card debt all-time high.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't mean to play around with that, but anyway. PBLA, says Alan. Moving around, let's have a look at PBLA. What is that one, Katina man? I don't know. Is that Playboy? No, it's Panbella Therapeutics. Big boy move up there, Katina man, at around 8:30, and then we've given up the ghost. Yeah. PBLA, bit of a retracement down. This is going to be on my S list for now. I got to tell you the truth. It's sub VWAP. We got to really claim that VWAP again, Adara, for this one to get me interested. VWAP at about $1.17. Not too far away from it, $1.11.
Yeah. Meta trade almost $1 in the money. I got in this long because I was kind of looking at the support. And again, thank you for that insight. I forget who it was in the chat. Someone kind of mentioning, we're at a bit of support in Meta. And like kind of said earlier, too, if we stay at the support, I could be enticed by a long. What I'm thinking is we're probably going to go down kind of like what we did here. So I'm already planning my first out. I'm trying to get out the first half of my shares, $1 in the money. That would be the goal. If we can get to that 310.10 area, I'm cutting half my shares. The other half, if I'm using this pattern, I don't see that we're going to go that much higher. So I'm going to hold on to them for a little bit longer, then get a little bit more of a cut here. But I do think we should be able to cross that 310 area, that 310 threshold, if you will, quite nicely. So I will be hoping for that. Just trying to plan the entry and exits of trades better. That's kind of my big thing right now.
way.
So I'm really happy I stayed in this. Also, shout out to Scott C in the chat telling me it looks like we could get a 50% retracement from where I entered, just kind of looking at the pattern. So that kind of helped me stay in as well. I really appreciate all the insight from everyone from the scalp. Yeah, and I agree, Juan in the chat as well. Good, just be careful. It's been weak all day. I'm working a scalp on it. Yeah, me too, right? Like I prefer scalping anyway, which is why this is not a move I would stay in long term. But I'm kind of, if I think we can break 310, that's kind of where I would lose interest and probably, exund.
Wow. You can continue. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
certainly. No, let me see what else I have here. Also, DoorDash dying. We get a little bit of a resurgence in this one, and then we die again. So I'm going to try to, I think, get everything out here. I liked this as an area of support. The support broke down. Now it looks like a short, and I don't want to be long when this one is short. But I think, yeah, dealing with Meta and dealing with DoorDash, that's going to be what I do right now. And then seeing what other trades we can kind of make here, because a lot going on in this market, lots of names to keep an eye on. And I also have my eye on Mr. Netflix. I mean, I always have my eye on Netflix, but Netflix had that nice.
Can we talk about that dash position, though?
Yeah.
I'd love to talk a little bit about that dash.
Please do, yeah.
Okay, so put in the 1 there for me for a second.
1 minute?
I know you got the 5 up right now. All right, zoom out so we can get a better look. All right, so that's your view up. I love how you have that set up. Now, what you and I have talked about this before. The lower highs coming in with the flat bottom.
It's the ascending
you see
wedge.
That? There you go.
Yeah, or descending wedge. Yeah, I think because my plan was to just kind of get a little bit out of here, but then we didn't really super get to the point where I was going to exit anyway. It was just, I think it was, I planned for it to be more of like a scalp, but I didn't plan it very well.
I got you.
But no, you're right, like longer term,
the fact that you were able to know that immediately, the fact that it was a descending wedge, I mean, just speaks volumes in and of itself, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying to get out of this, or as we get below VWAP, I'm considering maybe a short now, but I definitely need to get out of this position.
Yeah, there
as
it goes
we sink
into
there. Yeah.
VWAP.
All right, DoorDash.
You know what it reminds me of? Anytime I have post-traumatic stress disorder from the descending wedge because of Lee Auto and the $38 break.
Oh, really?
So anytime I see the descending wedge, I'm like, no, Leon. My money.
All
right, guys. Eric Lundblad, short NQ. Shout out to you, Eric. I like the decisiveness and the very declarative.
Declaratory nature.
Yeah, declaratory nature with which you put that in here. There you go. Look, Eric, I got to tell you, I don't know if I'm going to second that perspective. You may end up being right, maybe in the intraday intermediate term. I don't like this for a short, only because we are at and above the IB high at the moment. That's number 1. Number 2, I see higher highs. And so the trend is still strong. Now, if we come into 15, it's a completely different story for me. Then we could be talking about a short off a critical psychological level, 100-point level, the whole drill there. But I got to tell you, I'm not running here to get shorts on the NQ. No. Not me anyway. Let's see what else people are talking about. I'm going to work my way into trades today, guys. Still, I'm a little foggy. Despite the fact that I am quite talkative, I'm still a little bit foggy from the last couple of days, especially when you're just kind of vegging at home. I had the TV on all the time.
Oh,
right?
yeah? Anything
I had
good?
the show. Well, you know me. If it's not about
trading,
business,
yeah,
then I'm not.
Or Unsolved Mysteries. I was going to say I have.
Yes, Adara.
I know you are an Unsolved Mysteries fan, so
yeah, but
shout
not
out
the new
to that.
one. Not the new one.
Yeah, I know the new one's bad.
Yeah, good. Old one was so good, Adara. Anyway.
I need to watch the old one because I've only seen the new one.
So good. Robert Stack terrified me as a kid. They try to pay homage to him a little bit in the new one, but it's nothing.
It doesn't work.
Man. Marshall Abu, I was sick, brother. I was very, very sick. And if I was here, I would have been spreading my germs around. So shout out to Renata. I am good now, but still a little bit foggy watching all these trades. All right, let's get back into some trades here, or let's hope to get into some trades. Come to the screen here if you're able to. We're going to look here at Roku. Now, this $75, $76 area, interesting level on Roku, very strong on the day, but if it comes in to a support level, I'll be looking possibly to get in here. It's tough for me to find anything here to get in. I got to tell you the truth, I feel like I'm a little bit late to the party. Keeping my eye on the scanner, nothing going at the moment. Let's see what everybody else is talking about. PayPal bull flag, be patient, says Elon. I like his name there, not bad. Now, PayPal is interesting here. I didn't like this name for a long time. And then I read a little bit of an article on it today, and it seems as if they have this brain something or another. Let me tell you. It's a new business-to-business type of service they're offering. PayPal, brain something. Braintree, that's what it's called, Braintree. And it's supposed to essentially be a substitute for how merchants pay between each other. So, and it gives you access to their huge list of users, which they have over 375 million of. It's supposed to be one of those ones where it's maybe a saving feature, but it makes a little bit less money than some of their other ones. A lot of people, were thinking, you guys are going to focus more on Venmo, make it more about that, more association with that name than with PayPal. It's been tough for them. The Apple Pay Now button has really hurt PayPal. You made payments with your PayPal account because it made it easier to. You didn't have to enter in all your billing information. It was already there on their system. But the Apple Pay comes in and it does the same thing, and many more people are with Apple Pay than with PayPal. So this Braintree, though, might be interesting. I'll have to read a little bit more about it. They're looking at taking a bit of a different approach with this whole Braintree thing. So if you're an investor in PayPal or want to know more, go do your due diligence there on Braintree. Now, some people were saying, it's a bit of a bear flag coming in here on PYPL. What is it up on the day? It's up 5.9%, 55, essentially 55.50 the high. The pre-market top was 55.69. The after the bell top 55.43. We're at 54.70 right now. The wicks into 55 are all being sold off. So that alerts me immediately. You have this candle over here at 10.55. It wicked above 55, sold off immediately. This candle over here at 11.10, same business. This candle over here, these are all 5-minute candles. 11.20, same business. Every time it comes into 55, looks like the sellers are overwhelming buyers. And here we go down 54.60 now. Look for this area of support, this 54 1/3. That's where we troughed out. We break below that. We're looking at 54 in the face, which is also VWAP. To me, the safer play on PayPal would be to wait for that 54 level. It's VWAP, it's a whole dollar, and it's also the kind of the resistance level there. We couldn't really break above that 54 on all the attempts that we had from around 9:30 till about 10:30. So a bit of an hour at $54 being resistance, give or take a couple pennies. That would be the more safe play for me, to wait into that $54 retracement. Otherwise, yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on PYPL.
Yeah. So I got out of my meta long, which I'm going to get into in a minute, but I am very, very ecstatic, if you will, about this NVIDIA short. I'd like to shout out Greg Moore in the chat for kind of helping me with this. He's always really good at NVIDIA levels, like I've noticed as well. And so, like when I had my first NVIDIA long, kind of talked me through that. Now we're kind of seeing a bit more strength regained, at least from where I entered, so I might just try to get the whole thing out at 432. We got out half our position at 432. I entered probably a little bit late this short as well, just because I kind of got it around like that 432.50 area. But this has been a very promising short indeed. I'm very happy I'm in it. Once we crashed below VWAP, I knew it was time. I was keeping an eye on it because of that, insight in the chat here. But yeah, this 5-minute candle down in NVIDIA was quite the killer here. We're going to let that run a little bit, but lots of strength here on the short side for our friend NVIDIA. We also have a Meta, which I got out of. I could have stayed a little bit longer, but I kind of like taking profits where I can.
Yep.
So we got out first half at 310.10. So we dollar trade for this one. Ooh. Then we got out about $1.40. I want to say $1.40, $1.30. The rest of it. So please just punch. DoorDash we did lose out on, which I will of course pull up. So here is our friend DoorDash. Now we're pulling back up a little bit, but I just kind of wanted to cut the profits where I did. So we did lose about, I think, 40 cents on this. Could have been worse, could have been better. Not super happy with the trade, but we're going to learn. I should have seen that descending wedge, honestly. Like I was looking for a range play, but I should have been more cognizant. So I'm going to probably, unless we see a nice resurgence off VWAP, I'm probably going to stay away from this one for the time being. Also eyeing Netflix as we're seeing some retracement on our friend Netflix here. We had this nice movement to the upside earlier, got to 425, pulled back a little bit. Could be a short, but I find Netflix really hard to predict as much as I like trading it. I find I'm happier with this one usually around the ranges. Like we had some nice range movement this morning. So I'm going to probably wait and see for a little bit. But if we break decidedly below 424, then Mr. Netflix could be of interest to me. Also, so I stayed in the NVIDIA short. I was going to get out at 432, and then I was like, let's wait a little bit. We're still pretty weak here, so if I get the rest out, about $1 in at 431.50, I will be happy, but I think I'm going to probably start planning my exunt from this trade at this point. Yeah.
I like how you're taking shorts now.
Yeah, this was my big thing. Obi and Sean were kind of talking to me on Tuesday because I had this really weird rhetoric where I thought that they were more risky than longs, because I think when I was doing a lot of the research that I was doing when I was first learning here, I was reading a lot of stuff, and I think this is probably longer term, like shorts are so much more risky. So I think I had it in like this weird thing in my head, and then I kind of sat with it, like, you know, just kind of reflected on it, and I was like, you know, it's the same kind of idea, right? So it's just you have to be really smart about like looking at levels. It's the same kind of prep you should be doing for a long.
Exactly.
So when I thought about it in that way, it's something that I've been kind of interested in, kind of trying my hand at. So that's what I've been doing with NVIDIA here.
Yeah, the only way really it's more risky is if you're holding to an infinite amount.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
too,
really
right?
the only different mechanics.
That's a good point.
From an execution perspective, even though the mechanics on the back end are completely different than long, you really needn't worry unless if you have a stop, you're good to go.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was my
same
issue
thing,
too. Is my
yeah.
stop kind of freaked out on me, and I got into a
Yeah.
Tesla short that probably wasn't really wise on Tuesday,
Well,
and so
yeah.
then I kind of.
Been
But like,
there.
as long as you plan, right, you're fine. So that's
Exactly.
kind of what I learned from that.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. All right, Coinbase reports today after the bell. Important report for Coinbase. I'll tell you why. Here's the look. This company apparently is being right now associated with the new BlackRock spot Bitcoin ETF that's coming out. They are likely going to be with the biggest player, and a lot of analysts feel that it's going to be the BlackRock ETF that takes the lion's share of the money for the spot Bitcoin ETF when and if it does get released. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, that may look like a blessing, but I would suggest to you it is actually not so good. And here's why. Ooh, the Katina man.
I love the analysis.
Here's the reason why. All of a sudden, you got a spot Bitcoin ETF, and you're on a regular exchange like I am here on IBKR, and I'm buying the spot Bitcoin ETF in my regular brokerage account. What does that do to the trading volume on the actual Bitcoin coin itself on Coinbase? That's where they make a lot of their money, trading, right? Anytime you go and you trade, number one, there is the spread, the ridiculous spreads that they're making money off on their exchange. That's number one. Number two, the execution fees. Number three, number four, number five, interest income if you're borrowing on margin. It goes on and on and on. That may be up in jeopardy right now if people are going to say, forget about the coin, I can just get indirect access to it through the ETF. So I don't know if this is such a good thing for Coinbase here on their current business model, unless they change their business model into something different. So that's my look right there on Coinbase. But that won't affect them, obviously, with current earnings because we don't have a spot Bitcoin ETF. Now, trade. Let's talk a little bit about this. All I see here is higher highs and higher lows. This is a monster. It's very strong on the day. Anytime into VWAP, it's been bought up, save and except for these wicks right here, right? A couple of southern wicks, but look at the majority of the closing prints. They're all very much near that VWAP. So I want to say that 82.5, that 82 area was an interesting area of support. Now, we do a bit of a reversal candle here, this doji candle coming in, and possibly another nice move up. We're at 83 3/4. We touched 84.40, high a day, 7.58%. This is one of those ones where I'm looking to possibly get in at a level of support. We know former resistance does act as an area of support, or so the textbooks say. So let's see that 83 1/4, 83 dip that we just dipped into. Is that as bad as it's going to get? And then we're going to trend up a little bit higher. Coinbase looking awfully good to me from an intraday perspective. Not so sure about this one in the long term, though.
Yeah. So I decided we're going to get out, should kick in a couple seconds here. We're going to get out of NVIDIA, the rest at 432. So about 50 cents in the money for both half of my shares. Basically, we kind of had a bit of a pullback to the upside. We're kind of still seeing that. So I decided, especially because, like I said, I probably entered this short a little bit late. Probably could have entered a little bit higher in this candle here. So we're out of the NVIDIA short. I'm really happy with this. Honestly, if we kind of continue to see this range, this bottom at 432 to like 432.50, I could re-enter and play the range a bit more. But truthfully, with NVIDIA kind of being as erratic of a stock as it is, I'm probably going to hold off for a little bit there. I also want to check on Tesla, because I haven't looked at this guy in a while. And we all know I enjoy looking at and trading Tesla, much to my detriment sometimes. But we're seeing, you know what I'm seeing? And hopefully we'll see if we continue this. But there's a little bit of a base. It looks like a retracement. And we're seeing a little bit of a base at 416.05. So if we break below this 416.05, then I think we have like sort of a head and shoulders kind of retracement thing going. If we kind of stay at this 216 area, could be of interest to see what happens from here. But yeah, it's definitely, Tesla's been a really interesting one. Still really strong on the day, up about 5%. So I want to look at Microsoft, because that's another one that's kind of been trucking along over here. This one up about 50% on the, or 0.5% on the day. Apologies there. Yeah, so we had a really nice base at 345.6 earlier today. Really nice movement above VWAP. Looks like we could be making higher highs and higher lows. So because this, if we kind of continue, like we definitely have a higher low here, right? So let's see if we can kind of continue to break higher here. If we break above 348.6, then I think this long could be very intriguing. Also, I'm seeing someone in the chat. Do we win, say, Amazon strong? So let's look. Let's take a look. Yeah, up about 0.5% right now on Amazon. Ooh, okay. Amazon, we have this double bottom and then a movement upwards at with this 136.7 area. Swoop above VWAP. Yeah, I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 5-minute candles to the upside. And we had this earlier area of resistance here at 137, basically 138, 137.80. So if we can break above that, then I think this could be a really nice long. If not, if we kind of fall below VWAP, I'd be interested in shorting it. I want to look at another, there's so many earnings plays. What did I just pull up here? Let's look at Crocs. Crocs reported earnings. Surprise, surprise, Crocs is down on earnings.
My dad would be very upset.
Oh, really? He's a Crocs fan? I'm so sorry.
Ever. Is he ever?
That's really funny.
You don't have to be sorry. He's not a
I mean, I didn't realize people still wore them. I'm going to be really honest.
Oh, my God. He's got little buttons and
That's so
tags that
cute.
attach to. Oh, my God.
The buttons are cool. Like, I'm like, if you're going to wear, I feel like a shoe like that is really only cool because of the buttons. So you know what I mean? If you're going to put buttons in there, right?
They got random flags from countries he's never been to. I'm like, Dad, what is this on your feet, bro? Like,
he's dedicated. It's like a Pandora bracelet for his feet.
A little bit. The Katina man's got football stuff on his, and I'm willing to bet there's some green and yellow on there. Yeah, there's some green and yellow on there. He doesn't want to talk about the green and yellow right now, though. Are you really?
Yeah, we got an A on that trade the other day.
Oh, he's pleased with the trade.
The Bills,
Rasul Douglas gone to the Bills. So from one team to the other there for the big kahuna.
I was going to say, I do not super know that, but sounds cool. I know very little about sports, honestly. But yeah, so we kind of, literally since I pulled it up, we took a giant dip from like that 81, this kind of 81 area down to almost 80. So this could, if we can break the support here just around 80, this could be interesting for a short as we kind of dip to low VWAP. I'm going to take a look. We also, what else is happening here? PLTR, lots of PLTR. I'm surprised I haven't really looked at PLTR yet, given the earnings. I looked at this one in the morning when I was doing the watch list, and I remember I had initially set it up because you put like, how high it is on the day, right? I had this one at like 8% positive on the day. By the time we sent the email, it was up like 14%. Palantir's been so strong. We are seeing this slightly lower low here, just barely, but nice support around the 17.3 area, pushing to the upside. Towards VWAP. I actually might get in on this Palantir long. I'm not in anything right now. We got out of the NVIDIA short. And also, I'd like to pull this up. I'm really happy with where I got out of the NVIDIA short because it looks like we didn't really get much lower than that 432 area. Really happy with this trade and hopefully going to get into a nice other good trade with Palantir here.
Yeah, all right. So people yelling about PayPal. Let's have a look at what it's doing. Yeah.
People yelling about PayPal.
I mean, it's bouncing a little bit. It's still not enough for me to get in. The one that I am looking at, though, is the future. Now, I've fixated my eye on the future, and we have a nice double bottom there at the 14,930 level. Both those dips were bought up, not a significant level for me, but we are closing in. We're about 10 points, 11, 12 points away from the high of day, 14,972. We're at 14,961 right now. The future coming back in. I'm looking at the side charts here, trying to figure out what's moving this future. It's certainly not Apple at the moment, I'll tell you that. It's the sleepy one. I think that
dead one.
Yeah, I don't want to call it the dead one today because up 1.7%.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying.
It will always be the dead one in my heart after that, I have to say. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, we'll call it the dead one.
It's the sleepy one.
Well, it could be the dead one today after reports. We don't know.
It's something. It is something.
Yeah, I'm nicely in the money on Apple. I was at the hand over fist in that 168, 167 area, adding some good shares there. But it looks like Microsoft waking up a little bit here, Adara. That 346 level that we closed out yesterday, we found a bit of support there. Now higher lows. We get that last little dip off that 347 level, which happened to be VWAP. And here we go, 348.20. We have a 348.80 technical high on the day. That's after the bell, but the pre-market we danced with that 350 umpteen times, 349 and 2/3. I'm going to suggest to you 350 is a major level, not just because of the psychological support there or resistance there, but because of the action in the pre. Let's zoom out into yesterday, make sure we didn't have a 350 break. But we did have a 350 break on the day of earnings. It was a quick wick into 352, and it was immediately retraced. Those I put less stock in because they are on less volume and they are earnings related. But yeah, good move up right now for Mr. Softy and for the future in general. I'm still not ready to jump into anything quite yet. I don't see anything to my liking, whether in small cap world or mega cap world. I'm going to sit tight right now and then wait for possibly something to come in here. I'm keeping my eye on a bunch of other names as well. Let's talk about some EV action. EV action is very strong today. It doesn't matter whether it's Chinese or North American. Look at this. Rivian, 8.8% at day's high. Lucid, the unaffordable one, 10.86 at highs right now, $4.50. There seems to be resistance at that $0.50 area. Fisker, 7.85. A Polestar, 7.89. Even
Polestar.
Nikola. Yeah, they can't even build a truck without it lighting on fire. They're up 9%. Fantastic look there today for Nikola, the $1 name, getting some love from the market today. EVs, very strong. Some of the other Chinese ones, XPEV, 8.84. Li, 2%. NIO, 6%. By the way, for all the Li heads out there, come to the thing. We're able to. This bad boy reports November 9th. Come to the screen if you're able to. Oh, okay. All right. I have nothing else. That's the thing. Li Auto reports November 9th, guys. Make sure if you're involved in that to have a look at Li Auto on the 9th. Now, they did report, obviously, the amount of EVs that they delivered, but we don't have any information with respect to their earnings and revenue.
Yeah.
So have a look there. I'm keeping my eye on the future no matter what. We keep coming right back into that 14,960, but I don't know if it's time for me to jump in quite yet.
Yeah. So I just love how all of the stocks have the names. Like the Apple was like the dead one, and then all the we gotta give them titles here. That's what we're here for. Meta, I got in on this probably a bit too early, but I am seeing some kind of strength around this 310. So I wanted to get kind of involved again, though probably a little bit too early. I'm gonna stay very aware of what's going on here, but I'm gonna stay in it unless we see a decided dip below 310. We also have Palantir. I like where I entered here, just kind of on a skosh of a dip. I'm gonna stay in this. I think we could get VWAP, and if we can get VWAP, I would like to be on that train while that happens. So there we go. There's Palantir. Also, someone was saying S-Bucks in the chat. Let's look at Starbucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I put a dip for that at $100.
Oh, that's good.
Said as well. Yeah, he's looking at that as well.
Because we're seeing a lot of support around that area, so that makes sense. I don't know if I'd get involved just because I don't feel super comfortable enough at reading charts to know where or when to get involved in this one at this time, especially, as I'm already dealing with my wayward, potentially meta trade. But I like the idea of Starbucks. I've been keeping an eye on Starbucks since the morning. And then also, in addition to earnings, the holiday drinks, at least in Canada, start today.
Yeah, what is the margin on those holiday drinks, man? They're like, some
so
dude in front of me. Okay, I get a dark roast, there we go. Two sweetener, 1 almond milk. That's what I do, okay?
Straightforward, yeah.
Yeah, it cost me high threes.
I was
in
going to say
Canada.
that
Yeah,
makes
like
sense,
360, 370. The dude in front of me ordered 1 specialty drink. He was paying like $10. What the hell is going on? $10, $13, Ram says in my ear. Yeah, man, I'm just like, what is wrong with you?
I mean, so I go to Starbucks because I drink matcha, and they have.
How much do you pay? That's the real question we want to know.
It's not cheap. I have almond milk too.
I like
probably
how you prefaced
but
that.
I go to Starbucks like maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks.
Okay.
Especially now we have like the coffee machine here.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
You know what I mean? But yeah, I think because I do drink matcha more like when I can, like green tea. I think that's where it's kind of more beneficial to me. But it is expensive. They have the rewards program, so it's like sometimes you can kind of cash out on that. But yeah, it's very expensive if you're doing anything like mildly fancy. I will be very honest there. Yeah, Meta picking up a little bit of traction, so we're going to stay here. Palantir very much waffling around my point of entry. But yeah, going to keep an eye on Starbucks.
Waffling, I like that. I might steal that from you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, that's what phrases.
Yeah.
We also have of Netflix, which I was saying I'm just trying to get a better sense of where to get in on this one. But if I see another dip, I could be very enticed by our friend Netflix. Could be a Roku sympathy play. This one could also, we had yesterday where they had the subscriber ad tier was higher. So, also, I have to shout out Chris in the chat. The dead one will tank everything. Laugh emoji. Very much could. I think tomorrow, a lot of how tomorrow trades might have to do with how the dead one reports its earnings. But yeah, just keeping an eye on the current trades I'm in. But very much enticed by this Netflix movement over here. If I see a nice dip around this 424.5 area, lots happening in the market, and I suspect tomorrow will be a very similar situation, especially with those Apple earnings. Also, Reliable Rudy mentioning a Starbucks sympathy play, Bros, B-R-O-S, Dutch Bros Inc. Let's see this.
Did they report?
I think it's a sympathy play, kind of what Reliable Rudy was saying.
Oh,
I like this though. Okay, yeah, I think like when it's near high of day, I always get a little bit nervous entering just because I don't know where the ceiling is necessarily going to be. But yeah, when we have like a nice spike like this, I just kind of want to wait and see a good opportunity for a dip. But I appreciate that though. Thank you very much, Reliable Rudy, for that. In the meantime, Meta dipping below 310, so I'm going to have to deal with some things over here.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you deal with that.
Thank you.
Meta definitely having trouble at that 312, which is yesterday's close, by the way, guys.
Ooh.
Keep your eye at that 312-ish level, 311.90-ish level. All right, the future, very consolidated, very sideways. We've been dancing around that 14,950 for quite some time. Some higher lows, but some lower highs, so a bit of a compression pattern here. Now, you could look at it as a bull flag because you have that big move up, and then, that compression starts. Yeah, we'll have to wait to see how this resolves, but if the textbook is to be believed in this scenario, a big move up and a bull flag typically resolves in the direction of the trend. That would mean likely a 15,000 touch. We'll have to wait and see how that materializes, but lots to talk about on the day, because there's so many earnings, but I feel like a lot of the plays have already come and gone. I could be wrong on that. Let's continue to keep my eye fixed here. I'm looking at the side chart, which I'm not allowed to bring in anymore. On the side over here, I see Carvana right back at that $30 area at $29.80. How many times are we going to get that $30 touch here on VANA? Right back up into that area. Now, all the moves up into that $30 area, $29.95 is the high, have all been rejected. Now, we know this one has a high short float. Now, it just depends on where the shorts are and where they're going to be looking to defend, should we make it up to that level. But so far, 30 looks to be like an interesting area. Perhaps this is an interesting area to reinitiate a short nearer that 30. I'd probably keep a tight stop because this one could probably really squeeze on you if it gets going. Jay Lee, I covered Boyle short this morning at $63.60, $5 winner. Shout out to you, Jay. Then went long, already up more than $2. Widowmaker, Schmidowmaker. I love Boyle. Ride so far. Happy for you, my friend. As long as you're printed to the north side, I am happy about what Boyle is doing, because that typically means UNG is running as well. Reliable Rudy Mara is getting ready to go. Let's have a look at MARA here.
They had that mining news earlier today too with the methane. Yeah. Let me pull up the exact headline on that. So basically, Mara
They're using methane to mine. Oh,
yeah,
that's interesting.
in Utah.
Oh, I like that. That's an
So
interesting
that
look there.
that I was looking at earlier.
Here it is. I'll look at it. I got it right here. Marathon Digital announces energization of its first Bitcoin mining pilot project powered by renewable off-grid energy from a landfill. That sounds like it smells real good. Let's have a look here. According to the United Nations Environment Program, methane is 80 times more harmful than CO2 for 20 years after it's released. So why is this good?
I don't know.
According to the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, municipal solid waste emissions, which accounted for approximately 14.3% of all methane emissions in the United States in 2001, represents a lost opportunity to capture and use a significant energy resource. Okay. Let's see here. They're launching a 280 kilowatt Bitcoin mining pilot project in Utah that is exclusively powered by landfilled methane gas. Okay, so it's a methane capturing project. That's probably what's good about it. The pilot project is currently fully energized and operational. Okay, I'll have to read a little bit more through it here, but it looks like as if they're capturing the methane produced by the landfills and then using that to power, rather than actually using methane itself and then having that as a byproduct. So if that's the case, that's probably obviously good here. 6% right now for Mara. Riot not far behind, 5.5. Both have done good amounts of volume, 21.5 million for Mara, 14.2 million for Riot. So we'll keep an eye on that. Carvana rejecting off that 29.20, again coming right back into that 29.60, but it's still quite consolidative. It hasn't decided whether it wants to go north or south at this point. The lowest level here that we've been at in the last little while is 29 1/3. If we break down below that, you have to really be thinking maybe we start seeing another move down. Now, it is kind of moving a little bit with the market. When the market dips down, Carvana is dipping down as well. That's not typically what I want to see from this name. I'd like it to be secular. If I want to take one of these market moving names, you take a big tech name, right? A Mag 7 name. Vana, I don't want to see to mimic with the market. Right now, it looks like it is 13 3/4. Let's see what else is going on here. Max P, it's sustainable because they burn off the methane rather than releasing it into the atmosphere. The energy produced is used to power a turbine that produces electricity. Sounds good. Appreciate for that explanation. Max P. Roku apparently is going here. Now, we had that up on the side chart. Let's bring it in again. Oh, we're not allowed. Let's bring in this one over here, ROKU. Hopefully this one won't cause too much of a problem. Yeah, the 5-minute, yeah, we're still at highs. 78.28, we're at 77.87 here on ROKU. We'll keep an eye, we'll keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, so we got out of the meta trade probably too late, and then I noticed we were actually seeing some traction at 309, so I got back in. We might regret this, but we are kind of holding onto that 309 decently right now, so I'm going to stay in for the time being. Palantir also regaining traction here, so that's something. We're basically at my point of entry. I'm going to stay in these trades for now. Also, Greg Moore mentioning NVIDIA again. Yeah, NVIDIA forming kind of a base around, and thank you. I always appreciate the NVIDIA tips there. NVIDIA forming a little bit of a base around this 430.50 area. Maybe I should have stayed in that short because you took a nice gradient to the downside, but you know, I took profits. I can't complain. I prefer being in trades shorter term anyway. But yeah, we'll see if this base kind of holds. I'm seeing it more kind of on the, I'm going to switch charts here because I have, for whatever reason, I just switched this. On my side charts, I have the 1 minute. But yeah, on the 3 minute, we are seeing kind of a base here at this 430.60, 430.70 area. I'm going to wait and see what it does here. I don't really want to get involved in NVIDIA at this time. But we also have Netflix kind of pulling back into my point of interest, which I kind of said was if we can hold steady around 424, I want to look at the 5-minute on Netflix. There we go. If we can hold steady around 424, I could be interested. If not, it kind of looks like a retracement path, and then in which case I could be enticed by a short. So I just want to wait and see what we do here at a very firm level in 424.
But they said you have to trade.
Don't really want to be, I'm not super confident in this though. We also have Tesla still kind of dancing around from that 216 to 217 area. Lots of strength at 216 for Tesla though. Yeah, this is definitely very interesting. Someone saying, let's go Palantir. I mean, yeah, please let's go Palantir. I'm in Palantir, so I have a vested interest, but also this has definitely been one of the trades to watch today. Really happy I stayed in this one because I was getting a little nervous as we had that market pullback here. But happy I stayed. Hopefully we continue to swoop above VWAP. I'll probably take out some of the profit at VWAP and then keep the rest in, kind of see what we do. I have a decent amount of, not like a huge amount of shares, but I have enough that I can kind of spread out our profit takers on Mr. Palantir here. So let's see what happens. Meta also doing well so far. So I have no complaints, just trying to stay happy with the trades we're in and then assess kind of as we go. Yeah.
All right, Roku continues to make new highs here, so we're going to get into a little bit of a position. We might see that $80 area here on Roku. I mean, it's hard to believe because we're up 30% on the day, and it's only a single-digit % short. It's not even, well, according to Trade Ideas, which could be 2 weeks older, or 2 weeks old or older. I'm talking about that data point, the amount of shares of the float shorted. It's only high single digits. I think it was 7.8%. But this one continues to make higher highs. Essentially, it's holding that 7-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. All the dips are coming back into that area. I mean, where do you give it? You got to give it to at least 76 3/4 because that's where you troughed off here. So if you're going to get in and you're trying to use some sort of risk to reward ratio, you're going to need to at least see more than about $1.25 if you want at least a 1-to-1, right? And that kind of puts it already a little bit suspicious because you know, to me, I'm not saying the best case scenario is $2 to $80, but you have to assume some level of psychological resistance at least on the day at $80. We're already at 78. So I keep saying this one might be the best on a pullback. It doesn't. Pardon me, doesn't give you the opportunity for pullbacks. It keeps stair-stepping up, so you might end up missing the boat with this one. We'll take a small amount of size on this bad boy here. Where are we at? We're at 02s. All right, we're going to get the fill. And the out will be the break of 76.75. Breaks this trough, I'm gonzino. That's the end of the trade. The trade is no longer valid to me at that point. We're going to see if we can ride it into that $80 area. It's not really moving with the market, which makes me like it a little bit more. I don't want anything that's dependent on the whims of the market, at least for the moment. That's why I kind of steered clear of Carvana. Looked like it was retracing while the NQ was retracing. The NQ is now below 14,950. It's at 14,940. We'll see how this one does. Uh-oh. I just received a message from Alfred.
Oh, Alfred update. Alfred update.
Now, he uses an expletive, so we won't be able to share the expletive, but he said, word, people must have realized we hit peak rates. I should have bought heavier. He constantly complains about, number one, not being low enough because he wants to buy more at cheaper rates. And number two, when we pop up, he starts complaining that he didn't buy more when things were lower. It's an endless cycle of complaints for him. I'm telling you, as an investor, as a trader, you're constantly dissatisfied. You could have had a better cost basis, a better something is always the issue. I'm going to say to him here, the people want to hear more. And we're going to see, let him elaborate with no expletives. It wrote explosives.
Hopefully he knows what you mean.
No, he won't. Oh. There we go. I fixed
Explosive
that.
expletives.
Yeah, the phone there has a mind of its own there, Dara.
Oh, yeah.
It's, I don't know. Now, the Katina man has just made a suggestion that he could be invited to the recap show. So An open invite. I will mention that to him. He goes, about what topic? Give me a topic. So I'm going to say, what do the people want to hear?
I like to hear his opinion on fintech.
Okay.
PayPal today, Affirm.
People want to know.
Also, we have a super chat, so
Go
I'll
for
just
it.
deal with this. I'm so sorry. This one is an earlier one. I apologize. Jeffrey Cardoza, thank you for the super chat, $5 super chat. Can we look at the 4-hour on Rivian? Yeah, let's look at the 4-hour on Rivian. And again, I'm sorry for the delay there. I totally missed this 1 hour. 4-hour on Rivian.
He's an accountant, CA. Yeah.
Oh, this one's, yeah, okay, this one's interesting. We're definitely seeing a nice pull up here. Let's see if we can kind of continue that or pull to the downside. Honestly, I haven't looked at a lot of 4 hours, so I'm not super clear in interpretation here. We definitely did have, you know, a run up from like this 16.4 area to like that 17.70 area. It looks like we could kind of propel higher from here. We have a bit of a dip. Yeah, I'm sorry, 4 hours are not my strong suit at all, but it does look very healthy and very strong, especially if you kind of continue. We haven't really seen above these levels since, what is this, October 24th. So yeah, it looks very strong for Rivian today. I might actually take a look at that. I hope that helped. I'm very sorry for how delayed that was, but thank you very much for the super chat, Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey, for that. And anytime you contribute, obviously, it goes into the pool here. And we always reinvest. I remember there was a...
We bought new chairs.
We bought new... Well, yeah.
Brendo and you.
Well, oh, do I get one too?
I heard there's 3 of them. No, you don't get one.
I didn't think so. Just Brendan?
No, there's 3 of them.
Neil's a bully. Yeah, the bully will be on real soon here. It's almost time for the bully, but you'll get a look at the bully at the big desk there. Neil's like, there's none for you. Only new chairs for Brendo. Saw Rob and Mark bringing in the new stools for the big desk from Amazon, and I'm pleased because some of those stools they kept dipping on us, and then the production crew would have to come back and they'd have to adjust the camera on us. But anyway, I digress. The big bully is at the big desk. It's time for lunch money. Hide it in your sock.
You're a bully, Sharif. Welcome to Lunch Money every single day. It's like when Sharif wasn't here, I got to open up by saying, hey, Lunch Money's not about bullying you. It's looking for opportunities out there. I can confirm that the chair's at the desk. I am not in a new chair. There is a new chair for Brendan. I'm assuming there is one for Sharif at the desk here, but I'm in the old one. So the one that like squeaks and sinks and all that other stuff. So we thank you guys for the super chats, all that stuff. It's a free show, and we put that right back into the show so we can sit more comfortably, little things like that. So, hey, this is about finding some opportunities in the afternoon and throughout lunchtime, like what's setting up. It can be something that was in play, but we're looking off some new levels. And I'm going to open up starting with Roku, because Roku is insanity. 31% to the upside. That's a 3 and a 1. And yet somehow it's gone nowhere on the daily chart. Okay, it has gone somewhere on the daily chart. It's gone nowhere in the weekly chart. I was in this twice, and thank goodness. If you ever wonder why you trade with stops, if you're going with the trend, oftentimes it's easy to go with the manual trade because you get a pull back in there, you're getting good opportunities to find support, make no troubles. You can maybe toy it without a stop. Not that I trade without a stop, even if going with the trend. But if you're against the grain, then you want to have a hard stop. I was short 72 with a tight stop in here. You could barely even see that move. And there was one opportunity off 75. That was the other level I liked for a fade on Roku. I thought it was too far. And there was a bounce back off of 75 into 74, but then it just continues through, and then it bounces and breaks 75, bounce, 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 and now you're pressing $78. So if you go to the daily chart on this bad boy, I mean, it's cleared a few levels out there. That if you heard something, that was Brendan just dropping stuff as he's eating his lunch at the desk with me. That looks absolutely delicious. I've already had my salad, though, most of my salad. But on the daily chart, the 80 level, there was a big consolidation off of 80, but it's more of a psychological level than anything else. When you look at that daily, I think almost even above 80 and 85 is a bit of a level in there. But that's what I'd be looking for. And if you're stair-stepping it up long, holding on to the 75 area is going to be key. If it holds on to 75, then it can certainly press that $80 level. It's just a trend higher. I'm always looking for the bag hold levels on breaks to the upside if you're going to attempt that short. Once you're through 85, I mean, who knows? Like this stock at $100, I don't know. You're not going to get there today, but at $100, that's ridiculous. I'm not going to bother showing the weekly chart. I showed it to you this morning. And the line was, and I stick by this, if there is a better looking chart on a daily or weekly time frame to epitomize the post-pandemic highs, like if it's not Roku, I don't know what it is. Like the double top at 500 is insane on the weekly chart. It's pretty impressive if you were to look at it. From there, let's go to, hey, this was the flavor of yesterday. And then obviously everybody and their mother was up 10% today. So AMD kind of got left by the wayside. It's nuts. Like yesterday, it's like how impressive is this move in AMD, which it is because it's a bigger cap name. And then today, it's like hold my beer, hold my beer, hold my beer, hold my beer. Like everything's going to the upside like crazy. But that's beaten down names that are squeezing higher. Very different story for AMD, which is breaking a channel on the daily chart and trying to hold out. So that's exactly what's happening here. The channel top was about 105, 106, depending on how you draw your trend line. And that's where the bid finally came in today. And look, I don't know if it's going to hold 106 again this morning in the afternoon. I don't know if we even get a chance at that particular level. But just keep in mind, even if the market rolls over and AMD starts giving it back, that trend that it was holding on the daily, the top line of that trend, sometimes that turns into support, and that's why I like the 105, 106 area buy. Right now, 106 is the bottom, so I would take a shot at it. I understand that it's a relatively weak name as the market's at highs, and you're already pulling back, but this is off the higher time frame, in my opinion, for AMD. The only other chip name, okay, fine, not the only other chip name. The other chip name that was traded today was Intel, and it was the other one that had a nice channel trend that has been held on the daily chart. You can kind of see, like, there's your higher highs. They're really easy to see. And then the lower highs, it just held on to this one at 32 and bouncing after earnings. So this did not report today, but it reported last week. And strong move after their report, regardless of what you think about the quarter. It's been true that Intel has been strong on basically any report. As long as they don't report it's the end of the world, then the stock has been going up after earnings. And I think it can be headed to that 40 level. First things first, it just made a breakout off 37. And this is where that level comes into play. On the daily, you had resistance at 37. So if this market, which is showing some signs of making some tops here, that's the other level I like for a dip buy. Now, the other thing you have in play here is look at the long consolidation at 37.5. I'm going to get to consolidations in 1 second with another name. But that 37.5, every 50 cents on Intel, when it shows you those levels, take them. This is the kind of stock where if it's showing you 37 to 37.50, just trade it. Don't look back. Generally speaking, it's a bit of a gift when you get that and it's that obvious, and that's exactly what Intel is showing you. I cannot talk about consolidation levels without mentioning Pinterest. So Pinterest is doing another consolidation on top. I'm trailed out of the morning trade. And I tweeted this one out and was saying this yesterday, that I think I made a tactical mistake in Pinterest yesterday. Zoomed out too far. So Pinterest was barcoding. I'll maybe bring this out so you can see it. It was barcoding the entirety of the afternoon into the Fed. Like, look at this sideways action in about mostly a 2 or 3 cent range. It was extending maybe 5 or 6 cents, but most of it was in a 2 or 3 cent range. And then it rolled over a little bit. I was sitting in the short the whole way. It rolled over when there was that little pullback when Powell was speaking, and then it was like dip and rip. So the short was good, but I just covered when it broke out that consolidation to the top, but I did not reverse into a long, only to see it scream up past that consolidation level. So I came in today saying, well, heck, if Pinterest does the exact same thing, I should be in the breakout. Now, not a lot of volume, and there was a lot of things moving in the pre-market that should have had your attention this morning over Pinterest. So the initial break, not going to have it. But then, come on. It goes right back in there, gives you the same kind of consolidation as yesterday, breaks it to the upside, fails the break, holds the same support, and bye-bye. So it goes dip and rip, only this time the dip holds the support level and off to the races. So I'm out of that long, but I'm seeing it consolidate again at 31 now. So if Pinterest just sits here from 30.90 to 31 for the next, call it, I don't know, the last time it's been like at least a half an hour, sometimes into an hour. If it just does that over and over again, then you want to respect the break. And you can have opinions about which direction you want to break it out. The last 2 times, it's been a better trade breaking into the long. But if you want to argue that you should be taking it to the south side, I mean, fair enough. 31 is resistance on the daily. I think it's valid in either direction. I think it's been pretty good to the long side above. And obviously, if the market's continuing at the highs, I'd rather just be with the trend. So, this has been one where now twice in a row, long consolidation, a half an hour to an hour, the breakout has been essentially not free money, but it's like it works and then it really doesn't put you in any trouble. It's not stopping you out and then it's carrying through. Pins has been stuck in a range. It's trying to break out above 30 for quite some time now on this daily chart. Let's give it some respect for doing so today. So there's a lot out there, like I said, that have been making these big power moves. Roku obviously has been one of them. There were so many names in terms of earnings that this one was a little bit, okay, it swept under the radar. Shopify, how are you under the radar when you're up 21%? I mean, today you actually are because of Palantir, because Airbnb reported, obviously we've been over Roku. There was just so much out there that Shopify was a little bit, it was a missed opportunity. Let's just leave it at that. Like, you can be frustrated over missing trades like this, but today was just one of those types of days. So here's Shopify in that 56. I'll hate myself over it because I think we talked about this in the afternoon show. So there's your resistance at 56. There's your 50-period moving average at 56. And then I pop up the 3-minute chart. And what did you have a chance to trade off of at the open? So look, are you going to be in here at 7 a.m.? No. But look at the consolidation right at that 56. Like, that is previous resistance on the daily. That is the 50-period on the daily. That is dip and rip off the same level. Like, what more can you ask for? Now, all of a sudden, you just have this nice little battle in here, 59 to 60. Now, I was in this trade up top, 59 to 60, for a couple of scalp trades, and then got out of it when the market looked like it was breaking down. But it is still in the exact same range. On the daily, there's room to 62 here. That's where I thought the short would be. So this is still setting up that you can look for the 59 long, maybe give it a little bit more than 5 or 10 cents if you're down there, depending on where you get the long, and then look for a whole break through 60 even. I think there's room to 62. If it breaks down, I probably need it testing underneath 58 to want to be sure about this thing as a short back into 56. But Shopify, it's just been on a strong upward trend. You think about what this did on that daily as well, which was flat bottom break, all you know what breaking loose. This is trapping shorts underneath 50. Like, how good was that flat bottom break to get people into short position, and then, earnings comes through and you gap the entire range. That is exactly what someone momentum shorting this on a break who's not day trading but swing trading it, they're not going to like it. And there's people trapped off sides on a lot of things. Today has felt like a huge reversal. Anything that was a good short is gotta cover kind of day. And I think that's what you're seeing here on Shopify. Report doesn't really matter in this particular case when you gap up like that. I think you have to see some definitive proof that this is a short until it's not. The other name that I want to get into, and it's not just all about earnings. I mean, I heard Adara talking about this. Adara, I think, still in position in Meta. Look, Meta this morning, I'm sure there were other names that were big cap tech that were selling off, but Meta, it just felt the most violent to me. Like, this was the one that was ripping the faces off, mostly because of how strong it just looked so strong. In the afternoon yesterday, it was strong. The last couple of days, it's been strong. Okay, I'll zoom back in. You're going into the open, and it catches a dip buy, and then just starts ripping faces off to the upside for a huge rejection up at about 318, and then just stair step, stair step, stair step. It is hard, and I said this, if we don't regain 312, it's hard to love this one to the long side. I would be thinking 305 for the bottom, just because of how good a level that was for resistance turning into support. If it gets to 305, I'd try the long. But if we're not above 312, I think you want to give it a chance to be a short there. And I'm talking about, you can probably scalp other levels, but it's like, where would I want to wait for it patiently? No, like, it's that 312 level. That's where I'd want the fade. And then if it gets to 305, okay, fine. At that point, I'm going to like that reversal long. But that really ripped some faces off this morning, and not in a good way. I mean, it ripped faces off in a very, very, very bad way. And it was very ugly. Wish I could say I got into it, but did not, is what it is. Another earnings name, it feels like it's going to be a bit of a theme. I'll go to like one name that didn't report and then right back to another earnings name. That's going to be Airbnb. So The thing about Airbnb, when everything was to the upside, Airbnb was what, 1.7, maybe 2% when we talked about it, upside in the pre-market. Their guidance wasn't good, which, is that a surprise? Airbnb's guidance wasn't good? I don't think so. Travel's not going to be as much. People don't have as much money in their pockets. And then, of course, with world events as they are, people are more hesitant to travel in that situation. It just is what it is. Those are the facts. That's probably why the guidance was what it was. And you can see it tried to rally, but that was the market opened up and any profits that were available got taken on Airbnb without a bounce until it had already dropped like $6. Or maybe actually more than that. It was probably like $7. It tried to get back to the upside. Look where we failed. Look where the double top is on Airbnb at 119. And then have a look at yesterday. Roll over at 1 through 119. Resistance right in here at 118. Resistance at 119. Resistance at 119. Okay, so what am I going to say next? Short 119 on Airbnb until it gets above there. Don't want the long. Keep it simple. Stupid is one of my favorite sayings out there. Unless it's above 119 and breaking out that level, I don't want any piece of it. Then you throw up the daily chart. It's like, does it look any better on the daily if you want to think long? Nope, not really. Underneath the 50 period, failing underneath the 200 period, a consolidation under the 200 period moving average on a fail break to get back into that 200 period. So again, underneath that 119, which is a lower consolidation, throughout the earnings day, you're getting a lower high under 120 here. So that 119 is a fade. If it wants to break out, let it break out. You don't have to fight the trend on this one. And this actually makes sense to me. If the market's rolling lower, this one makes all the sense in the world. You don't have to worry about whether Roku makes sense or not. You're just joining the trend. In this particular case, you're getting to look at the technical analysis, and then you kind of agree with the fundamental case as well, which doesn't matter, but sometimes it's just cool if it ends up working out that way. And, okay, it's already 12:17. However, I'm not leaving this one out. I'm not going to leave out. I was going to get to Palantir as well, but you know what? Let me go to Palantir. Even though, so I probably got out of this too early. I'm just going to get into, I'll go to the 3-minute chart and leave it at this. You know, Palantir, it failed that 18 level. If you go to the daily, we talked about that 18-15, 17 long. I thought this was going to get into 17 bid. That was a nice consolidation level. Still like it at that 17 if we can get there, but it's bounced and gone back into 17.50. So I don't know if we see that trade, but certainly I thought the short could get to that, trailed out of it, but 17 long on Palantir. And then let's get into a firm. There was the Amazon news, sort of again, like a small business partnership with them for Amazon, and very, very strong. Very, very strong day. Sometimes it's more about what the stock has done going into the news and what the overall flavor of the market is. And if you were a shorted name and you had a reason to go up today, you were going up, generally speaking. And what was an easy stair step down on the daily chart didn't quite get to 15, so was wrong on that. It got to like, I think it broke 16 by about 5 or 10 cents, so we didn't actually get to 15 on this stair step down from 25, or really the stair step was here at 23. I thought that move was headed into 15. It ends up headed into 16. Close, but no cigar. But you are now retesting that lower high, and you're not done with it yet. So that 20.5 level ain't finished. And as long as that's the case, you're dealing with a big resistance level. Every time it creeps above 2050, there's selling on Palantir. That's a Palantir, on a firm. So until it can clear out this double top, I think the fade off the high, your fills are above 2050. If you're looking longs, it's pretty, I mean, 20 is going to be interesting, but then you're breaking trend to the downside if you're taking 20 long. Until you're above probably 21, I don't know if this is making the second leg. It's good news. I don't know if it's good enough to break out that level, and I wouldn't be convinced till 21 even. Great if you get it in early or if you get the dip buys in here, but chasing that top when you're already up this much, I think that's a little bit too much for me. So there's a firm. Added Palantir in there for you guys. I don't know if you see that 17 on Palantir, but hey, we liked it in the morning. It's still available, so if we get that dip buy, we get that dip buy. That felt like it was going to be a sell-off as far as it was to the upside. So there you are. There is your lunch money. I will get back to the desk and finish my salad as we send you back to Sharif and Adara.
Thanks very much to the Neil for that lunchtime segment. Very informative and and eloquent as always. How are the trades going?
They've been good, and they've actually been plentiful. Oddly enough, during the lunch time. So as we can see, I'm still in my Palantir position. I'm also in an NVIDIA long that I'm just starting to piece my way out of. I'm going to talk about the NVIDIA position first because I'm like literally on NVIDIA right now. But this has been a really fruitful range play for me. We haven't lost anything, I say yet, but it's been just because I've been paying really close attention to the levels. So we got in on a short, like I said here, we had this short earlier. Then right before lunch money, I got in a long right at the bottom of this, just above the 431 area of this kind of range that we were seeing. Got out at 432, got back in at 432 for a short once I was noticing we were kind of petering off from that. Took this short, liked where I took the short. Then I decided, you know, when we sunk lower, let's take another long. Got part out of my long. I think I'm going to get the rest out right about now because looks like we're tapering off a little bit here. But yeah, very happy with this trade. I also have my Meta trade, which I think I'm giving up on Meta for the time being. Like, we did have one really nice trade here. We had one pretty rough trade here. And then we had one 15-cent trade here. So that's that on Meta for now. We're just going to, I think I'm just going to, it's giving up the ghost to Boro Sharifism, and I am giving up the Meta ghost. Still, you know, if I see like some definitive movement above VWAP, sure. But the range on this one is not, you know, kind of as consistent and as fruitful. I keep using that word, but it keeps being accurate, I guess, as NVIDIA. I'm also still in Palantir, chopping around. I'm not going to lie, I'm losing a little bit of faith in this. If I can get out around 1760, at least part of my position, I'll be pretty happy. But yeah, so that's what I've got going on right now, trying to piece out the rest of my NVIDIA. How are you doing?
Talking to Katina, man, he's asking me if I shorted a firm, and my answer was negatory. And let's have a look at how AFRM has done on the day. By the way, Roku trade out, lost about, what do we lose there? We lost about 70 cents on that trade. It comes back and broke this level, so I had to get out of it. So 0 for 1 on the return leg trade. Let's have a look at AFRM. It's on the New York NASDAQ Stock Exchange. Affirm off the top, that $20.75 area was high day. Now we're still at 20 1/3. So yeah, we're off highs, no question about that. Bit of a double top there. Again, at that 20.75. But look at the retracement. The first time around, it was much more vigorous, and it broke through VWAP and kind of found a little bit of support at that $20 level eventually. I mean, it did have several wicking candles below that, but I would have to say, you know, I'm probably going to steer clear of this one because the second leg down doesn't look as you know, as aggressive as this first leg down off that double top off that 20.75. But yeah, Affirm about 40 pennies or so off the high at the moment, 15.5%, still strong on the day. Oh baby, Apple's making moves. Apple. Yeah, it is. Right back into 177. It looks like the strongest of the bunch right now. AAPL. I'm not seeing any 5-minute candle look like this on Apple. Just broke 177. 177.66 HOD, 1 3/4% right now. If it gets to 177.66, we could see 2%, no problem. Tesla just dipped into 217 and then got a lot of buying. So Tesla is on my watch list, no question about it. 5 3/4, and it just got that significant hold at that 217 area. Could we see a 219.20 touch, which is the high a day? But that is a quick touch there, right at the 9:40 time slot, right after the opening bell. So by no means spent too much time up there. The future's been very sideways, but it's been making lower highs throughout since around, let's say, 11 o'clock or so, since it started the show. It's been one series of lower high, lower high, lower high. All the while, I don't want to say we have a flat bottom because we do technically have lower lows on this 5-minute, but they haven't been by significantly that much lower lows. But I got to tell you, I see a downward channel right now on the future, with the saving grace being possibly that 14.912, which is VWAP, and then obviously that 100-point level at 14.9. Because right now we're at 14.920s. High 20s, low 30s at the moment. The future still up 1 1/4%. The ES outperforming the NASDAQ, at least for now, 1 3/4, sorry, 1 1/3 for the ES, 1 1/4 for the NQ at the moment. Yeah, nothing for me today, man. I don't know. I'm having trouble really finding anything except this. We got into this Roku, and then we ended up losing on it, right? I remember Jay Lee in the chat told me, be careful with Roku extended at 30% today. I mean, I got to tell you the truth. I felt a little funny taking this one long, just because we make fun of it so much. Yeah. And I asked, what's his name, Fabian, the Chilean nightmare. I was like,
Ram and the Chilean
yeah.
nightmare.
I was like, listen, do you ever see advertisements on the Roku TV when you're in the smart TV part of it? And he's like, oh, if I did, they were kind of inconspicuous. And then when you look at their earnings, they're advertising revenues through the roof. They're increasing big on that. So I don't know where the hell they're hiding these ads, but they're making money somewhere off.
My parents have a Roku, and so I will like when I'm back in Winnipeg, I'll see that. And I kind of notice the ads, but I also don't use it that much. So it makes sense that I would be noticing it a little bit maybe more. But I know my dad's super into Roku, so he was like really excited when I was like offhandedly mentioning the earnings.
Yeah. When
I called yesterday, he's like, oh, like of course. I'm like, okay, like cool. But so I guess these earnings and this stock move is probably very exciting for him. Yeah, that Roku definitely interesting, but I'm kind of scared to enter a position at this time. I think for Roku, I can't really tell what it's doing right now.
It's just like at a consolidative top.
Yeah.
Another flow, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Says, block, YouTube, Elden Ring, no commentary. I have no idea about video games. You have to understand that about me. If it's not Street Fighter, I don't know what's going on.
Street Fighter.
Right? Like, that's the only game that I play. Funny joke. Brendo and I were at the big desk, and then I actually loaded it up on an emulator there, and I went to town on that. But different story for a different day. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, come on, man. You can't blame that on me. I removed it right away. The Katina man is trying to blame the snail's pace computer up there on me and all my... It was an emulator. As soon as you shut the browser, it's done. Yeah, I always get the heat around here. That's all right. Mr. Love Shack. That's a hell of a name you got there, brother. I like it. Sharif. I think since people just let it sit there, it counts as people seeing them. What does that mean?
Oh, the ads for Roku.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's like if they're physically there, then they can see when people turn on the TV. I guess that's the argument, though.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's actually.
It took me a second to realize what was happening there too, but I think that's what he was trying to say.
Well, yeah, okay, that makes sense actually. Yeah. Reliable Rudy. To be fair, Roku lost $2.30 a share. Highly competitive space. Not that impressing to me. Maybe just not my cup of tea. Look, brother, you're singing to the choir here. I don't think it's a great system. I think the area is this space is absolutely condensed with
crowded,
Apple TV.
Yeah.
You got Chrome. You got what's the other one? The Amazon one, Fire Stick.
Fire Stick, yeah.
Yeah, you got that one. There's Nvidia has their own as well.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I didn't even know about the Nvidia.
Because all you gotta do is plug it into the HDMI.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah, makes sense.
All you need is an HDMI plug, and you got a smart TV. So I don't know. I gotta tell you, I got my TV at home. It's an RCA. And I have several smart TV aspects. One, the TV itself is smart. Number two, my cable box with Rogers has smart TV stuff on it. Netflix, and then I got the Apple TV connected. So I've got my...
You're good to go. Yeah. You don't need a Roku. Yeah.
That's the thing, right? So unless you're buying it pre-programmed with a TV, I don't see much.
Yeah, I think that's what my parents did, because I feel like that's the only way it really, unless you're buying it with a TV, why are you buying it? Yeah.
Well, that's exactly it, right?
Also, Fee Rhymes with AMC saying in the chat, did you know they make smart washers and dryers? I did not.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Absolutely. Everything's connected to Wi-Fi now.
That's crazy.
I want my dryer to know how I like my... Okay. All right, guys. All right, here we go. Number one, all my golf shirts and my dress shirts don't go in the dryer. I hang them on a little separate hanger because I like when you dry them, air dry them, they're harder. They're not as flimsy.
No, they are, yeah. That's interesting.
Brendo's making fun of me over there at the big desk. He's like, first world problems, right? Look, man, you need a routine. To live well, and I got my routine anyway. I don't air dry. I mean, I don't heat dry any of my tops. Okay. My nice tops, they're all air dried.
Okay.
Because they get more of a starchy feel. You feel like they came from the what's it called? The dry cleaner, and they're hard, and you know they're good. Like, yes, this is amazing, right? I'm getting laughed at by the whole production
Yeah,
team back there.
your favorite Ram
Yeah,
is having. She's enjoying it. Pretty
Mr. Long, James O'Leary, Roku is getting big in the States because people are getting tired of paying $150 a month for cable. IPTV. No, I'm kidding, of course. Mr. Longshorts, my...
I didn't realize this was a thing you had like such an opinion on.
What?
The
Roku?
washers and dryers, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
But also the Roku.
Oh,
too.
yeah. I got an opinion about everything. My rule is if I can't go into the... my rule is if I can't go into the washer and dryer, then I should not own it. Hello. Okay, all right. Reliable Rudy, if 66 was par, what are you going to golf on? Man, don't ask me golf questions, man. I don't know anything about golf. What's par is break even, or it's zero, right? Par is zero, right? Yeah, okay, that's all I know about. What was your question, Reliable? If 66 was par, what are you going to golf on the day? Well, I'll say 1 to 2 mulligans allowed. Okay. Michael Lloyd, please protect my man. Oh gosh, shout out to Mr. Michael Lloyd. Matthew Cook, saving the earth one shirt at a time. That's why I do it. Oh, another super chat there from another flow, question mark. YouTube doesn't support. Okay, got it. No comment. Thank you very much for that. We're not going to get into politics, but thank you for your comment, and thank you for the super chat, another flow. Daryl Finch, Roku equipped TVs are cheap. I mean, I have kids that have Roku TVs. I don't even know the brands though, LOL. They have good kid shows, but Disney app is used most. Okay, very interesting. Again, I don't know why that's different from like having an Apple TV or any other side edition. Adam, how about them Arsenal, baby? 5-0 ski. And then we got eliminated from the Carabao Cup yesterday, but that doesn't matter. Shout out to Adam DeLuz. Save 59. All right. Shout out to Adam. Oh, what else we got? Reliable. Oh, you said golf shirt. I figured you golf. No, I just wear golf shirts on the show because they have a collar and, well. I like the shirt you're wearing now. Well, this one. It's the only one that doesn't have a collar. Like literally the only one in weeks I haven't worn that doesn't have a collar. What is this? What are these called again? Crew shirts. It's a crew neck. Yeah, crew neck. Yeah. Sharif, you got flock of seagulls. Sharif, you got a bringing he back.
Bringing the beard back.
Okay, it looks like the stubble is coming in. Oh, just a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow, and then yeah, we'll bring that beard back next year maybe. All right, let's get some trades, man.
Let's do it.
Because I got to tell you, I'm at a loss for trades today. Nothing involved here. I'm looking at Apple, though. Again, here we go. 177 breach again on AAPL. Let's bring it in here and have a look at it. Not
the dead one trying to come back
to life. The dead one is. It's been fighting. It reports after the bell. Now, it could die again. After, what time does it report? Probably 4:05 or something like that.
Yeah, someone in the chat was saying it's probably going to continue to be the dead one after earnings.
It may be. You never know. Yeah, Apple looking real good to me here. Holding VWAP. It's got to stay above that 177 level, though. Right now, 177 acting as resistance because all the wicks above 177 are being sold off. Sure, we have a 177.66 HOD, but the local price action there after the triple bottom at 176.5 shows that we do have a seller at 177. I'm really interested in this one, but we got to stay above that 177, not just wick. Zai, NG. Sharif, as a day trader at Day Trade the World, do your losses and wins add up for the entire month and pay out the total at the yes? So, what you need to understand as a trainee on the floor, your losses are wiped out at the end of the month and you start fresh until you graduate. Once you graduate, you hold losses from your previous months until you're in the positive balance. And then you have to stay positive in order to get paid. But your losses do not get written off. That's only when you're a trainee at Day Trade the World. Shout out to DT, D-Dub, baby. Kyle Burdett, woo! $4.99 super chat from Big Kyle, my man. At Big Chief. ES looking for failed retest of the day's high to enter a short, not a bad look. Looking for a move back towards 4,300. The short covering seems over. Let's have a look quickly here at the ES. You know, typically we're charting the NQ, but for my man Kyle, we will be charting the ES, the futures contract. Let's go here. All right. Here it is, Kyle, 43.22 HOD, multiple touches in and around it. But I got to tell you, Kyle, we really need to break. We're going to have to break this level over here in order for me to get interested in a short because we don't have any lower lows yet. If anything, you could say that there's a bit of a compression pattern happening, even though the lower highs are just marginally lower because you have higher lows and lower highs going on here. So I got to tell you, I'm not looking short quite yet on the ES, especially it's outperforming the NQ right now. We're 1.46, almost 1.5 here on the ES. But yeah, where do I get short on the ES? I got to tell you, it's going to have to be a failed, okay, well, this will be interesting to me. A 43.10, 43.08 break, that would be the first indicator to me, or I should say the first indicator would have to be the decided break of this trend line. That would be the first thing. Second thing I'd be looking at here, a break below 43.08, 43.10 on a closing basis because that's where we peaked out here, had a resistance, finally broke it on this candle at 10:30. Then VWAP 43.02 is going to be in my sights on the way down. Then obviously 4,300. Yeah, to me, I'm not comfortable one way or another. I got to tell you, I'm not comfortable going long on the ES right now. I'm not comfortable going short either. Both of them look, I'm unsure on both. So that's just my look, and maybe it's just because I've been gone for 3 days, but I got to tell you, I'm quite trigger shy today. Jeffrey Wright, Sharif, playing you this weekend. Hope you have the same form against West Ham. Ha! Who are we playing this weekend? Let's see who Arsenal plays, because this guy's trying to troll me. All right, Arsenal plays Newcastle. That's a really good game. All right, and we're playing you at Newcastle. I forget the name of the park, St. James's Park. Yeah, we're playing you there. And looks like we're the favorites only by a smidge, 2.75 for you guys, 2.5 for us. I don't even know how to read odds, but I know that the higher number is the one with the worse odds. So yeah, that's going to be fantastic. But I got to tell you, don't expect us to put the same team that we put on the Carabao Cup in the Prem, my friend. That's wishful thinking right there. That's David Fabian. The S&P is barcoding at 362. What do you think is more likely? We break up or down? According to the ES right now, I got to tell you, it looks more up. And yeah, here goes the NQ again, 14,950 on the NQ and 43.20 here on the ES, as we're 2 points off the highs, guys, on the ES. So I got to tell you, I don't really know how I feel about the short on the ES. Are you able to come to this chart, or is this chart banned as well? All right, there we go. 43.20 right now on the NQ, 43.22 coming into those highs. And I know you're asking about the SPY, but there's really no difference between the SPY and the ES at the moment. Looking strong right now, and so is Apple. Apple just took that 177 level, but we've been here before. We wick up above 177 only to retrace. I want to see 177 claimed on a closing basis. So that's my look right now, and maybe we'll jump into a bit of an Apple trade here, Adair.
Oh yeah, this Netflix long I'm pretty happy with so far, and yeah, thank you again, Sharif. Was kind of talking me through it at lunch. So I was like, is this kind of looking more bullish or bearish? And then Sharif was, like we were like that we had these this kind of double bottom with these slightly higher lows here. Then we had that, it was a bit of a dip, so I decided I'm going to buy in the dip. We took out a third of our position at 425. I'm going to keep some of this. I think if we can't really break that 426, that's where I'd be out. But I think I'm willing to stay in this for the time being. Noticing a little bit of strength here. We'll see what we can do. We'll ride the wave. I also have 2/3 of Palantir out as well. I got the first third out kind of when I was noticing we were struggling a little bit at 17.6. Got the rest out just around VWAP. I'm going to keep, or not the rest, the second third. I'm going to keep the rest in to kind of see how we continue over that point. Those are my 2 trades I'm in right now. Couldn't be happier with either of them. Very pleased right now, although I might get more of Netflix out soon if we kind of continue to languish at this 425 area. NVIDIA peeking its head up over 432.50, which is of note because this was, as you can see here, I was having a lot of fun in the range between that 432, 431 area for a while here. We're breaking out of that range, so I'm going to kind of see if we're able to break this 432.50 consistently. Then I think that would be very much of note for me because that seems to be, that's where I got it in the short here. That's where we kind of have not really been able to peek our heads up from over on this NVIDIA trade. So keeping an eye on that. Meta also testing 310. So as one that I like trading, I'm going to keep an eye on this one. And then we also have Jameson in the chat. Shout out to Jameson asking about Tesla. I love talking about Tesla. I haven't traded any Tesla today. So Tesla, I find, is kind of a little bit stuck in this range of almost 218 to about 217, 216.50. Yeah, we got going on right now. Gonna keep an eye on my Netflix trade.
Okay, yeah, Dara's just going to get some taken care of there, and I will help. In the meantime, long Apple, 177.08. We're trading at 7s now. We're 1 penny out of the money. But what I want to see here is a closing print above 177. Now, that might be small dreams here, but we've been having trouble, no question about it, with this 177 going on about half an hour now. Yeah, sure, we broke above it before, but, you know, before is great. Now we're talking about right now. And what I see is 176.50 support, 177 resistance Apple. I mean, we're really going to have a 50 penny range here on AAPL on the day that it reports. Well, maybe is 1 3/4 is as good as it's going to do before we find out what the deal is. Now, let's talk a little bit here about Apple and their earnings. Now, they are a device, you know, manufacturer, and device margins, like a physical product, always has lesser margins than a service, like a SaaS or a television service. Because, yeah, like software as a service, that's what SaaS is. Sorry, I hate to use all these acronyms. Now, why is that important? Because Apple's trying to diversify its game into both. It wants to be the premier, the elite hardware manufacturer. Everybody knows Apple's hardware devices typically, you know, on the cusp of being the best. Now, you know, reasonable people can argue about that. But also now they're getting into other software services like Apple TV, the storage that you use, the extra storage for your phone, Apple Music. There's so many others, I forget to list all of them. Essentially, they make way more on margins on their services than they do on their devices. So could it be one of those stories where the consumer, when they're, you know, hard up a little bit, especially on more expensive purchases like a $2,000 iPhone, which is in Canada with tax, the good one is going to be about $2,000. Yeah, even though you're able to finance it using a firm, stuff like that, which is what I did with this phone. I've talked about that in the past. The service area could step in there. It's a little bit cheaper. It's monthly, right? You're paying this amount per month rather than paying this whole bulk payment up front. So we'll see how their software or their services business does. I'm going to be very attentive to that on the call. I also want to see how China's doing. Now, we saw them take a bit of a huge dip in stock price earlier in the year. Number one, this China government ban came out. And then we heard about the Chinese sales being a little bit weaker because of the new Huawei phone, the Mate 60 Pro. All these, you know, China-related headlines are going to be interesting to me. And then, you know, we heard a little bit about Foxconn not too long ago, getting the wrath of the Chinese government there because they're looking at opening up a plant in Vietnam and India. And that's obviously, you know, they're not liking that. And Foxconn is obviously Taiwanese. And so you have the whole geopolitical thing there. So Apple's earnings with devices going to be looking very closely at that. And number two, how they do with their services, whether they grew year over year or not. Right now, with this Apple trade, it's having a lot of trouble staying above 177. We're long 177.08. This trade is valid, in my opinion, until the break of 176.40.
Yeah, I'm looking at NVIDIA. I was just about to get into NVIDIA, and then I changed my mind at the last second because we dipped it below VWAP because trying not to be too committed to ideas, right? If something changes, then it changes. I liked that we were kind of breaking above this. And then I say that, now we break up again. I like that we were kind of showing a little bit of strength and support above this 432.50, but I decided I want to wait and see how it moves a little bit more before I put my hat into the ring, dip my toe in the water. insert idiom here. But yeah, so NVIDIA watching this around VWAP though, because like I said, we had a really significant, it looks like I should have gotten in because now we're moving more forward. We had a really significant range. So the fact that we're breaking this range is of note for me as someone who was very much active within that range. So yeah, what else is happening here? Still in Netflix. Netflix to me is, I'll be interested as long as we kind of don't break this area of support. If we kind of move above that, then I'm happy. I already have a third of my shares out. Pleased as punch here. Palantir, I'm going to stay patient with my final third of my shares because I do think we can break above VWAP. But yeah, this trade I'm just kind of, it's like, you know, when you watch TV with like the sound off in the background, that's what's happening with Palantir. I have faith in this. I'm not super freaked out by it, but I just like to take profits while I can. So we took a little bit of it out, but I'm trying to stay a little bit more going with the flow while I'm trading. That's definitely been the theme of the day. But yeah, as long as Netflix stays in my area of support, I'm cool keeping the rest of my shares in there. Tesla's still not breaking 218. The most that I see of this, like I was kind of saying, is a range play. 218 to 216 seems pretty solid. I don't really want to get involved right now, though, because I don't feel super confident. I'm seeing a little bit of a Mullen mentioned a couple times in the chat, so I'd like to take a look at Mullen. It's another automotive name here. I'm still like, I find the tapes of these like a little difficult to read for these small caps just because I'm still very new at these. But yeah, I mean, we're noticing like there's slightly higher lows here and slightly higher highs. Looks like a bit of a dip forming, I would say, for Mullen. It is very much interesting. Someone's saying Tesla's going to break up. Yeah, I think probably. It looks strong. Kind of wait and watch here. But yeah, other car names. Mullen, definitely we are seeing these, I would say, higher highs, higher lows. Looks like it will continue upward, I would say. And we're about to break that 31 kind of cent area. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see what we get with that. Tesla does look good, I got to tell you the truth. But that 218 has been quite troublesome on TSLA. Let's have a look at that over here. Why isn't it changing? Oh, there we go. Just got to go like this. TSLA. Yeah, the 218 level, guys, like look how many times we come into 218 on TSLA and only to reject. I mean, it's not down by, sorry, it's not, oh, geez, come on. TSLA, there we go. It's up quite a bit. It's up 5 3/4%. So you wonder really how much more Tesla can run on the day. What do we see? Like 8-9%. If this market really gets going here and we break above 15,000, we could see that. We could see that, but we got to get above 218. 218's definitely had a problem doing that on the day, even when it wicked up aggressively there into 219.19 at around 940. Look at that. It was an immediate retracement. All the wicks above 218 have sold off, and the closing prints are south of 218. So even though, you know, we're getting higher lows all throughout, we're not getting the higher highs that we want vis-a-vis that 218 break. And even when it has broken above 218, it's been a quick retracement. So Tesla to me, to get in my good books, we got to get a 5-minute closing print above that 218 level. Then I'll be all sorts of interested with respect. Yeah, with respect to that name, Adair, got to tell you the truth. Apple still doing that dance with no pants at 177 level. I'm long 177.08, but I really want a push through here, through this flat top. It's been flat top central, no question about it, at 177, much in the same way that Tesla has been at 218. We're not getting that to push it through. Not surprised. A bit of an illiquid time of day, 10 to 1 at the moment. We'll see what this one does in the power hour or the more liquid time of day, maybe that 2 o'clock onward. Right now, looking at it's the higher end of this consolidation range around 177.10 or so. A lot of tags in the chat. Let me look here. Ramza, thoughts on Intel? Seems to be double topping. I did trade Intel today, and let me just look at it real quick here. The Neil is not available at the moment. He is away from his desk. Yeah, just give because he's the Intel whisperer. The Neil.
The Intel on Intel. I had to.
Oh, you're a little on the nose with that one.
Oh no.
Oh no, she was on mute. Okay. Yeah, say it again, Derek.
It's a bad pun, but Neil has all the intel on Intel.
It is, baby. It had to be said.
Did it? I regret saying it, and I said it.
Yeah, it doesn't sound as good the second time around. Well,
Right?
I like it.
Thank you. I mean, I lost conviction in it by the second time.
I lost conviction.
So what is the intel on Intel?
The intel on the Intel is that we're above VWAP. And we just, we're at resistance levels though. So that's why I can see why you think maybe a double top here. 37.5, that's definitely not the high of the day. 37.58 is the high of the day, but that was on a big boy Huadunk candle on the opening print. Technically, the overnight high takes us to that 37.85 area. We're not there yet, but what I do like about this name, a series of higher lows, baby, going into that flat top 37.5, even though Intel very weak on the day, especially when you can compare it to some of the other tech names, only up 0.54, definitely underperforming the market, so no beta there, but at 37.5, looking like it could be that flat top. I don't know, dude. I'm not going to say it's going to be a double top and a bearish move from here because, you know, the market's trending up and that would be unwise. So yeah, hope that helps. Steve G, Tesla, or is Tesla just consolidating? You know, it's a good question. I don't know if it's consolidating, but it's definitely having trouble at 218. There's just no two ways about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 218, definitely a big trouble area here on TSLA. But what the saving grace here for you, or the good news, is you're getting the higher lows. So it's coiling up to that break of 218, and you already have a 219.19 print on the day. Yes, it was quick, but I think you could easily see 220 here if we break 15,000 or get to 15,000 here on the NQ. It's just a matter of if we do. So don't, you know, anticipate, participate. And there goes Apple, my friend. We hold that 177 level. Here we go, 177.25.
Nice.
So if we got that 177 consolidation on AAPL, multiple, about half an hour worth of consolidation at 177. Do we get that 218 on Tesla? Tesla way stronger than Apple on the day, 5.5% to the good on TSLA, only 1.85 on AAPL, but AAPL with a bit of more of a wild card. We do report after the bell, guys. I figured we'd be like a dud today until we found some sort of what's going on over there. So the Katina man took it upon himself. He's like, no. Look, Neil is not the Intel whisperer. I'm the Intel whisperer. And as a result, he is now short Intel, baby, at rejecting that 37.5. Very nice trade, Katina man, so far, coming back into that 37, low 40s. INTC, the Katina man, takes that short, but we're going to continue to print here on AAPL as we move into the 177.30 level, almost 2% now. Let's see if we can get into that 178.
Yeah, I have lots of trades I'm pretty excited about, but also there's a super chat from a while ago I just wanted to mention for you. From Nick W. So thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Sorry for the wait there.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah. Sharif, I'm looking for an entry to TMDX. Can you give your thoughts?
Absolutely. Let's pull up the chart here on TMDX. TMDX, and for everyone wondering what that is, Transmedics Group, baby. Let's first and foremost have a look at the daily. Here it is. Let's put in the ticker, TMDX. So, looks as if, you know, much with the overall market, best we could do on the year was that $99.75 area, and you guessed it, it was in mid-July when the entire market topped. But look at this chart, TMDX. Not a bad looking chart. Usually when you guys are showing me something, it's down and to the right. This one's given up a lot, but it's been up and to the right, especially from March onward. And then you had the decided break. I'm assuming this was earnings over here. In early August, because that big Huadunk and the corresponding volume on that typically denotes an earnings miss there. But until that time, we were knocking on the door of 100. Now it looks as if, you know, we are really stair-stepping down. It has been down to the right since August 3rd. Let's find out when this bad boy reports. Let's go into trade ideas here, bring in the trusty trade ideas scanner. And this one will tell me quickly when they're reporting TMDX. When are they reporting? November 6th. Okay, so these guys got 4 days. All right, so this is going to be very interesting. Is that Monday? Yeah, that is Monday, isn't it? Yes, it is Monday. November 6th is a Monday. So these guys report real soon. I got to tell you, though, where do we find some support here? Okay, so this area here, my friend Nick, this $38 area was a bit of a double bottom. That takes us back into September of last year, into mid-August of last year. Why am I looking at this area? Because it was an obvious area of support. And we broke down below it, but not by that much. We're right at that area now. So this is an interesting area of support. Sure, you got a quick wick below, but it's not an exact science, as long as a general area holds. So if you do find some support here and they get a good earnings, wow, this could really squeeze. This could absolutely squeeze. I'm not going to say there's a gap, because there's no gap. We had incremental price movement down. But you could easily see something here to the higher end of the gap, the actual gap, which is to that 70 bucks area, right? This could squeeze easily, you know, I don't know, 20, 30 bucks. In fact, why even guess? Let's see what Market Chameleon has to say about this bad boy with respect to expected volatility. Let's log in here. Am I already logged in? Yes, I am. Let's go to that, and then November 6th, TMDX. Let's go ahead and put... yeah, TMDX. Well, what is it called again? It's called Transmetic. Bro, what's your problem? All right, so then we'll have to look for it. Well, there aren't too many companies here. What's the market size? 1.24 billion, okay. So we're gonna have to scroll to the next page and the next page after that. Here we go, it should be around here somewhere. Come on, eyes, help me out. I don't see it, 1.2 billion. Do you see anything here that says Transmedics?
I do.
No, I don't see it either. Where the hell is it? All right, maybe Trade Ideas has the wrong date or something. I'll have to look at this one after. What I'm looking for here, guys, is the expected move. This column here kind of gives you an expected of how much it should move. It's based on the previous move as well as the options volume. I can't seem to quite locate it just yet. Let me just make sure Trade Ideas has that right. Yeah, November 6th, TMDX, Katina Man. Can you get an implied volatility for TMDX on earnings day? Thank you very much. The Katina Man is going to help us with that one.
Yeah.
Ooh. Rare Seed, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Hey, y'all. I'm looking at Tesla at 231. Remember this tomorrow. Ooh, that's a statement. You want to have a look at that?
Yeah, I mean, I always want to have a look at Tesla. Also, the market just kind of fell out, so we'll deal with that in a moment, because that will probably impact at least one of my longs. But Tesla, kind of interesting here. I think if it can break 218, then I think it'll be a really interesting one. I want to look at the daily on this too. I think the big issue with Tesla, at least intraday, is its struggle with 218. Yeah, if we break 218, then we're going to kind of like here. Yeah, I think that would be of note. I mean, when's the last time we were at 231? We wicked above 231 here. We had that wick above 231, but we were like steadily at 231 last time. The day that we fell out during earnings, so it was October 19th. So if it can break above that level, that would be significant. Let me take a look. Yeah, I think intraday for it to kind of be at any, like, to even break that 220 area, I think it honestly needs to break above 218 first. And as we say that, the market kind of flushes and it dips below that area. But yeah, I mean, I think like holding steady at 218 is something. Well, that 216 to 218 range is something. But I think, yeah, like if it can kind of hold, I think breaking above 218 would be the first step for like a significant long. I'm gonna look at the 4-hour too. Someone mentioning the 4-hour chat. The 4-hour chart for Tesla in the chat, so let's pull that up. Yeah, I mean, the 4-hour looks pretty good. You know, we had this like strength, but we're really struggling to kind of go above here. Like we can see, we kind of got to like that 217 area, and now we're dipping below it for this next hour. So I think like the 4 hours kind of continuously showing like we had the strength on Tesla. We are up almost 6% in the day, but we are just really struggling to break 218. I might look at this, if we continue to stay strong at 216, I might take it long from there, but that's a big if, and that's a big might. I will be honest here. Let's look at NVIDIA, because I'm in NVIDIA, and NVIDIA was doing really well until the market kind of fell out from under us here. Still holding at VWAP though, and as I say that, it kind of dips below. But yeah, we were almost at like that 433, 433.50 area, which is where I probably would have left or at least taken out part of my position. We kind of fell out here, but as long as we stay strong at VWAP, I'm going to stay in. Also, still kind of hanging out on Netflix and Palantir. So I'm staying in both these trades for now. But yeah, Netflix, I'm kind of losing a little bit of faith in. I might take everything out at 425 because we are seeing these slightly lower highs here. I'm okay with the long for now, though. We're still above our point of entry, and we're kind of just hanging out in the range there.
Okay, I can't find where the hell this Transmedics date is. The Katina, you sent it to me? There we go. TXMD, there we go. Oh, okay, so here it is, man. Look at this. This is the expected move. Thanks to the Katina man for this. Yeah, plus or minus 55.6%. This stock could move here.
I just sent you the website. I don't know if it shows better.
Okay, let's pull up the website. The Katina man also sent the website, which may, here it is. Let's pull that up. TXMD, this is the move here. And then where do you see the, up? Right there. Okay, right there. So next earnings, that's why I can't find it. I think they got it wrong on trade ideas. This one, November 13th, I couldn't find it on Market Chameleon. The expected move is plus or minus 55.6%. So Nick Dub, this one could absolutely rocket or tank depending on how they do on earnings. And by looking last time at how they did, well, look at that move right there. I mean, we were trading at 93 bucks, 93 and a quarter, and by the end of next day, we were down into 63. So I wouldn't put it past this mover over here. So shout out to you. I hope that, I don't know if you're looking at this long term. What I do like about it is the double bottom that we had in September, October of last year. We were right at that level. It held up at least a little bit today, went up to 40.87, currently, you know, with a 38.13 low. If we hold this general level and we get good earnings, you could see this skyrocket. So we'll have to see how that one does. But Apple now decidedly out of the money. Well, not decidedly out of the money. We're like 18 pennies out of the money. We had a couple of nice beak wetters up here, but now we break below 177. But the future still not really giving up the ghost, and we're not out of the money by that much. So going to exercise some patience. This trade is no longer valid if this 176 and a half, 176.40 area is broken. That will be a newer low, and therefore, you know, an invalid trade at that point for a long. So right now I see a hammer candle forming on the 5-minute chart on AAPL. Don't put too much stock into one little candle, but holding up at least for now. Some people saying Piton is a beast. Let me have a
I
look
was looking at Piton.
Oh.
That one's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'll pull up Piton and then I'll get into.
It is a beast. Holy
I have
cow.
some, you know, some funky trades happening right now. But Piton, oh my God, hello Piton. It's been like what, like 5-10 minutes since I've looked at it, and yet already now it continues to make this other high. This one's like, I would say, pretty consistent, especially when you think about the fact that this was down at open. Like, we were very much down at open. When I was writing the email today, the watch list, this one was down, like, I want to say almost 6%.
Right.
Then we kind of saw this climb to the upside. We struggled a little bit at VWAP, took off from VWAP around, like, I want to say what, like just before 10:45. All these green candles to the upside. This one does not really want to slow down. We were a little bit steeper in the morning. Now it's kind of a slower incline. But yeah, still definitely positive on the day. Also positive on the day and positive for me personally right now is my NVIDIA trade. So I'm really proud of this one, and I'd like to talk about it for a moment because, you know, how I was saying earlier when we were kind of in that, although as I say this, we kind of break below here, but we were holding steadily around that, like when we broke above 432, that was of interest because 432 has definitely been an area of resistance and or support, depending on if you're looking at longer shorts. For NVIDIA earlier today, we had this whole range that I was kind of playing around with earlier, so when we broke above that, I was interested. But then I was going to put in a fill, then I waited. Then I did actually, once I saw a little bit more strength, put in this fill here at this 432.40 area. We're holding at it pretty steadily. I got it basically at VWAP. Wish I'd gotten out earlier. I'm trying to get out right now. Probably take everything out around that 433. That's where I kind of have an out set, because at least that way I'll be, you know, free of this trade. But I'm happy with how it's going so far. We also have Netflix still chopping around. No complaints, though. Like I said, I'm trying to get pretty much everything out, I think, at this 425. because that's where we're seeing, you know, a little bit of weakness, a bit of a struggle to get above that point. But again, still above my point of entry, still showing support. No complaints, all smiles here. And then Palantir, happy I kept, because I was going to take everything out of Palantir. I'm really happy I still have that last third of my shares. If we get to like 17.8, or that, I know 18 was kind of an issue breaking earlier. We saw this whole debacle where we went down just before 18. So that might be where I get out around that 17.8, 17.85 area. But I am happy with this trade. Also, someone saying in the chat, where was I just saw this in a pickle, buy Meta below 308.83. I love the specificity of that because I've been trying to pay a lot of attention to levels lately too. That's been like my next kind of frontier in my trading journey. And I do get why you say this 308 because that's where we had the bottom earlier. We're kind of breaking below that. Yeah, I think that's where if you were to go for a long, that's where you kind of do that. I had mixed results with Meta today. I had success with this trade here. Failed on this trade, but I think we still kind of made, like this trade was good enough. It kind of covered the losses here. Then I had like a 15-cent trade on Meta. You're right. I think that would be the level at which to buy, but I think for myself, like personally, I'm kind of going to wait and see on this Meta trade because I find this one to be a little bit of, this might be the dead one, honestly, for now.
Meta?
Yeah, like not.
Yeah, very unusual for it today.
It's kind of petering out a little bit. It was pretty consistent within a range earlier. Now that range is dwindling, but you're right. I think if there were a place to buy, it would be where you say.
What I see is lower highs, and a flat bottom on that
flat
one.
bottom, yeah.
Okay, Alfred has responded with respect to the fintech space. Here we go, guys. Ready? I think it's commoditized at this point. None really has tech that stands out from each other. I'm realizing that the odd guard of the credit card companies have a bigger moat than I gave them credit for. I'm not as bullish on the sector as I was before the North American, he says sense, but I think crisis. But I think fintech in Asia will be the thing as credit card providers don't have as entrenched of positions over there. But who knows? Chang and the... Okay, sometimes maybe I need to read this before I read it out, but who knows? Some people and the boys may realize someday that there's value in buyer protection that Visa provides that Alipay doesn't. What he's talking about is Visa zero liability and how when you pay for, or you get charged for something you didn't pay for, you claim it, they do an investigation. If it comes out, it gets removed. Alipay apparently in Asia doesn't have the same. He goes on to say, I like legacy companies in this case, but they are expensive despite being decently valued on a historic basis. My cheap something but self can't get into these companies until I see a screaming deal, he goes on to say. I also like the credit card rating companies like Moody's, FICO, and S&P. Brew. He talks up a storm. I also like the credit card rating companies like Moody's, FICO, and S&P Global. Not the same, I know, he puts in brackets, but they are also expensive, like the credit cards. He's a value investor, guys. You guys know that. He tries to Warren Buffett his way into things. Obviously, easier said than done there. But he will not buy things unless he really sees them beat down and worth his analysis. Guys, he's an accountant. What he does, he reads financial statements. He looks for value. That's his modus operandi. He's not a growth investor. He's not a momentum trader. That's not how he rolls. So, you know, how he may see it and how we may see it on the show, a little bit of a different story. AAPL, back to business here, above 177. I got the opportunity to add at 176.90, getting a better cost basis there. I still like this 177 hold, despite the fact that we broke below 177 for a short period of time. We made a newer high into that 177.30. I want all the smoke on this trade. The end of the trade will come if we break this triple bottom that we've made at 176.40, 45, 176.50. Otherwise, we're going to let this one run for really as long as we can, wetting our beak on...
Wetting the beak.
Yeah, you know it, Dara. Yeah. Wetting the beak on the ascent up 1.81 right now for AAPL. Let's leave this one here. Radley has Sharif, completely misspelled my name, by the way, Radley there. Apologized about Dash yet. You were right, Adara. What did I say about Dash?
I don't even, because it went higher.
Lower highs,
But yeah, I mean,
why would I apologize?
No,
I'm
and
trying to help
honestly,
out.
like,
What is this person?
I appreciate the help, and I'm happy I got it when I did anyway, because let's be honest, we know what I'm like. I'm very short term, and I freak out. If I see something like this, I would have gotten out lower, so I'm happy I got it where I did. That being said, it does look like it is a long, and honestly, like, I'm surprised I stayed in Palantir as long as I did. I'm still in Palantir, because usually I leave trades earlier. So I think, you know what, honestly, like, I don't think Sharif does not need to apologize, and I would have probably left
Trying
either
to give
way.
you my best.
But no,
advice.
yeah, I think honestly, I was considering going along with this one below VWAP, but you're right, it did look like it was kind of headed to the downside earlier today.
Yeah.
So I think no apology is needed.
Yeah, this is definitely not an exact science.
No, it's
Anybody
not.
who trades, right? It's
Yeah.
a bit of a tough world we choose to live in here. Dave pegged in SMCI looking to come up through VWAP. Yeah. This name has absolutely been shellacked on the day. This guy reported SMCI, super microcomputer. Let's look at the chart over here. It reported yesterday after the bell. The algo spike up looked absolutely amazing. And then we retraced the entire move. Here's the 15-minute look on SMCI. This is the earnings play yesterday. 4 o'clock comes in. We shoot up into 280. But yeah, we've since sold off. I'm assuming this has something to do with the call. Guys, about 3 weeks ago, I really delved in deep into this company to find out who the hell SMCI is. This is a full picture company. Not only do they provide micro or semiconductor companies with parts, but this is an all-inclusive type company. They give you software for servers. They set up the server for you. They maintain it. They do all the tech support for it. So if you are looking to scale, you don't have to be a hyperscaler like Google and Amazon and Meta, but if you're looking to scale your AI infrastructure, this is one of the companies you're probably considering in doing that. And so I like that kind of play. They have many different moats that they use. I really need to go through the call to see what spooked analysts, because you don't get a move down like this on SMCI for no reason. Probably something to do with the forward guidance, maybe something to do with the canceled chips that NVIDIA will not be sending to China as a result of the new rules brought forward by the Biden administration. Recall, the A800 GPU and the H800 GPU were made specifically for China. Now they can't ship those out anymore. Those are removed. And so all the tech support and the data center support that they were going to get from possibly a company like SMCI, which I wouldn't be surprised, that's no longer available. They can't get those chips. So this is going to be very interesting to see why SMCI sold off in the way that it did, but it is coming back, your point taken, into that 240 level, which is VWAP. I love when VWAP and the whole dollar level jive there. It presents for a good either support or resistance level. Right now, I got to tell you, with a big move down 4.5% plus, I'm not really too eager to jump into this one on the long side yet. I could be mistaken, though. What we do have here is a series of higher lows after that 227 and a third low. We're $13 now removed off that low as it makes its way back. To go break even, guys, we got to get into that 252 area. That was yesterday's close before that monster algo wick up into 279 and change it there.
Yeah, so my brain was a little turned off, and I accidentally bought some shares in Netflix when I went to sell my shares in Netflix. But it's cool. We're still doing okay on Netflix. Just gonna kind of try to sell everything here and now because I am, we're still positive, but I'm kind of we're petering out a little bit. So I would like to fade out with that trade and with that position. But yeah, I got out. I like where I got everything else out though. We did well in this trade. Also, I held on to PLTR because I was gonna get rid of it, and then Y Brothers United was saying in the chat, maybe hold on. So I held on because I was kind of waiting to see. I was worried it wouldn't break that 17.9. It did. If we can break 18, I would be pleased as punch. And I'm proud of myself for how long I held on to this trade because I do struggle.
Pleased?
It's a saying I've heard. Pleased as punch.
You and I both. I just really
I wonder if it's happy. Is it happy?
I don't know. I feel like a Kool-Aid was a happy drink.
That's true. That's a good way of looking at it.
Remember you're way too young, but
I remember the Kool-Aid man.
You remember?
I remember the Kool-Aid man. I'm not.
Adara, you surprise me every day. There you go. With your knowledge of very old music, which
Yeah.
you know very well.
Oh yeah, I know.
And
Like
now-
my '90s rap knowledge is encyclopedic. Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
I got to tell you the truth. And now with your knowledge of useless commercials from
Useless
the 90s.
commercials, yeah. Right?
Right?
Yeah, I have the wherewithal, I have the awareness.
Killing
But
it.
yeah, so thank you. So I am happy here. So NVIDIA, I did what I had to do in the moment. Could have held on a little bit longer. We got like 30, 40 cents in this trade. I was kind of waiting for it to break that 433, but the more we waffled around, the more nervous I got. So I got rid of it, and I was like, you know what? Like, worst case scenario, I still made something on this trade, right? I could have held on. We're continuing to go higher. I can get back in if I want to, you know what I mean, a little bit lower. But this looks like NVIDIA is going to continue to break higher. And if it breaks this other kind of point of interest, that 433.4, I will continue to be interested. I couldn't think of another word, so I ever used interested. How are you doing with
Jay
Apple?
Lee wants to know if you're a fan of Ren. He's just curious.
MC Ren?
I don't know. He
Yeah,
didn't say. Maybe Ren and Stimpy?
I'm not really into either, I have to say. I'm assuming it's MC Ren. I don't
Okay.
really listen to MC Ren. In terms of like 90s rap, I would say I love Nas. I listen to
Same.
some Tupac, a little bit of Biggie, Far Side. Yeah, there's we're kind of all over the place there. Yeah.
You've got quite a bit there. Yeah, absolutely. Wasn't Nas supposed to come out with a new album?
No, I feel like Nas like stresses everyone out with the albums because he had this song on the DJ
pretty
Khaled
sure
album
he's
that
supposed
came
to
out in 2016 where it said Nas album done, and the Nas album didn't come out for another 2 years after that.
What was your favorite Nas album?
I love Illmatic, which I know is basic, but I also loved King's Disease. It Was Written was really good.
You haven't said mine yet.
Is yours? Oh my God, what's the one from 2004? God's Disciple.
Street's Disciple.
Street's Disciple. That's what I was thinking. That one is Sekou Story. That one is Reason. Yeah.
Yeah, he had really kind of like developed and who he was then. It's my favorite.
Yeah.
It's a lot
That's a
of
good
long
album.
car drives with that CD playing.
Yeah.
And it was a CD back then. So. That's what I'm saying. So he did release.
He releases a lot of the King's Diseases.
One the last 3 years, I think.
Yeah,
Which is
okay.
good because he had some stuff to make up for because like there was like a 7-year gap there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Going on.
absolutely. Zion actually had a very good rap in the chat earlier, which I didn't get to go back and read out. Sorry about that, Zion. Usually you have hilarious raps, but this time he says, "What about the Neil rapper? Neil can flow. Oh, Neil can flow, but he doesn't flow for free, baby." Just like these guys, they don't rap for free. They get paid by Spotify and Apple Music. The way Neil gets paid is we need 1,500 likes on the closing show. Without 1,500 likes, he ain't gonna rap. That's the way it is. And so if you want that rap, get that like, get to clicking that like button, baby.
Incentivizing. There we go. Yeah.
Justin Time wants to know if you rap.
Me.
Yeah.
A skosh. There's a couple songs I know really well that I can rap.
Hey.
I dabbled in freestyle at parties in university. Yeah,
No
that's
way. Good for you.
That's the extent. It's
That's
it's a
guts.
very mixed kind of. Also, I'm listening to Far Side right now.
Okay.
Neil, yes. What song?
The Neil is listening to it at the moment. I think he's got his headphones on.
Nice.
All right. Where do we say it again?
Running. Classic.
There you
I was
go.
listening to Passing Me By the other day too. Yeah, it's a good one.
There you go. Mark Wagner. How is that relevant? How is that relevant? Really?
Not relevant.
Let's see. Please don't rap, says Big Spark. Why not? She'll do whatever she wants. Let's talk about this Apple trade. 177.
Let's do it.
I've got 177.30 here, Adara, for an out. We had an initial rejection off that 177 and a third. When we moved back up there, we got up to 177.27 last attempt, and then moved back down into that 177.10. But we haven't given up the ghost quite yet on AAPL. We'll see how this one does. We got into 14.982 and a quarter on the NQ. That takes us 1.56 on the day. We're retracing a little bit now, 14.973, so we're about 10 points off that high. So, you know, as the future goes, as likely Apple goes today as well. When I look at these big 7 charts, though, I got to tell you, they're not really impressing me all that much on an intraday basis. Sure, they all gapped up quite nicely, save and except for Meta. Meta is the only red name out of the bunch. It's down 0.80. Google's up, even though its chart looks like trash, 0.63. Tesla looks real good, but it's really having trouble with that 218 area. It's up 5.5. Apple looks to be the best of the bunch for me. I got to tell you the truth, not because I'm involved in it, not because it reports after the bell, not because I'm sitting here shaking in my boots about what's going to happen to my personal account if we miss on this earnings, but it looks the best from an intraday perspective on the chart. If we really break that 177 1/3, I think we could trend up into 177 2/3, which is the high of day. So Apple looking real good here. Amazon's also up 1/3%, but look how many times we reject off VWAP. Every single time we come in here from the low side into the high side, we find resistance at VWAP, even over here when we did break it, but look how quickly we give up that again. So a bit of a triple bottom here at 136. 80-ish, 75-ish in that general area. If the market really gets going, we could get a VWAP reclaim here and then move up into the high 138s, which is the high of day on the moment. But we're going to have a market move. Otherwise, yeah, we're not gonna trend here. Let me change this back to NQ because I changed it by accident. There we go. Yeah, not much for me to report. Software, we talked a little bit about that earlier on. It's also quite zigzaggy. It's above VWAP at the moment. It's up 0.47, but it's really not having the decisive day I'm going up or I'm going down today. It's not at all. We have lower highs and higher lows, a bit of a compression pattern, which to me is showing some indecisiveness at the moment. It's not the only one. It's not the only one at all. I'm talking about only one being indecisive in big tech. You have a very similar looking chart here on NVDA. Even though you're up 2 1/4 on it, you're getting a series of lower highs and higher lows, a bit of a compression pattern, much in the same way that you are getting it on Microsoft. So a little indecisive, even though it's up much more on the day, is NVDA. Apple continuing to hang out in that 177.20s, not able to break that 30s profit taker that we've had there for some time, but looking the best out of the bunch for me. I think somebody tagged me in there in the chat here. Mr. John Sharif, what time will Powell speaks? He spoke yesterday, my friend. You're a day late. The second day of the FOMC meeting was yesterday. It took place at 2:30. He didn't say anything that outlandish. What he did show, though, was this new inclination to really not answer the question. He had been, quite, I would say, open, forthcoming.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah. And yesterday, he was just kind of repeating the same line back over and over again. I got to watch it at home through from the comfort of my bed, to be honest.
I watched it back here, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. My bed, your chair, it's all the same, right? Nick Dubb, hey, Sharif, that implied volatility for TXMD, do you see the implied volume for TMDX? I'm worried about it revisiting support at 30, but I like the company a lot. I got to tell you, it was Sean who pulled it up. I can't seem to find the date for that on Market Chameleon's website, which is a little unnerving for me because usually they have everything there. So I can't answer that question. We're going to have to wait and see when it comes out. Kian Johnny, Sharif, remember when Trump, yeah, we can't get into that. You know how it works around here, right? We don't get into politics. Henry Chung, Tribe Called Quest. My man, you just hit up on a real good one.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite song, Find a Way.
Yeah, I mean,
by Tribe Called Quest.
Can I Kick It is good.
That's a good one, too.
Bonita Applebum is also very good.
Mine's Find a Way.
I also like Q-Tip. Electric Relaxation. That, yes.
Okay.
The beat of that, like as someone who I play piano, and the beat of that, like from a musical perspective, is really cool. Also, in terms of Q-Tip solo stuff, Let's Ride is good.
Okay.
But
okay.
that's my Tribe Called Quest thing. But yeah, great band. Also, I have Uber pulled up because I saw someone here in the chat say, should we make taxi drivers Uber driver? And also, I know Uber was trending up on the day, so I was like, let's look at Uber.
Should we make a taxi driver?
The people, like Taxi Driver, like the movie, I guess they're saying they should make a remake of as Uber driver.
There aren't Uber.
So I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that is hilarious.
I think Criminal Minds has done like an episode of that.
What is your opinion? I mean, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No,
what is your opinion about them being treated as employees rather than independent contractors? You like that or you dislike that?
I think it's like, I honestly, something I think you need to think about a little bit more.
Fair.
I think
fair.
that I get what they do from a company side, but I don't think it's necessarily like fair for the drivers.
They don't get benefits when they do that,
right? Yes,
Yeah.
it's unfair for the drivers, but I do kind of get what they do it from a company standpoint because
Yep.
there's very little regulation of the drivers.
Well, that's
you know what I
okay.
mean? So I think
Yep.
that's, I get it, but I also don't get it from a driver's perspective, but
Yeah.
it's something I'd like to think about a little
It's
bit
one
more.
of those ones where I
Yeah.
don't think any, you can never really have consensus on it.
Exactly,
Right? You
yeah.
always going to have an opinion. I'm going to have an opinion. Obviously, more business-friendly environment says keep them as contractors, don't bring them on as employees.
Yeah.
Obviously, the government doesn't want people to be unprotected, and they get involved through their regulatory powers there.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that's the reason we're talking about that is because, well, overnight came out that Uber and Lyft are going to have to pay drivers back a substantial sum of money, about $300 million, 280 something for Uber, and 30 some odd million for DoorDash. It's not Dash, sorry, Lyft. And they're going to have to pay back drivers for benefits that they didn't receive because now they are being viewed as employees rather than independent contractors.
Interesting.
Yeah, let's see there. Lolo. What's up, Lolo? I like them brown, yellow, Puerto
it's a
Rican,
line
and
for- yeah.
Haitian. I love it.
yeah.
My name is...
Live dog from the Zulu. We could get down.
we're going to give you banks for that. You got Adara singing, man. She's rapping. You might not even need to wait for Friday.
Yeah.
It might be freestyle Thursdays from now on. You get this girl going. How's the trade over there looking?
The trading was good until I did a thing here. And when I say a thing, I mean I got into NVIDIA at a questionable place. So I thought we were kind of pushing upwards. I liked that we had some support around that. We're actually, you know what? I'm gonna be a little less hard on myself for now. We're still kind of holding around. We dip below, but we're holding pretty steadily around that 432.40. I did get in too high, though, I will say that. I got in, though, I wanted to get in on this long because I was noticing, we were seeing a pattern upwards. We're still positive on the day. We had a nice base around 431.20. Then we had a nice, VWAP support, continuing to swoop upwards, like, whoop. So yeah, I mean, I still like it as an upward trend. I just panicked a little bit as we dipped lower. But what I'm trying to do lately, too, is like when we have those kind of, freak surprise candles to the downside, just trying to stay calm and dealing with the position and staying in. That's what we're doing right now. Because I was like, if we break below 423, I'm going to get really nervous. But it looked like it was just kind of a freak accident. We're staying positive. We're staying strong. And I am staying in the trade. We also have Palantir, which I did stay in. Because my original plan was to leave at 1790. We're kind of chopping around 1790, though. I would love to have faith in this name, but the longer it doesn't reach 18, the more I get worried about it, if I am being, a little bit honest here. Also, Netflix, which I got out of. Like I said, so I like where I got out of this, and I accidentally bought a little bit more, but we got out. We made profit and everything. We didn't lose everything on this trade. Really, I think the only super unsuccessful trade that I've had today with a loss was this meta trade earlier. We did well in meta first time. Second meta trade, I think thought we were going to push higher, but I bought too high, and then it didn't sell early enough. But yeah, other than that, I'm pretty happy with the trading so far. I feel like I'm getting a better sense of levels because even the NVIDIA trade, as much as I did I bought too high, I would say. It does still look like it has that pattern to the upside, and we're holding pretty steadily. So I'm going to stay in it, I think, for the time being. How's Apple going?
It's really having trouble with 177.30. We keep coming right into the high 20s there, and then finding a resistance in the same way that we found resistance at that 177 area. But the only difference is, I would say this time around, we're not getting the wicks above 177.30 and then a retracement south. So I'm not even triggering for my profit taker there. It's still the strongest of the bunch, but the market is in a very consolidative area at the moment, or at least Apple is. So we're going to have to be patient. We're in the money on it. I like that 177 hold. We'll try to exercise a little bit of patience there. Elon is asking in the chat, hi, Sharif and Adara. Remembrance Day in Canada today? No. So we wear these poppies here a week or so, maybe even a couple of weeks before Remembrance Day. Remembrance Day is always on November 11th, okay? It's the 11th day, and then we have a very solemn moment of silence, the 11th hour, the 11th minute, the 11th second. You get a theme here, right?
On the 11th day of the 11th month.
Exactly. November 11th, which is also November is the 11th month as well. Thank you for reminding me about that. I missed that part.
It's okay. I got the vibe. I got the vibe, yeah.
and that was to commemorate the end of the First World War. And the poppies are, I think, it's basically from Flounders Field.
Flounders
right?
Field, yeah.
Yeah, Flounders Field, where a major moment in the First World War, at least for the, what's it called? The needle was going to poke me. Yeah, so these grow very prominently in France, and they grew in this area called Flounders Field, and so we kind of adopted it as the end of the war of peace, right? And so that's the look there. The British wear them. They have a bit of a different one that they wear. It's not a two-piece one. It's like a one-piece one. Shout out to Adam and every other, all of our friends there from across the ocean.
Yeah.
Jay Lee, yeah, November 1st to 11th, always wear it for 11 days also. That makes more sense. They're more of an 11 theme there. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, a lot of respect, obviously, for the people that came before us, and we commemorate them by wearing these for 11 days.
Yeah.
So that's the look there. We're still doing a dance here in the mid 120s here, Adara, on AAPL. It's still showing me its intention to go higher because we have a series of higher lows, but we're really having trouble with that 30
Making
area.
itself known, but it's having a little bit of a struggle.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's doing its thing. We also haven't broken through that 218 on Tesla. So if anybody is interested in that type of trade, we've been having 177-ish on Apple, that 218 on TSLA, much the same look where you have a series of higher lows without breaking and closing above that 218 area. So keep your eye out for the market. If it starts running, 218 on Tesla could be just a distant memory, and we could be closing in on 220 even more, right? It's up 5 2/3 on the day, and this is one of those ones that can easily run to 8 or 9% on the day. Tesla is an absolute beast, and there it is. We get the fill at the not the 130, the 177.30 area, Adara. We actually crossed that time 1.9% to the good here on AAPL. Please go to 187 by the end of the day. Yeah. Please go to 187. I'm looking for a nice move here on AAPL on the earnings call. It's just been so beat down lately, Adara.
There's a reason you called it the dead one. There is a reason.
There is a reason. Yeah. It's been beat up. It's been beat up bad. A whole host of reasons. We got into it earlier. There's China. There is the consumer being tapped out. There's credit card debt through the roof. It's a tough look right now if you're looking at making a big purchase. Jameson Barna, Goog. Well, Google isn't doing that well. It's south of VWAP, 127.75. But Google just woke up here from its lower lows and lower highs.
Yeah, it was falling asleep.
Look,
there.
it's still though. Look, I mean, if you were to draw a trend line, we still haven't made higher highs. We really need to break this 127.81, which is north of VWAP. Look at this double top over here at 127.81. Are you able to come to the chart or no? I never know now. I'm in trouble, right? With respect to these charts. 127.80-ish area to break that lower high pattern, but we do have VWAP, which is at 127.75. So expect possible resistance at 127.75, but I would say a trend has changed once we break through that 127.80, that double top candle glaring at me in the face there, telling me, Sharif, don't take me north unless I've been reclaimed, right? It's talking to me, Adara.
The charts talk.
And it's not just because I've been sick with a fever the last couple of days and I'm hearing things.
I like the clarification there. Yeah, I like the specificity.
Zion Lala, your thoughts and prediction on Apple's earnings today. Sorry if I missed it, what you mentioned earlier. Yeah, I did. I talked a little bit about it. I talked about two things. One, whether or not they're going to be able to sell more devices. We know that they are the best device maker out there. They make the most compliant and most efficiently usable devices. At least that's been my experiences. But that is a problem lately because you're not having as much adoption, and the upgrade cycle may be postponed as the consumer runs out of money. Instead of upgrading every year, 2 years, maybe we look at 3 and 4 for the next couple of years until our financials are in a better position. That's one. That could be the bad side of it. The other side of it, how good did services do? Services are an increasingly bigger aspect for Apple as they look to find new sources of revenue to grow their balance sheet or to grow their revenue. We're going to have to see how they did. Number one, did they grow? Number two, what are the margins like? Because margins on services are in like the 80-something% gross margins. That's huge. That's way better than you're going to get on any physical product. So that's what I'm going to be looking for Apple. How did they grow their services? And what's their device uptake going to be like in the face of a tighter consumer? It's really as simple as it gets for me. We've heard a lot made about India as well. If they start talking about India and speeding up their expansion into India and making devices in India, that could also be looked at as quite bullish, because Apple has faced a headwind, the geopolitical headwind. Every time China gets annoyed at Apple, it does something to affect it, whether it's the iPhone ban for its employees, or whether it was shaking down Foxconn for tax evasion and land use and stuff like that. So, we'll have to wait and see how.
Madness.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, madness also is NVIDIA. I was happy I stayed in this because we went down almost $1, and I was like, I have faith in this. It's been a fairly easy to read chart all day. We had range earlier, which I was very much willing to jump around and hop and skip inside of when we had this range. Then we had movement to the upside. I was willing to play that as well. We're having a little bit of trouble breaking 433.60, so that might be where I make my exit, if you will. Also Palantir, which I am proud of myself for still being in, because I'm not going to lie, usually my patience for the stocks that are not large caps, if I'm being really honest, kind of wanes. But I liked Palantir. I liked it on earnings play. I still have a third of my position in here. If we successfully break and run over 18, I will keep the rest of my position in here. Right now, let's just kind of wait and see what happens here, though, because we're kind of dancing around. What else is happening? Tesla is still not breaking 218. I was seeing some people in the chat saying it looks like it's making like a cone, kind of getting tighter in the range and looking to break out. But it's having a really hard time breaking that decisively over 218. And even like, when's the last time we saw 218? It looks like 218 we saw at like 1210, and then we kind of backed around below that. I mean, I honestly, I think I need it to break either way for me to be really interested. Nice within range, but even with Tesla right now, it's such a small range, I don't even know if I'd be willing to play it. And we know I enjoy trading within a range. Like I was just talking about that with NVIDIA, right? But I mean, if we can see a decisive kind of break up and over, then it could be interesting. But right now, truthfully, I find it a little hard to read and a little hard to be motivated to get into. Palantir, not hard to read, though. We broke $18.
I think Harry Lou has a really good question for you there in the chat.
Thank you.
I think it's worth answering.
Yeah,
and
I hope I have a good answer, because I think reading this, I think my answer might be layered.
We'll read it out first so everybody knows what it's about.
Have you changed your trading style, and why? You seem to have changed from a single candle scalp to entering trending stocks and trying to hold on longer, which I think is true. And I think, honestly, I've been doing a little bit of both. Because I was like, we can see in this NVIDIA trade earlier, in some of these NVIDIA trades, I definitely was scalping. I would say a lot of this was pretty scalpy, right? Yep. But then when I noticed the trend change in NVIDIA, I was willing to hold a little bit longer to see it kind of hit this, if we can get above that 434 area. So to answer your question, I think I've been more adaptable. I've been more willing to adapt to what the markets are doing and what the stocks are doing. And I would say in that way, that's how my trading style has changed. I hope that answers your question. I appreciate the question. It's what I'm trying to do here. Yeah.
Have you felt differently on the inside when you trade quickly or when you hold? And here's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So, I asked you this before. I'm
Yes.
like, Adira, are you a patient person? What's your natural disposition?
Yeah.
And you kind of gave me a long answer. You're like, look, I'm a quick.
I like to go, yeah.
Yeah. And so I think that has something to do with,
with why
having
I like
an
the
inclination.
scalping. Yeah.
And so when you try to get away from your personality, I think that, for good reason, obviously.
Yeah.
How do you feel on the inside? Are you feeling anxious when you hold more?
I do feel anxious when I hold more, but I think also, and I don't know if this answers your question because I agree with what you just said, but I think part of it too is I feel more confident with levels and chart reading now that I feel like I can hold more sometimes.
Fair.
So in this case, I felt comfortable holding more even when we dropped because I knew the levels and the support that we had around VWAP I thought was substantial enough for me to keep going in it.
Right.
And same with Palantir, you know what I mean? Like Palantir was a little bit of my old strategy because I did get some out a little bit early, but I kept the rest because I was still noticing this pattern to the upside. So I think as I get more confident with trading, I get more confident kind of shedding my, trying new things and trying different trading styles, if that makes sense. But you're right, I think I am still the most comfortable scalping, and you're right, I think that's because the less patient side of me is always going to win out because it's a little bit more who I am on the short term.
And there's people that sympathize with you. Look what Carrie Weaver said. It makes my stomach in knots, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Look, that is absolutely normal. I got to tell you the truth, right? It is. I don't think day trading is a naturally
fun.
Yeah.
It's fun, but it's stressful. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be for some people. I mean, they could find it absolutely natural and conducive to their personality. Some other people's could find it, enraging. I was somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
I got to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
But yeah, very good. I think I really like how you're sharing your thoughts with people.
And I appreciate the question, Harry, because I think, it helped me reflect a little bit too, because I agree with what, Sharif, I agree with what you were saying about natural personalities, but I also think part of it's like the more you learn and feel comfortable with something, the more you can try new things.
Exactly.
So I think my answer is a combination. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, people yelling, Roku breakdown, question mark. Okay, we're on it, baby.
We are.
We are on it, quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go, ROKU. What do we got here, Adara?
It looks breakdown-ish.
Yeah, okay, let's have a look. Yeah, look, it's pulling down, but again, guys, we've talked about this before. Let's pattern trade so that we're not just taking shots in the dark. Where is the long no longer valid, in my humble opinion? That breakdown, a decisive breakdown of that 177 area, 177, that 77 area, I think I'm talking about Apple for some reason. That $77 area or that $76.80 area. Why? Because that's the new low, and we don't no longer have higher highs and higher lows. What we do have now is a trend back down. Now, where do we stop? A couple of areas. We could find support at that whole dollar area around 76. VWAP isn't far from that. By the time we make it down, VWAP and 76 could be the same level. Right now, though, VWAP is at 75 and 2/3, 75, 70-ish area. So I would say the long is still valid, and you're taking anything long off a dip into 77. But if you get a decided break of 77 and maybe move down into 76 and 2/3, you're cutting that for maybe whatever 30, 40 penny loser. If you get that 77 bounce and we trend up, you have a $2 possible winner to that 79.12 HOD. We'll have to see how that happens, but Roku is very strong name on the day, guys. 30.25%. We are high on Roku. Don't look at it too micro, though. Look at it from the 5-minute perspective because we don't have a newer low. We have higher highs and higher lows so far. So I would say, sure, we could retrace off here, but wait for confirmation. All right, back to Apple as we dance at that 177.30 again. Nice. I've got my next beak wetter there at 35. So I got to tell you the truth, Adara, it's been hard trucking over here on the north side on Apple, at least, intraday, because we've been really having trouble taking any of these resistance levels out. It's been really tough and quite lengthy in the wait that we've had to wait in order to get these levels out. But we'll try to exercise some patience here. As we did, touch 14,989.75 on the NQ. That is a smidge below 15,000. We could see 15 today by power hour when the big kahunas come in. You and I only have about 15 minutes left on the show. Yeah. And Sean and Neil will be taking you through. Who you got on the close on the market recap today, Katina man? Chris Brecher will be on. Make sure, Simpler Trading, right? From Simpler Trading, make sure to catch the Katina man on there. And don't forget, bless you. Yeah, we're going to be talking, the Katina man is going to be talking to him about earnings, but don't forget, Frank Caberna on today, 2:45. He'll be talking macro with Brendo on the big desk, Big Frank, VP now of operations.
Oh, nice.
Or, VP of operations. He used to be the director, and then he got, he got that raise, baby. And now he's the VP over there at IGUS. He's still the director. I remember you guys had the header and it said VP. It's Director of Strategies. Okay, so I'm wrong. He's the Director of Strategies.
Nice.
I thought he was VP. Okay.
Still something, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's director. It's not a
Director,
nothing to sneeze at there, baby.
Nice.
Sorcerer of Strategy says 4 lats. I don't know. Frank Demand says none of your biz. VP of Strategy. That's what I thought he was, but I was wrong. Wall Street says, damn, Frank, I needed you earlier. I'm already out of my long. Well, Frank will be on at 2:45, guys. Make sure to check that out. And the Katina Man will have Chris Brecher in the market recap.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
I'm still in this Palantir long, but I'm trying to get out just because A, the midday is almost done, and B, it's struggling at 18. But I'll get into that in a moment. I actually saw this in the chat, and then it reminded me of a stock I had on my watch list earlier. With love to all in the chat, day trading is driving a Ferrari, not for the weak-minded. Well, you know who reported today? Ferrari. So they either reported today or last night, and I had Ferrari on my watch list for that reason. The ticker is RACE, which I love, RACE. So they did report this morning. So volume is negligible, to use a Sharifism there. We're at about just above 300,000 in the shares. But yeah, I mean, it's a nice steady movement upward, slightly making higher highs at this 322 area. Not a lot going, but I wanted to pull it up because I saw that and it kind of reminded me, hey, like Ferrari had its earnings. Also, Cheesecake Factory, another great ticker that had earnings that I would like to pull up. I believe this one, they did not do very well.
Have you been to the one to Yorkdale?
Yeah, I went. So my dad and sister came in town, I think like a week before I started here. And I wanted to go because I had never been. I was like, oh, let's go. And my sister was like, yeah, sure, right?
How long did you wait?
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to get. Yeah. So we...
I just knew right away.
2.5 hours.
Yeah, that's normal. Did you walk around the mall?
We did, yeah, because they had never been to Yorkdale.
Give you the thing?
What?
The
vibrating
thing?
Well, they said they'd send a text. So they sent a text, yeah. And then no, it was actually like slightly shorter than they said it would. And I feel like they like to challenge you. Like they want you to not come. They'll be like, oh, it'll be 3 hours. And I was like willing to give it. My sister's like, this is like the one thing you said you wanted to do. So like, let's do it, right? So we did it. It was good. I had not been. No
Cheesecake Factories, I'm assuming, in Winnipeg.
No.
Right? Yeah, we only have one in Toronto anyway.
Yeah, right. So that was, I mean, you know what we do have, though? We have some American restaurants that you guys either don't have or don't have very many of. We have lots of Applebee's. We have an Applebee's walking distance from my house. You know what else we have walking distance from my house in Winnipeg? Olive Garden.
Really?
We have tons of Olive Gardens.
We used to have a lot, and now they're all gone.
Yeah, we have like 1 million Olive Gardens. That was like the place you'd go for like cast parties and like, drama productions or high school or whatever. Same with Applebee's. Those are the places, yeah.
The only area where you're going to always see American franchises in Canada, Niagara Falls.
I've heard, because Niagara Falls is very Americanized.
Well, exactly, because they cross the border to gamble.
Yeah.
And then they get their fix of food. But they also have their own casino on that side, Seneca, but it sucks.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Absolutely sucks.
It's interesting, too, another difference between, like, what I've noticed with Manitoba and here is casinos are, like, not really in the city. In Winnipeg, they are just in the city.
Oh,
like,
well, we have a casino now in the city.
Oh, that's true.
Woodbine.
Oh, okay, that's a good point. Yeah,
yeah.
I think the difference, too, is, like, I grew up, like, legitimately 5 minutes from my house walking there is a casino, and I do live in the city. So it's, in Winnipeg.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So it's kind of, it's
I know what
interesting.
you mean, yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm looking at Cheesecake Factory. Volume is better than Ferrari's, about almost 100,000, about like 850,000. Why can I not say numbers now? But we have like a bit of a bottom at this 2960 area, 2955. Taking a bit of a dip here. Don't love the volume though. And the earnings were bad. They missed sales. So the earnings per adjusted EPS was 39 cents. And that was the estimate, or that was the actual earnings. The estimate was 43 cents. Very interesting time. But and then the quarterly sales also missed. So estimates, so not a good time. They had lower price targets as well from Stevens & Co. and also from Barclays. So kind of an interesting time. Yeah, I mean, wanted to pull that up because I was thinking about Ferrari and Cheesecake Factory, both with the interesting tickers. Someone's saying, please check Meta. Yeah, let's check Meta.
It's the dead one today, literally.
Yeah, it's like it told Apple to like hold on to its phone.
Yeah, hold
it's
on
like, hold my phone. I'll be the dead
Hold
one.
my phone.
Yeah.
Come on, Adara. Come on.
If it's a pun,
I was
I
going
will
to say
make it.
hold my drink, and then you come up with the good hold my phone. The Katina man is yelling about PayPal, so we're going to have to look at PayPal over here. PYPL. I'm assuming he is $1 in the money because we just saw the dollar. How many dollars? Okay, well, here we go. I'm being passed the sticky note,
like
the branded sticky note, not like Obi's non-branded sticky note there.
So salty, and he can't even defend himself.
I know, poor guy. 53 long, big time guide, and seen as a something temporary bottom.
Irrelevant, the price is what's going on.
53 long. Where do we just get to, guys? We're at 55, and we just touched 55.20. So nice long for the Katina man there on PYPL. Make sure to check out their, what is it called again? I called it Braintree. New business for them that they're trying to weasel their way into the market as, yeah, well, they're not doing that well with consumers anymore, Katina man. Katina man says those are some harsh words. But yeah, I've made my feelings about PayPal known on the show before, and we're just going to skip right past that. 2 pennies away from a fill here on AAPL. We're sitting there at 35s, waiting for that cross. We're at 34s right now. And there it is, baby. We get that move up on AAPL. Come to the screen, guys. As we move up, higher lows, higher highs for Apple now higher local highs. Now we're looking at that 177.66 in the face. That's really the only higher level that we have to contend with right now on Apple. 2% almost to the good, 1.94. The market is at day's high, 14,990.5 on the NQ, 1 2/3%. The ES up 1.7%, still outperforming the NQ on the day is the ES. Strong day for both these markets. I got to tell you, I'm very happy. I had enough of waking up and seeing myself in the red on this crappy October. Long bias early, says a sticky note. And he said that to me. The first thing he said to me, he's like, I'm going long. So there you go.
It's a long kind of day.
It is. It is.
I'm going to pull up Meta again in a moment, but I also was looking at Microsoft, which is like Tesla and like Meta doing this kind of contraction thing where we're getting tighter and tighter within the range. Putting the Meta and Microsoft. But yeah, we're seeing these definitely lower highs here, but also slightly higher lows. Like VWAP is definitely a point of interest. I'm going to hold off on this, but you know, I thought that was interesting. But we have to look at Meta. We have to talk about Meta. Meta trying to make a recovery. Meta trying to bounce. We actually have some news on Meta. I finally found some news on Meta.
Oh, okay.
Meta Platforms rolling out a Reels A/B testing tool that allows creators to test different captions and thumbnails on mobile devices. So this came out at 12:46, which is, I guess, when we kind of calmed down within this range a little bit. But yeah, because I was looking earlier when I was doing Sector Watch and I saw Meta so down, and I couldn't find a reason. I was like, what is happening? Jameson Barna tagging me asking for a pump it. I cannot do it the way Sharif can, but I'll try.
Oh, no. Let's see. I do it all the time. Nobody wants to hear me do it.
Oh, okay.
They don't want to hear me do it. They want
Pump
to hear
it.
Come on. I'll let you do it organically next time. There you go. That's what I'm talking about right there. All right, guys. More local highs here developing on Apple as we come into that 177.46 area. Retracing a little bit now. I'm layering my outs through the break of the $0.50. Last out there at 55s. Let's see if we get that continuation. We know we're likely going to have resistance at 15,000. Now we're only 6 points or so from that high a day to 15,000. Now you probably, if you're new, right, you're probably wondering, well, Sharif, what the hell do you care about 15,000? Why is it such a level? Why do we have to worry about that? There's something called psychological resistance. Now, you may subscribe to this, you may not. People tend to believe or feel that when you come into these whole dollar levels, 100-point levels, 50-point levels, $half levels, that there is a wall of either buyers or sellers, depending on where you're going up on the chart or down the chart. And 15,000 fits neatly into that description. It's very much a 100-point level. It is, 15,000. It's not any, mix thereof. So people are going to be looking at that People also use it as their profit takers, whether on an intraday basis or a swinging trade basis. You know, some people, they swing trade the futures. Arun swing trades the futures. That was a discussion him and I had. In his personal account, he swings it in addition to day trading with Day Trade the World. So, you know, there's people that do that. And, you know, they may be taking profits at these levels. And if you're taking profits at these levels, obviously you're putting downward pressure on the market because you're selling. So we'll have to wait and see what we get at 15,000. But I say there's probably going to be a good degree of correlation today between the NQ and Apple. The charts look quite similar. I'm looking at the NQ chart. I'm looking at the Apple chart. There's a great degree of convergence between them today. So, yeah, you know, a 15,000 touch or rejection for me on AAPL could spell, or on the NQ could spell a rejection here on Apple. So keeping my eye on the NQ as a result of my Apple long. And there we go. We get the fill there, double fill through the 177.5 as an area of illiquidity gets absolutely eaten up. And that's why I have profit takers there, because these old man hands, they can't hang. And I'm not quick enough on the trigger. Come back to the chart if you're able to. Now the next out is at 177.50 Adira. Let's see if we get that move up into 170. Did we make a high a day? No, not yet. We touched 61s there. 66 high a day on AAPL.
Nice. You know what does not want to be high of day is Google. I got in this long just because we were approaching VWAP, and I was like, you know what? It's a little bit of a dip. Do I ever regret that? No, I'm joking. It's not too rough. I would be getting out of a trade anyway soon because, you know, the midday's ending, and I mostly trade kind of in this midday period just because, you know, other things but going on. But yeah, so gonna try to get out of this as we absolutely crash or quadruple, to borrow that phrase. Below VWAP here, unfortunately, much to my deepest chagrin. I'm really torn on this. I don't know. We're gonna let it run a little bit. But yeah, RIP Google, and RIP my decision making here for getting in at this level. But yeah, we also have Palantir. Someone was mentioning Palantir really struggling with that $18 level. I got out of Palantir at $18 for that reason. We tried to break above it a little bit. We could not stay above it. So I was like, you know what? We can't stay above it. I would not like to be below it. So I just got out right at 18, set my stop, waited, or set my stop, waited for it to go, or my out, I guess. We got out. Beautiful times. Yeah, this was a nice trade though, and it's probably one of the longest I've ever actually stayed in a trade. Especially with it being successful. So I'm really proud of myself with this Palantir trade, and thank you to everyone in the chat kind of mentioning levels and being supportive here. So that much appreciated. But yeah, so Palantir though, when I saw we couldn't break 18, I was like, bye-bye. But I'm happy because I almost left at 17.9, but we broke that, so I stayed in. Yeah, all in all, I'm pretty happy, pretty successful trades. NVIDIA, I ended up getting out. I don't know if I went over this. I got out at that 433.60 because we were seeing some resistance. Went a little bit higher, but all in all, I'm happy of where I got out there. Yeah, pretty successful trades. My main loser was that Meta trade earlier, and I don't think Google's going to be a winner either. I'll put it that way. But yeah, congrats on the Apple trade. That was beautiful, and Apple did not want to be the dead one today. It wanted to prove you wrong.
Well, it's reporting, so if it's going to be alive, it better be today. But it's tanking now as we touched that 15,000. We did by almost half a point. 14,999.5 is the HOD on the NQ. And as quickly as we hit that, we retraced 10 points just like that. And Apple came down as a result. Here's the 1 minute on, there it is, on the NQ. We touch just half a point below 15,000, come all the way down to 14,985, and now we're dancing now at 90. Let's see if we get a move back up on AAPL, but that rejection off 15,000 did cause at least a temporary move down by about 30 pennies on AAPL, now 1.93 to the good. It was a lot higher than that. Where's my Apple trade? Tesla, there it is. Yeah, so 177.25. You're out of Apple, Katina Man? Katina Man took $1.40 in the money there on AAPL, and he didn't like the look of that 15,000. He got the hell out and took his profits and ran. But there you go. We're still doing a bit of a dance here at that 177.25 on AAPL. Make sure to tune into the market recap show today, Apple reports. Let's look at what's making, because I know the Big Kahunas didn't cover this on the morning show. or the end of the morning show. But here are earnings. Come to the screen, guys, if you're able to. Here is what we got for earnings. You got Apple, Motorola, Block, Coinbase, DraftKings, Carvana, Live Nation, Fortinet, Striker, Booking Holdings. I mean, to me, it's Block, it's Coinbase, it's DraftKings, and it's Apple. You got 4 big names today after the bell, or even 5. I put Carvana in them just because of the short float on that. It's an absolute beast. Make sure to check that out. It's we're in the heart of earnings season right now, baby, and make sure to get that recap at the end of the day. Adara, it is now 2 o'clock.
It is.
And it is time for them to take over.
It is.
You and I will be on again tomorrow because Obi's going to be covering for Sean on the big show. So Adara and I on 3 hours tomorrow. We'll see you guys. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brenda is at the big desk.
Hey guys, welcome back in. Yeah, 2 o'clock on a pretty busy afternoon here as we not only get a ton of earnings after the close yesterday and this morning, but we're heading into even more. I was going over